Steel Waste. Chapter 4. 151. Home of House. Carl looks around the room as Boone tends to Caroline. The place looks clean and clinical, and the only thing of interest was the huge set of monitors at one side. Tamia, you figure out what you're supposed to be doing here yet? Tamia shrugs and bites her lip. To get into this place, I had to use the platinum chip on a console upstairs. It spat it back out, but there doesn't seem to be a way to get deeper into the facility, she mutters. Maybe that's what House wanted. Carl reasons, but Tamia just shakes her head. No, I really doubt that. House spoke of the chip as if it were more than just some grandiose key. I must be missing something. Bzzz. That you are, my dear, House's voice says from the large monitors at the side of the room, his face appearing on the screen and causing everyone to jump from his sudden entrance. I must admit, you are quite ahead of schedule, which is sometimes a bad thing. But not in this case. Indeed, I hadn't expected you to make such a spectacle out of it. Almost everyone in the Mojave is aware of what is happening in Legion territory, and a large portion is seeking to take advantage of it. House explains. Tamia raises a brow. That seems quick. Didn't think information traveled so fast? House chuckles. It usually doesn't, but when two countries are scrambling to communicate with their own forces, things aren't as covert as they should be. Even an idiot with a radio would be able to pick up bits and pieces of radio chatter. But that's enough of that. Let's speak on what you are actually here to do, he states, and Tamia nods. Yeah, about that. I think your facility is broke. The damn doors won't open. She gesticulates at the door. Of course the doors won't open. I have the controls to them. What? If you have access to the doors, why wouldn't you just activate the facility yourself? Seems like you already have everything handled, Tamia accuses, wondering if she'd just been sent here to die. Ah, well, I wanted to make sure everything was protected. This way any would-be intruders would have to acquire the platinum chip and also hack into my systems. Something that is not so easily done. The facility to rig to self-destruct should anyone attempt to breach the doors, which protects the secrets of this place. Indeed, I think you will find yourself shocked and amused by what I am keeping down there. Tamia crosses her arms. All right. Well, tell me what you need us to do. Open the doors and we'll get to work. Not quite so fast. I will have to request that only you enter the facility. I am not insulting your judge of character, but anyone here could be a spy. My secrets should be kept just so, secret. It may be troublesome for you, as the security systems will attack anyone and everything, but I am sure you can handle yourself. Caesar, upon hearing House, snorts and begins quietly chuckling. Heh 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 heh. You'd be right about spies being here, House. A camera attached to the computer system slowly rotates to get Caesar in its view, and if House were able to express himself through the computer, he'd show bafflement, confusion, and pride. So you managed to capture Caesar himself. You're proving yourself more and more capable as time goes on, Tamia. Tamia nods, but walks over to Caesar and gives him a fierce kick in the face, stopping him from revealing that she was potentially a spy sent by the Legion. She'd rather House not find out about that until she was fully in his confidence. Caesar slumps to the floor unconscious as Tamia brushes her hands and turns back to House. So you want me to single-handedly fight my way through your facility, and then what? You will need to install the platinum chip in a console. I will upload the data to your Pip-Boy. Before you go off shooting everything in sight, I will remind you that there are delicate components and machinery that are still operable. That said, the reactors have started to leak radiation, so I would suggest you make preparations against that, or live with a third arm, ear, or whatever extremity you are unlucky enough to grow. That or massive cancer. He trails off, ignoring the furrowed brows of Tamia and the rest of the group. Bang, bang, bang! The sound of something banging against the metal doors leading outside sounds out. It seems the Legion assassins had followed the group down here. Sounds as if you have company. I will be watching your progress, Tamia. Do not fail me. House states before the monitor turns off. As this happens, the doors leading deeper inside the facility open up, revealing a dimly lit hallway. Tamia looks at the others and takes a Rad-X pill that Afton had thankfully provided in their supplies. Looks like I'm doing this part alone. "I'd think it's best that way anyway. You guys defend the place until I get back." "Boone, I'm trusting you to see everyone out alive," she says, clapping him on the shoulder and going to leave. "I got this, go," he quietly says as he raises his hunting rifle towards the doors the Legion was banging on. He gets the non-combatants and injured to shuffle to one side of the room. He was honestly expecting the assassins to punch a hole into the door and toss a grenade inside. He doubted they would because Caesar was in here, but he wasn't going to take any chances. For that reason, he was getting ready to take the fight to them instead. "Anya, you're the only unhurt gun we have right now. You got my back?" he asks, and she nods. With that, he punches the switch that opens the doors. On the other side, he's greeted by a couple assassins standing on the staircase. They seem to have been contemplating on a way to open the doors and were caught completely off guard by their sudden attack. Chapter 4. 152. Chipped in. Boone fires his hunting rifle at the closest assassin, blowing a hole clean through his head before dashing forwards and driving the butt of his rifle into the other's face. Anya steps forwards and fires her silenced 12.7mm SMG at him, riddling the man's side with bullets before looking up the stairs at the other assassins. Boone shoves the corpse down and aims up with his rifle, but is forced to dodge backwards as the assassins shoot down at him. Anya kills a couple with a spray, but has to move back as well to avoid getting shot. Elsewhere, while Anya and Boone were fighting for their lives, Tamia was having her own problems. As soon as he entered the facility and the doors closed behind her, she'd realized she'd made a mistake. Her gun had been stripped from her as she'd entered Caesar's tent. She was too distracted with kidnapping the tyrant that she'd forgotten to get it back. This wouldn't be so bad if it weren't for the fact that there were many ceiling turrets in the next room getting ready to gun her down. All she had was her proton axe. How the hell was she going to get past this? This moment hadn't been the first that she wished Afton had given her one of those mecha suits. Being bulletproof sounded pretty good right about now. "Surrender or die," a robotic voice loudly states as a couple of protectrons walk through the entrance at the end of the room. They slowly approach her, which is a boon, since if they set up shop next to the ceiling turrets, she'd be well and truly boned. She waits around the corner as the robots slowly approach, and once they were close enough, she springs out and slashes one with her proton axe. Its EMP properties are fully displayed as she easily dismantled the first one. The one behind it attempts to fire at her, but hits the robot in front accidentally. Its manipulator's maneuverability is terrible, so its simple isn't able to retaliate, while its ally is in the way. This allows Tamia to reach over and drive her proton axe through its glass dome-like head. With both robots down, all that was left is to deal with the ceiling turrets, something Tamia didn't think she was able to do. It wasn't like she could backtrack either, as the doors were probably locked until she completed her mission. She scowls and looks down at the remnants of the protectrons for a couple seconds when she gets an idea. She cracks open their chassis with the help of her proton axe and eventually finds what she'd looking for. Their reactors. Both are fortunately undamaged from her initial attack, which makes it all the easier to improvise with them. She delicately cuts into the shell of the reactor with her proton axe, which immediately causes them to heat up. The Geiger counter of her Pip-Boy goes crazy, so she doesn't waste time and tosses the reactors under the ceiling turrets, taking cover immediately after. Things go quiet for a bit after that. The only sound she can hear is the thrumming of the slowly malfunctioning reactors. The hum gets louder and louder until… boom! The ground beneath her shakes as the reactors detonate, destroying the ceiling turrets entirely and completely blowing the door on at the end of the room away. The radiation from the explosion still lingers, but Tamia ignores it for now. She can take some radaways once everything is said and done. She heads deeper into the maze-like facility, destroying all of the defenses that attempt to stop her progress. Fortunately, any more ceiling turrets she comes across are hidden in corners and relatively easy to get to. A quick jump and swipe of her proton axe puts them out of commission. She had been tagged by a couple lasers, leaving scorch marks on her duster, but it is superficial at best. She'd need to remember to thank Afton for the duster later. Tamia is still completely unsure of what the facility is actually for. She passed by a few windows that looked at nothing but darkness, so perhaps the answer was behind them. Using her Pip-Boy light, she illuminated the area behind the windows slightly and gaped at what she saw. A literal army of robots almost exactly like the ones used in Newvegas, Securitrons. Was this house's plan? To use an army of robots to take over the Mojave? She'd seen how effective Securitrons could be, but she was still unsure if they would be effective against whole armies. Regardless, she had a mission to complete. The only thing that had changed was that she now knew what she was getting into. She continues into the facility, destroying robots and defenses until she finally finds the console. The Pip-Boy map house had given to her Pip-Boy had been misleading at best. It didn't seem to properly indicate the separate floors, so it all looked like a jumbled mess. She shakes her head and sighs. Whatever, let's just get this over with. She mutters as she pushes the platinum chip into the slot on the console. Rum. Tree me belay. Shuk. Ka. Various sounds begins occurring around her as the ground shakes. It sounds as if a factory had just been turned online and was shaking off the dust from being inactive for so long. A nearby window reveals that all the hibernating Securitrons had all turned on and were now being modified by something. Did the chip have some new software that needed to be installed or something? She shakes her head. She could find out later, for now she needed to get back and help the others escape in one piece. With that, she leaves, backtracking through the facility and occasionally glancing at the various windows that displayed the happenings behind the scene. Truly, there were a lot of Securitrons down here. Tens of thousands, or maybe more. House had definitely been playing the long con. How did no one find out about this sooner? Chapter 453, EMP, Empty Made Promises. Afton crushes the wrist of a legionary attempted to shove a ripper blade into his guy, afterwards disarming him and dragging the mini chainsaw across their throat, causing blood to spurt out in rather impressive arcs. He didn't know how long he'd been fighting if he were honest. The enemies just kept coming, and so he kept killing. He was surprised they hadn't just given up and run away yet. The Legion was basically comprised of crappily equipped hordes of men, so for them to kill Afton, who was fully suited in power armor, they'd literally need to bait him into a crater filled with as much explosives as possible. Something Afton was aware of, and so avoided whenever they attempted such a strategy. Veronica was nearby, but her armor was looking scuffed, dented, scratched, scorched, and covered in blood. She didn't have his Mechanicus perk to help her maintain armor and cleanliness, so after so much time fighting her state now was inevitable. He spots a legionary jump onto her back in the chaos and try to jam a blade into her neck. But Afton wasn't stupid enough to leave such an exploitable gap in the armor, so instead of piercing her carotid artery, the blade halts against segmented saturnite plates and deathclaw leather, the tip of the weapon breaking off from the impact. Veronica finally notices the man and reaches behind her, grabbing his arm and smashing him into the ground in front of her, afterwards raising a foot and destroying his skull with a stomp. Afton's about to continue his own fight when he spots her lean over on her knees, probably to catch her breath. He diverts his attention and charges towards her, clearing out some of the enemies still trying to attack her. "You all right?" he quietly asks through the radio build into the helmet. Veronica turns her head towards him and gives a weak nod. Huff, huff. "Yeah, just need to catch my breath. Never thought I'd get tired of punching things. Huff, huff." Afton moves his head to the side to dodge a shotgun blast before grabbing the barrel of the weapon and bending it 90 degrees, pointing the end at the man using it. "You should head to the bunker and help the others out. You keep fighting, and it won't be the Legion that kills it. It'll be exhaustion. I don't know about you, but I'm not sure I could carry you out while fighting the Legion off," he explains as he brings down a hammer fist on another man's head, flattening their skull and decimating their neck. "Huff, did you just call me fat?" she accuses semi-playfully. Afton chuckles. "Well, if this little bit of exercise is enough to put you down, then yeah, fatty." Crack. An unfortunate Legion who'd been trying to sneak up on Veronica receives her anger-fueled punch to the face, literally exploding their head into a bloody mist. She turns back towards Afton. "I'll have you know," but she's cut off as the ground begins rumbling beneath their feet. "Rumbly!" The fighting stops momentarily as everyone looks around. Most put the shaking as an earthquake, but Veronica and Afton knew better. He looks over to his sister in all but blood. "Go help the others now." Veronica gives a brief nod before sprinting away, her mechanically enhanced strides kicking up dirt and dust as she exits. Afton rolls his neck and looks around at the remaining Legion fighters. It was fortunate that Veronica had left, since he could see some reinforcements coming, all looking like specialized units with specialized equipment. He gives an ominous chuckle and smacks his fists together, making a metallic sound ring out. "Seems like it's just you lot and me. You sure you want this fight? Doesn't seem fair at all, you guys having to fight me," he states, unclipping his proton axes from his hips and igniting them. One of the assassins step forwards, a cocky expression somehow obvious under their red cloth mask. "Surrender and relinquish the great Caesar, or face the consequences." Afton loudly snorts, "What consequences?" He gestures at the literal piles of corpses around him. "Your compatriots failed to even scratch me. What makes you any different?" "The difference is, we have come prepared. Throw," he shouts, and a few men behind him toss a few grenades at him. Afton isn't able to tell what kind they are. Most grenades wouldn't do anything to his armor, but that didn't mean he was going to let them hit him. He leaps out of the way, but is surprised to find even more grenades being thrown. Around 30 are thrown around him, blocking off any avenue of escape. His danger sense doesn't detect anything, so he just gives an annoyed huff as they detonate. P, 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 E, 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 W, 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 Z, 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 H, H, ah. Each grenade gives out a pulse of energy that causes the HUD under his helmet to glitch and fragment. His armor locks up, and the only thing mechanical that he was sure still worked was Nick's. EMPs were incredibly dangerous to AIs, so her armor had been specifically designed against this tactic, something that couldn't be said for his power armor. His proton axes abruptly turn off, and he loses his grip on them. They fall out of his hands as he attempts to get control over his armor, but struggles to do so. His limbs stiffen, and his back straightens as the servos randomly start activating. This was one reason why EMPs were so dangerous against power armor. If it is calibrated wrong, your limbs would be torn off at even the mildest disturbance. If anyone else were in Afton's armor at this moment, their bodies would be mangled beyond recognition. Even with Afton's incredible strength and durability, he found himself locked in place. "Ha ha ha ha! Did you really think that armor made you impervious to damage? No, we have fought this heretic brothers before. You are no different in our eyes." The man looks around him. "Go, strip his armor and torture the great Caesar's location out of him after that. Set him on fire and send him to Graham." At his words, the many legionaries who'd been at Afton's mercy until now quickly moved in, hoping to destroy this nightmarish figure that had killed so many of them. Chapter 4, 154. Breakthrough. "User is at great risk. Move." Nix's voice urges him, but the armor refuses to work with him. Afton's eyes flitter at the many legionaries approaching him. He grits his teeth and starts pushing against the malfunctioning servos, causing a low grinding sound to creak out of the armor. The approaching legionaries stop their advance as they hear it. They sheepishly look around at one another, as if daring them to go first. This man had just killed hundreds, if not thousands, of their brothers. There was nothing shameful about being afraid of him, even with the rather thin assurances made by the assassin. One brave man with a large, still bloody scar running across his face steps forwards with a fierce expression. He looks up at Afton and smugly mutters, "Not so tough now with all that armor, are you?" he states, giving his chest plate a tap. Afton scowls. "If you think you can beat me like the rest of the pathetic cunts wearing power armor, you better think again," he exclaims, abruptly pulling his arms, destroying the servos and allowing him to move. Truth be told, any other man, no matter their strength, wouldn't have been able to do this. Power armor was only usable due to the servos and other mechanical components assisting their movement. It'd take someone as strong as a super mutant to use it without assistance. Unfortunately for the legionaries, Afton's upper strength dwarfed most super mutants. Kree-heek. Crack. Ping. The legionaries back away with fearful looks as Afton literally breaks his own armor and starts moving under his own strength. The Saturnite plating was undoubtedly heavy, but despite that he was still able to move, even if he was significantly slower than before. Afton grabs the head of the brave mocking man from earlier and presses his thumbs into his eye sockets before beginning to squeeze, reenacting the mountain act of brutality against Prince Oberyn. "Ah!" he screams as he struggles to get out of Afton's grip. But nothing works. The rest of the army are shocked and sickened as this happens before them. Soon enough, their compatriot's skull cannot take any more. Crack! Splash! Thump! Afton tears the skull apart, causing blood and brain matter to squirt at the surrounding legionaries. He drops the corpse and glares at the lead assassin who'd ordered the attack in the first place. He breaks the servos in his legs and starts slowly stepping towards them. All the legionaries surrounding the lead assassin quickly back away, all pointing their weapons at Afton while disregarding the assassin's safety. The assassin himself was locked in place, unable to move at the fact his tried and true tactic had so spectacularly failed. His breaths become uneven as his heart begins trying to pound out of his chest. By the time he regains control of his body, Afton was almost spear distance away. He quickly backs away while drawing his 12.7mm pistol and pointing it ineffectively at Afton. "Get back! See, stay back!" Afton ignores the notification that appears in his peripheral and bends down, grabbing the man's leg as he attempts to squirm away. Bang, 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 bang. Shots ping off of his helmet, a few striking his visor, but all do essentially nothing. He grabs the man's other leg and begins separating them, forcing the man into a split, and even further. The surrounding legionaries shoot Afton to try and assist their companion, but all do nothing. A few even strike the assassin. Even so, the pain of getting shot doesn't match what Afton was doing to him. Afton held him mid-air and kept pulling his legs apart. Soon enough, an extra pull tears the man in half, from his arse to his chest. "Fight me!" he roars as bullets continue deflecting off of his armor. Elsewhere, Boone had finally reached the top of the stairs while fending off the assassins. He and Anya were about to check the outside when the door suddenly explodes off of its hinges. They both look at the corpse, now lying under the door, and notice that it belongs to one of the assassins. "Hey, thought you guys could use some backup," Veronica nonchalantly says as she walks inside, brushing some non-existent dirt from her shoulder as she examines the room. "Good timing. Guessing you heard what happened earlier?" Boone asks, finally lowering his weapon and looking it over for damage. Veronica scoffs. "Yeah, who hasn't? Felt like an earthquake outside, but I'm guessing it had nothing to do with seismic activity." Boone shakes his head. "Probably Tamia, whatever she's doing down there." He shrugs. "Any more hostiles outside?" he asks, and when Veronica shakes her head, he nods and leads her into the bunker. Veronica raises a brow at the many women and children here, but her gaze is soon turned towards the injured, Carl and Josie being the foremost among them. Though, judging by how worried Carl was for one woman, it wasn't hard to guess her identity. "Any idea when Tamia will be getting back? We've wasted too much time here already." "Bzutch! Strange armor you have there. But yes, Tamia will be with you shortly," House says from the monitors at the side of the room. Veronica raises a brow. "So you're House, huh? You're pretty hot for a centuries-old man, but I'm guessing that photo isn't recent, right?" She jokes, but her laugh trails off at the lack of response. "Yes, very funny," he states, and immediately after he says this, the doors of the room open with Tamia stepping through, slightly out of breath. "Mission complete, let's get the fuck out of here," she grins, giving a thumbs up. "Well done, you have exceeded my expectations of you by massive margins. Join me back in the Lucky 38 so we can discuss things further." House states before the monitors turn off. Veronica shakes her head at House's words. "That guy's one creepy bastard. Whatever, I'll cover you guys, but we need people to carry the injured." Tamia nods. "Got it, Carl, you're with me. No complaining either, your back'll hurt way more if we leave you like this," she says as she helps the old man up. Chapter 455. Not the time for football. Veronica leads the group out of the bunker straight into the fight again. In the distance, she could spot Afton moving around with some difficulty, but looking fine nonetheless. Unfortunately, the small group had already attracted the Legion army's attention, a few groups splitting off from the larger whole and attempting to apprehend them. Of course, there was a less honorable reason for this. The legionaries would rather take their chances trying to capture this group than fight Afton. Even with specialized equipment, they'd still failed to even scratch him, leaving the situation pretty hopeless. Veronica stands at the front of the group as a human shield, but even with this, there were bound to be injuries. Only Tamia, Anya, Boone, EDE, Dogmeat, and Veronica were actually combatable. Everyone else was either too exhausted, injured, or lacked a suitable weapon. Veronica tears a large piece of scrap metal from the shack and uses it as a shield as she shoots her plasma pistol with her other hand. The slow projectiles are relatively easy to dodge, but in the heat of battle, a few are struck by them, causing large portions of their bodies to melt into green goo as they scream in agony. The teleportation coordinates were locked on the other side of the camp, so the group would have to fight off the attacking units before they'd be able to safely exit. Veronica wishes Afton were able to help, but he was responsible for holding off the larger portion of the army as it is. She gives a shout as she smashes the makeshift metal shield into a legionary. The shide strikes them in the skull and literally dents it, either causing death or permanent brain damage from the attack. EDE was still floating above them all, providing covering laser fire and drawing a bit of attention towards itself from the spectacle. Using laser weaponry so broadly was literally like having "kill me" written on your forehead. Fortunately, his relatively small body and ability to hover made him incredibly difficult to hit, especially for the legionaries who were barely good enough to call themselves militia, let alone soldiers. The group reaches the halfway point by slowly pushing back the opposition. They were making good progress, but that didn't stop a few people from acquiring more injuries. A few of the women had received glancing shots or actually shots. Nothing lethal, luckily, but it was only a matter of time if the fighting continues. They were closer to Afton's position now, which was actually a negative as more legionaries were attracted towards them. A couple were actually carrying grenade launchers with them, causing Veronica to grimace. The scorch marks on her armor were from those bastards. Even with the armor, getting hit straight on still hurt like a bitch. Veronica kills the first guy wielding the launcher with a clean shot, but the guy next to them just picks it up and continues where they left off. Firing a grenade at the group, Veronica leaps forwards and smacks it with her shield, causing the grenade to explode, the force of which disintegrates the metal, leaving her holding nothing. The shards of metal, fortunately, hadn't hit anyone in her group, but she was still left without a means to defend against the next attack. Boone blows the head off of the next guy using a grenade launcher, but not before they get off another shot. Again, Veronica intercepts it and is launched backwards from the explosion. She groans as she lands and checks her forearm where she'd blocked the grenade and spots a large scorch mark that was slowly slightly red. Despite her best efforts, however, more grenades are shot at the group, ignoring Veronica as her armor proved too thick to be harmed against this type of weapon. But that did not mean everyone else was resistant. A grenade falls short and kicks up shards of stone and dirt, killing one of the women as they attempted to protect their child. Another is about to fall directly in the center of the group, but Boone somehow manages to shoot it out of the air. The shrapnel still harms a couple people, but it's nothing too serious. The last grenade is fired at the injured. Time seems to freeze as everyone watches the grenade fly through the air with a trail of smoke behind it. Tamia attempts to get everyone clear of the area, but accidentally drops Carl as the man forces himself out of her grip. He pushes her towards the woman helping his daughter as he falls and forces himself towards the grenade. "Carl, you fucking," Tamia exclaims, but is cut off by an explosion. Boom. Carl manages to intercept the grenade and attempts to punt it away like a football. This, of course, was a terribly stupid idea. Were he not wearing full combat armor under his Deathclaw leather duster, he'd have instantly been killed by this. Whether fortunate or not, however, Carl survives, albeit with incredibly serious injuries. The man is thrown back towards the group after absorbing most of the explosion, both legs missing as well as his left hand. All his wounds were bleeding profusely, and no one seemed to know what to do in the moment. Veronica gets back up and charges at the men wielding the launchers to stop any more grenades from being fired, while Tamia leans down to examine Carl. "You fucking fool," she shouts as she spots his legs, or lack thereof. Half of his thighs had simply vanished, along with everything below them. The flesh of his legs looked as if it had been made into cheese strings and half bitten off the bone. The wound was squirting out blood at an incredible rate, and Tamia couldn't help but think that Carl was done for. "Phew, ah," Carl mutters as he looks down at his own injury. He looks back up at Tamia. He doesn't dare look at his daughter, who's standing not too far away. The look on her face in this moment would probably break him. Chapter 456. Crack, and the group is gone. Carl grasps Tamia's forearm with his remaining hand and looks her in the eyes. Get my kid out of here, Arg." He slumps back. "I'm done for. Take care of Caroline. Stop Afton from doing something stupid. Shut the fuck up. You aren't dying here if I have anything to say about it." Tamis spits before pulling out her proton axe and igniting it. "This is gonna hurt, but you deserve it for kicking a damned grenade," she shouts, ignoring the wide-eyed look of Carl as she cuts down on Carl's wounds, cauterizing them and stemming the blood flow. This wouldn't do anything against infections or stop his body from going into shock, but it was the best she could do for now. "You damned crazy woman!" Carl roars in pain as Tamia slowly cauterizing his wounds. "Just let this old man—" He starts but isn't able to finish his words as he begins hyperventilating with his expression going dull. "Shit," Tamia growls out as she throws Carl over her shoulder. "Keep moving, we gotta get out of here," she shouts, urging the group forwards under the continued gunfire of the Legion. Veronica was thankfully drawing most of it by charging at them, but the whizzing of barely missed bullets was still ringing heavily in their ears. Fortunately, they were only a couple hundred meters away from the teleportation point. Veronica had caused the legionaries to scatter, allowing the rest of the group to pick them off. Dogmeat was currently tearing a man's throat out, while Boone and Anya eliminated as many legionaries as efficiently as possible. Afton was almost entirely covered in blood at this point. He'd noticed the plight of the group, but wasn't able to get away from the fighting without drawing more attention to them. Though his heart clenched when he saw Carl take one for the team. "Nix, how many hostiles remain?" he growls out, wondering if he'd even put a dent in the Legion's forces. 1,043 hostiles remain. The AI states, causing Afton to release a sigh. He tears another man's head from their body as bullets continue to bounce off of his armor. 1,042, Nix corrects, but Afton ignores her for now. He could see the group was getting close to the teleportation point. He would try and use his proton axes to thin the herd, but everything was EMP'd for now and temporarily unusable. So instead he just picks up a dropped chainsaw and starts swinging it like a madman while making his way over to the group. He reaches Veronica, but neither say anything to one another, instead just concentrating on clearing out the legionaries surrounding them and drawing fire to themselves. Both breath large sighs of relief when the group finally reaches the teleportation spot. Once everyone is inside, Afton and Veronica charge at it. Crack! The legionaries continue firing, but are blinded as lightning comes down from the sky and strikes the group, causing dust and smoke to kick up as they vanish from the fort. Of course, with the dust concealing them, the Legion weren't able to see this. As a result, they continue shooting in the vague direction for a couple more minutes until the dust clears, revealing the absence of their target. Most legionaries breathe a sigh of relief at the fact they'd survived, but a good few were wondering what was going to happen to them now. Caesar had been captured, a huge portion of their troops had been killed, and their infrastructure had been decimated. There wasn't any way for this situation to get worse. Elsewhere, crack. Lightning strikes down at the front of the think tank, surprising a few of the workers who were milling about. Most of the group are utterly exhausted as they arrive, Afton and Veronica even slumping to a knee. That doesn't last for long, however, as Afton recollects himself. "GLaDOS! Darla! We have injured! GLaDOS!" From the building, a machine extends out, and a piece of metal slides from the front, revealing a single orange eye. "You seem to have brought back an interesting collection of meat bags. They are not for experimentation, I presume?" she asks. Afton quickly shakes his head. "No. Get Darla ready to operate. We have injured that need immediate assistance." Send Carl up to the auto dock. The meatbag without legs must be Carl, then, GLaDOS states, as hundreds of tiny spider bots skitter from the building and stop before Tamia, who's still holding Carl. Drop Carl on the robots, they'll take him to where he needs to go. Afton urges, and Tamia does as she's told. Carl is rested atop the spider bots, who immediately head back inside the think tank, carrying Carl through the main building and up to the sink, where Medi the auto doc awaits. Afton, Carl found his daughter and she's heavily injured. We need to help her now, Boone says, gesturing at Caroline, who's looking paler by the minute. Afton nods and starts tearing his malfunctioning armor off of himself. With most of its systems fried and temporarily unusable, there wasn't really a proper way of extracting himself from it without destroying it. He'd have the armor rebuilt later, but for now he had some patience to help. He wasn't about to let Carl down over some armor after all. He grabs Caroline in a princess carry and starts marching towards the think tank. "Let's get you some help. I'll give you back to your pops in one piece, all right?" he says, but is stopped when a young boy grabs his leg. "Where are you taking my ma?" he asks with slight panic. Afton raises a brow but quickly composes himself. "I'm a doctor. I'll heal her. Now go Auntie Tamia and play Legos or something," he says before finally leaving. Carlos looks between Afton's back and Tamia with watery eyes. "Is my ma gonna be okay?" Tamia gives a forced smile and pats the boy on the head. "Of course. Now, why don't we have a look around?" Or something. She trails off, cursing Afton for leaving her with the kid. While all of this is happening, Anya just stands next to the unconscious Caesar with a confused and apprehensive look, too nervous to ask what she was supposed to do with the tyrant. So instead of asking for help, she just awkwardly stands in front of the think tank while watching the prisoner. Chapter 4, 157, Divergence. Afton sighs and washes his hands off. He'd just finished operating on Caroline and was mildly enraged by what he'd seen. Aside from the initial injuries she had, the bullet wound to the gut, chest, and limbs, he also found numerous older wounds. Whip marks, deliberate cuttings of flesh, burns, improperly healed bone breaks, and worst of all, genital mutilation. Afton grinds his teeth as he looks over the document he'd just written. It listed all of her injuries, their causes, and his speculations on where she'd received them. He'd be showing it to Carl once he'd recovered. If he recovers. Having your hand and both legs blown off was enough to put any thoughts of fighting from a regular person's mind. Though Afton doubted Carl would so easily let bygones be bygones. Of course, Afton had done the best he could to help Caroline. He'd extracted the pieces of bullets in her body, but there was little he could do for the older injuries. There wasn't currently a way to create and attach organic body parts. Even Afton's plant arm was more based on luck than actual science. Afton wondered where the Legion had adopted such horrific traditions. He didn't remember the Romans ever practicing general mutilation. Perhaps it was brought over from the tribes. Regardless, any guilt he'd have had after killing so many of them quickly faded. Barbaric pieces of shit like that lot deserves to be cleansed. GLaDOS, inform me once Caroline wakes up. Understood. Excuse me, Creator? This may seem unusual, but why does the name Caroline seem so familiar to me? I have never encountered this before, and my processors show no sign of abnormalities. Afton raises a brow but coughs into his fist. No idea. Perhaps you just like the name. He dismisses the query and quickly heads up to the sink, where Carl was currently being operated on. He's greeted by all the personalities, but ignores them as he heads for Medi, who's still apparently operating. How is he? He is one tough bastard. Should have died minutes after being injured like this, but he's holding on somehow. Add the rather reckless cauterization, and the guy's heart should have given out. Even still, it's beaten strong like a drum. Makes me tempted to pull him apart to see how he works. Medi trails off. Afton crosses his arms. You still haven't answered my question. The personality chuckles. He'll live, I'll say that much. Whether or not it will be a comfortable life is hard to say, though. For all I know, his damaged nerves could start firing constantly, leaving him in a perpetual state of agony. Afton shrugs. Yeah, but that's unlikely. A worst-case scenario. Hey, while you're at it, think you can do anything for his back? Old man keeps moaning about it, so might as well get it done now. Will do. I'll install a cybernetic spine. You shouldn't wait around for him. He's still got hours of surgeries ahead. Afton slowly nods. All right, have Alfred or GLaDOS inform me when he's recovered or awake. He waves as he leaves. Another thing that required his attention was the new guests in Big Mountain. He trusted most of his companions, but there were limits to what they would be willing to endure for him. He imagined that fighting gained their homeland, and people would be one of them. Which is why it was very, very important that the location of this place is kept hidden from them. Fortunately, doing this isn't all that hard, as the only real map of Big Mountain currently resides on his Pip-Boy. Tamiya's Pip-Boy might have been able to do something, had he not already preemptively fixed such functions from finding too much info about Big Matt. The last thing he wanted to happen was for some NCR vault dweller to stumble across the place. He walks to the front of the think tank and sits down on the bluegrass surrounding it. He'd been ignoring the notifications he'd received during the battle for long enough. Now was perfect, since he finally had some free time. Quest complete. Find Caroline Martin. Lord Death VA 41869/2000. Welcome to level 50. Afton grins when he sees the notification. 50 was a good number, maybe his favorite now. He quickly puts all points into lockpicking, raising it up to 94. After that, he enthusiastically moves onto the perks. Level 50 perks. Perks at this level are derived from gathered karma until this point. If you have proved to be monstrously evil, you will receive perks to suit this lifestyle. If you have proved to be good personified, then you will receive options that help with this. Positive karma, 2,630. Negative karma, 1,223. Result, well-meaning disaster. Title acquired, well-meaning disaster. Well-meaning disaster. Despite your best efforts, your actions often lead to the deaths of many innocents. This exceedingly reckless method of problem-solving has made you infamous around the wasteland. Plus 100% fame or infamy gain, depending on the results of your actions. Well-meaning disaster perks. Hero turned tyrant. Your attempts at heroism have failed often enough for you to leave such a life behind. Plus EXP gain when inspiring fear in others, plus 3 to strengthen endurance. You become immune to critical hits. You also gain a mutation that increases the length of your canines and allows you to drink blood of your victims to rapidly regenerate health. Hero's promise. You have pledged to do your utmost in service of justice and all that's good. Plus experience when inspiring hope in others, plus 3 to intelligence, charisma. You become immune to critical hits. Positive karma grants bonus health, negative karma takes away from this. Stay the path. You disregard all the deaths you have caused and continue the way you always have. Heroes are fools and villains are needlessly cruel. You are neither, yet both. EXP acquisition does not change, plus 2 to all stats. You become immune to critical hits. You also gain the ability to see someone's karma. Chapter 4. 158. Mutative Properties. Afton's eyes widen at the perk options before him. These were seriously game-changing. At first, he was pretty certain he was going to pick Hero turned Tyrant. But after thinking about it for a while, he realized that it was probably the worst option. Hero turned Tyrant would force him to cause fear to earn EXP. This doesn't sound all that bad until you consider how much fear would allow you to level up. You'd probably have to nuke a city in front of thousands of people to level up from such a system. That wasn't to say the things it offered weren't good, but upon further inspection, they held more negatives than you'd think. Just the mutation alone would basically force him to become a cannibalistic vampire. If anyone caught him using such an ability, his allies and anyone else who followed him would quickly leave. Had he allied himself with the Fiends or other similar tribes, such an ability might be viable. But in his current situation, impossible. Hero's Promise is another hard perk to take. Again, such a perk would force him to go through extreme lengths just to level up. His current reputation wasn't a good one, and changing it after he and his group had just brutally butchered thousands of people wasn't likely at all. Gaining EXP through hope would force him to basically become the second coming of Jesus. And while that might sound like fun to do for a while, he imagined it'd get bored very, very quickly. The plus 3 to intelligence and charism wasn't bad. In fact, it'd allow him to get the max perk for intelligence, but it still wasn't worth it. The worst thing of all would be the bonus health for karma. What would happen if his positive karma dipped under his negative? Would he lose health? The fact that he didn't know made him reject any notion of actually accepting this perk. Last but not least was stay the path, which would essentially do nothing to his actions. He'd continue as he always had been without interference, leveling would stay the same, and he'd continue slowly getting stronger without having to deify himself or commit genocide. The ability to see someone's karma would also be incredible. It'd essentially allow him to see who was good and who was evil. The morally grey world would suddenly become black and white. Anyone whose karma was overwhelmingly negative deserved death, right? Karma was an enigmatic thing if Afton were honest with himself. Would he lose karma if he saved a murderer who then went on to kill many? Would he lose karma for creating a medicine that many people overdose on? He imagined he'd gained so much negative karma due to his various brutal murders. Murder was fine for karma, but torturing someone? Definitely not. He sighs as he looks over the perks again. He still had no idea what immunity to criticals would do. A shot to the head would still likely kill him, but maybe a bullet to the heart wouldn't. Ah, so confusing. After a couple more minutes, he bites his inner cheek and finally decides what to pick. Stay the path. As soon as he picks the perk, he feels his body burning. His muscles were getting denser, his senses were improving, his mental capabilities were speeding up. His heartbeat felt strong, unstoppable. He was the superhuman in the wastelands now. He doubted anyone even came close, even with all the mutations around. He's about to get up from the grass, but is interrupted, but yet another notification. Welcome to level 51. System has updated, leveling has been updated. Each level will grant 1 point that can be used in one of 3 categories: stats, perks, and mutations. Skills that have not been maxed out yet can be upgraded as well. 1 point equals 10 skill points. Afton raises a brow at this. Honestly, he'd been expecting something to change soon. Skill points became useless once you maxed them out. A couple more levels, and he would have done just that. Still, he didn't think he'd be maxing out lockpicking or bartering. Perks, stats, and mutations would be way more valuable. Speaking of which, he immediately looked at the various categories that had appeared in his peripheral. Points 1. Stats. Perks. Mutations. He ignores the first 2 categories and selects mutations. A screen appears before him and starts listing off a variety of things. Among them were upgrades to Bovaria mordicana symbiotica, Bovaria mordicana firmissimi anguli. Enables user to manipulate their arm into a variety of shapes. Bovaria mordicana duraferro. User's arm becomes as hard as steel. Bovaria mordicana flagellum. Enables user's arm to extend, stretch, and flex. Bovaria mordicana rasorium. Enables user to form incredibly sharp blades on their arm. There were numerous upgrades for his plant arm, each seeming to complement one another. With enough perks, his arm would basically be the one Mercer has in prototype, perhaps with even more options. Of course, there were more mutations available. Bovaria mordicana infestatio VA1. Enables user to manipulate plant life. Bovaria mordicana corpus individuo connex V1. Drastically increases the user's body's durability, may cause physical changes. Other than the various Bovaria mordicana, plenty of other mutations were more similar to supernatural powers. Telepathy V1. Enables user to communicate with other willing minds. Telekinesis V1. Enables user to move objects with their mind. Pyrokinesis V1. Enables user to control fire. These mutations were all game changers. The only problem was that they didn't elaborate how strong they actually were. Telepathy VA1 might force you to touch foreheads to communicate. Telekinesis V1 might only make you able to lift a feather. Afton was excited about them, but was more confident towards the Bovaria mordicana mutations as they had already proven to work. As such, he decides to bite the bullet and try a simple but potentially useful mutation. Bovaria mordicana firmissimi anguli. He could already think up a few interesting uses for it, aside from morphing his arm into a spear or something. Perhaps he'd be able to transform his finger into a key to unlock something. Maybe he'd be able to transform it into tools. Regardless, he'd have to find out later on. Chapter 4, 159, Poolside Vacation. At another part of Big Emt was Tamia, who was currently looking after Carlos. The young boy had been distraught at the state of his mother and recently discovered grandfather. Tamia had spent a couple hours now trying to calm the child, but nothing seemed to work. To be honest, she was considering just ditching him with the others so she could get some rest. Despite avoiding any injuries, she was still pretty exhausted after the whole ordeal at the fort. It's not every day you waltz into the enemy base, kidnap their leader, and kill most of their troops. The other problem with the boy was his rather rude attitude towards women. The Legion indoctrination was easy to see in him, yet in his panicked state, it seemed lesser than what it was. She had, of course, met the child when she first entered the fort. He was amongst the group of children who were talking smack at her and Josie. "Hey, look at that," she says, pointing at the large pack of cyberdogs that were sprinting somewhere. Carlos raises his head and stares at them, his eyes widening at the peculiar sight. Cyberdogs were usually only used in the NCR military, from what he had heard. Yet there were so many of them before him. A couple even approaches the duo. The dogs look intensely at them, as if expecting a treat. Tamia raises a brow but pulls out some beef jerky from her bag, handing it to Carlos for the kid to feed. Unbeknownst to them, however, the cyberdogs were actually scanning both of them for GLaDOS. Tamia watches as the boy feeds the dogs and wonders when she'd be able to rest. She still had to process the things Caesar had revealed. She didn't think he had been lying, but she wasn't sure if she wanted it to be true or false. Knowing that she had a family somewhere was comforting in a way, more than when she was wandering around the wasteland solely bent on revenge. She looks back at Carlos and lightly taps his shoulder. "Come on, we should find where our beds are." "I'm tired as hell," she mutters. "Bzz. Your designated room is over in the dormitories, meatbag." A GLaDOS-controlled drone states from above them. "Meatbag?" Tamia asks, wondering if she should take offense. It wasn't the first time she'd been called that today either. "Indeed, meatbag. You are being made of flesh wrapped in a skin-tight bag. The only interesting part of you is your brain, which I have observed to not be the best amongst your kind." GLaDOS explains. Tamia just shakes her head, deciding not to think about it. "Whatever, just take us to the dorms." Elsewhere, Boone, Josie, Anya, and Veronica were having the time of their lives. They were all currently resting on sun loungers next to a large pool. Josie had had her legs stitched, wrapped up, and pumped with painkillers, while the others had the various light scratches they'd received patched up. All of them had been provided with bathing suits, bikinis, and shorts. Except for Anya, of course, who was given a full-body bathing suit. Nobody wanted to see the body of a ghoul. "If I knew Afton had a place like this, I'd have begged him to take me here a lot sooner," Veronica mutters as she sips an ice-cold cocktail. "Do you guys think Carl's gonna be all right? I know Afton's robot girl AI thing said he would, but I'm still worried." "Ha, he will. With all the technology here, I think it would be easier to list what they couldn't do," Anya says, admiring what Afton had built here. Boone tries not to think about Carl's state and releases a long pent-up sigh. As a soldier, this situation is one he'd found himself in more often than he'd wish. The fate of his comrades is up to fate, and the expertise of those operating on them. The fact that he can't do anything to help just makes it all the more bitter. Instead, he watches the various women in what looked like maid outfits walk around the place, attending to various jobs that needed doing. One stands nearby to fix them up drinks or to help them with any problem they may have. There was something that stood out to him, however. I recognize these women. They're part of the group we rescued from the Legion. You think they like working here?" Josie asks, still slightly delirious from the large amount of painkillers she'd been given. Veronica shrugs. "I don't know. Let's ask one." She raises a hand at the nearest maid. "Excuse me?" Yes. What can I do for you?" The maid stutters out awkwardly. "How is it working here? I mean, I know it's probably better than being stuck in that camp, but what about the rest of the Mojave?" The maid's voice is caught in her throat when she's about to retort that the camp provided more freedom than this. and was potentially less dangerous. She had learned her lesson, however. Even now she could feel the glowing orange eyes glaring at her back. Shani knew she'd be on the chopping block if she tried to escape again. She'd attempted to leave twice now. Apparently she'd been given 3 strikes. She really didn't want to see what would happen if she made a third attempt. Shani gives a forced smile to Veronica, slightly too toothy to be a sincere one. No, it's great here. We get fed amazing food, we have amazing housing, and we are safer than we ever have been. She lists off. Veronica grins back at her, not noticing that Shani's smile didn't reach her eyes. She turns back to Josie. See, Afton's got shit handled here. I might even take a dip in the pool once I finished my drink, she grins. Veronica, could you? Anya attempts to ask but hesitates. Yeah? Could you teach me how to swim? The ghoul asks, having never gotten the chance before. Veronica beams. Sure. Come on, first you got to kick your legs like a madman, she exclaims while dragging Anya into the pool, not even taking notice of the gross texture of Anya's hand. Shani just sighs as this all occurs. These people were ignorant to the atrocities that were being committed here. She wondered if they'd ever find out, and if they did, if they would do something to stop it. She shakes these thoughts from her head and turns to the only male of the group. Is that all you need, sir? Chapter 460. Power Rang Clause. Afton stands from the grass and rolls his shoulders. He felt like a newer, better man with the ability to do anything he put his mind to. He looks down at his right arm, rolls up the sleeve and takes off his glove to reveal the wood-like flesh beneath. The new mutation he'd gained didn't exactly come with a set of instructions, so he was stuck trying to figure it out himself, like Tobey Maguire in the first Spider-Man movie. Fortunately, he isn't forced to shoot catchphrases at the top of his lungs to achieve an effect. His plant arm feels as if it's bubbling. A tingly feeling springs up underneath his skin as he concentrates on moving it. His fingers twitch as his thumb disappears, causing Afton's brows to raise in consternation. Yeah, that was an incredibly strange feeling. The sensations in his thumb hadn't disappeared, but instead had just shifted to the rest of his arm. Honestly, it was making him slightly nauseous. He takes a couple moments to compose himself and tries again, imagining his arm becoming a spike. His fingers meld together and become thinner at the end. His wrist locks itself in place, and once everything is done, Afton finds himself with a large wooden spike attached to his elbow. He can move it, but everything below the elbow is locked in place. He tests the point of the spike, but finds that it isn't all that sharp. He'd probably need another mutation to be able to form sharp edges. Not that it'd be difficult to kill someone with this spike. It'd be like jabbing a pointed piece of wood into someone's throat. Still lethal. He morphs his arm back to its regular appearance, the flesh easily reverting as if it had been waiting to return to normal. He's about to test it some more, but is interrupted by Dr. Boris, who floats outside the think tank. That is an incredibly peculiar ability you've acquired, Mr. Parker. Afton nods. Yeah, it's a recent thing. What are you doing outside the think tank? Don't you guys hate the outside? Boris shakes his chassis. Most do, but I only stayed within the think tank for fear of the lobotomites and other creatures roaming this place. Now that it's all cleared, I find the sun on my brain quite calming. Afton smirks. You taking Gabe on walks? Boris chuckles. Of course, I have a lot to make up for. The least I can do is spend time with my old friend. Anyway, I actually have something to speak to you about. He rediverts the conversation back to the subject at hand. The Deathclaw samples you brought back are developing quite nicely. In fact, I've managed to hatch a few eggs. I'd love to show you them if you are willing to see. Afton raises a brow. You've started hatching them. Please don't tell me you've made a farm of them, he asks pointedly. Boris turns his monitors away slightly, meaning that he certainly had. I had GLaDOS' permission, I'll have you know. GLaDOS? Afton asks, her robotic form expanding over them and looking down with an orange eye. Yes, Creator? He shakes his head and sighs. I know you've been listening. Did you really give Boris permission to make a Deathclaw farm? Request 4239 was accepted. It was one of the projects I personally found interesting. The creatures designated Deathclaws seemed like the perfect killing machines, at least as much as biology allows, she explains. And you didn't see anything wrong with making a large amount in the crater. You know, where everyone except you is susceptible to getting torn to pieces, he asks with crossed arms. It was a calculated risk. A few dead organisms would be worth an attack force of deathclaws, she states. Afton shakes his head. I'm not arguing with you on that. It's just that I'd like to be informed when something that risks the facility is decided upon. I understand I might have been busy, but I am still the owner of this place, he chides. Understood. On this subject, Dala has requested permission to dissect the organism designated Shani. Its brainwaves were reported to be peculiar, and its recent attempts to escape the facility have become annoying at best, GLaDOS explains. Is this her third strike? He calmly asks. No, but I do not see why it matters. Afton interrupts and ignores her question, then leaves Shani alone until she tries to escape again. After that, Dala can do what she wants with her. Understood, GLaDOS says before leaving, well, only physically. Afton knew she was ever present around Big Empt. Her surveillance encompasses everything. That AI you've built is quite unnerving. Afton nods. I designed her that way. Anyway, you wanted to show me the death claws. Well, lead on. Boris begins leading Afton away from the think tank and towards a far-off laboratory. It looked recently created and had huge fences around, all of which were electrified to prevent any chance of escape. Afton didn't say anything about it, however. He was quite honestly relieved that so many defensive were set up to prevent a potential Deathclaw escape. One escape could result in an infestation that would be difficult to remove for the robots and cyberdogs. Afton himself would probably have to step in. He's led through the lab which held many eggs that had been experimented on and further mutated, and eventually finds himself in an observation room overlooking the fenced-in area. Young Deathclaws could be seen running around, playing and pretend hunting. A few over-eager ones accidentally touch the fence and bounce off of it with electricity, visibly licking their skin. After that, they know to stay well away from the pain wall. One thing Afton took particular notice in were the peculiar colors of the Deathclaws. Usually they only came in brown, black and beige, but there were green ones, red ones and yellow ones. Is there a reason for the weird colors? He asks Boris. Indeed there are. I color-coded them to easily identify which mutations I've introduced. The red ones are more aggressive, the green ones had larger claws, and the yellow ones are smarter than average. These are only preliminary tests, of course. I only wish to see how far I can alter them until they start dying. Afton nods. Fair enough. Just one warning before I allow this to continue. You will take all precautions physically possible to prevent any altered Deathclaws from escaping. The Wasteland does not need smarter, larger, or more aggressive Deathclaws, at least not without us being able to control them, he states. Boris nods his chassis. Of course, I have learned from my past mistakes. Afton examines the robot for any indication of deceit. Eventually, he just turns away. All right, carry on them. Report your progress regularly to GLaDOS. Chapter 4, 161, League of Legion. Vulpes Inculta walks through the ruins that once were the great fort. Bodies were strewn around with no regard to who they may have been. Fires linger atop tents and huts. Walls collapse if they hadn't already. Truly, he had underestimated the strength of his enemies, and Afton Parker specifically. Power armor was a surprise, but it wasn't as if they'd not had to deal with it before. This is why they had specialized units to deal with them. Even so, it all proved futile. The results were thus thousands dead, Caesar kidnapped, defensive structures destroyed, and Lanius becoming temporary leader of the Legion. As far as he was concerned, all of the above were terrible, but Lanius was by far the worst. The man had no sense for strategy, deceit, tactics, or even an average skill for planning. He was everything barbaric within the Legion, all melded together into one man. True, he was an incredible combatant, perhaps even equal to Afton Parker outside of his power armor, but they didn't mean he was a great leader. At best, Lanius was only good at giving the troops something to fear. It was an approach Caesar had thought up after reading through some history books. He would be the calm, strategic, and merciful leader, while Lanius would be the barbaric general who you'd not dare cross. It helped put into perspective who you could have leading and why you were following Caesar in the first place. Of course, this all now backfired since Lanius was in charge. Vulpes Inculta wasn't even sure who the troops feared more now, Parker or Lanius. He'd bet on the former due to the sheer body count of Parker's last attack, but even so, it was still close. This is not to say nothing good came of the attack. No, it provided Vulpes with quite a lot of information that could potentially be useful against Parker and his group. Tech was the first thing: vehicles, weapons, armor, and even some form of teleportation. It was all too fantastical if he were honest. Had this not been reported by many men, he wouldn't have believed it. Parker had somehow gained access to incredibly advanced technology. Even the vehicle had been plated with some kind of miracle metal, so incredibly hard and strong that it put steel to shame. Even the dull-headed Lanius had become interested in it, though no for research and development. Instead, he just wants to melt it down and make armor out of it. Vulpes Inculta didn't try to persuade him, as perhaps that is what Lanius will need to fight Parker on an even playing field. "Sir, Legate Lanius wishes to lead a force to recapture the canyon passage." Vulpes Inculta sighs and turns towards the messenger. "Very well. Send messages to Cottonwood Cove and all over Legion forces west of the river to assist in this effort. The NCR will not have constructed proper defenses yet, so this is our best chance to attack." He states, though, he is quite put out by the fact they'd be giving up Cottonwood Cove. Due to Parker's attack, they'd need to pull all forces to take the canyon passage and prepare for the final battle of Hoover Dam. It's a shame, really. All his intricate plans would be disrupted by this, and there was only one person to blame for it. Still, it wasn't as if all of his preparations were gone. Elsewhere, Afton walks through the laboratories and toward the cells where they'd usually hold test subjects. GLaDOS and Darla were floating either side of him, and he was curious to finally meet one of the most feared men in the wasteland. "I hope he's been polite to you two. You know what they say about rude house guests," he says with a dark chuckle. The new teddy bear had been accommodating, aside from its poor temper. "It has the most interesting insults, especially when I am taking samples from it," the robotic scientist says in a husky tone, clearly having enjoyed her time with Caesar. Afton smirks. "Would these samples include biopsies?" he asks with some mirth. "Yes, biopsies of every unique cell in its little body. It was fine with muscle extraction, but testicular, eye, and brain. It was one very angry teddy bear. If it continues to be disruptive, I recommend removing anesthesia from the procedure," GLaDOS adds. "Anesthesia?" Darla questions, as if she didn't know what that was. This draws out a laugh from all three of them, including GLaDOS, who gives a robotic and rather chilling one. Soon enough, Afton finds himself standing before the great Caesar's cell. The man was sitting on an uncomfortable metal bed while covered in many bandages. Apparently the biopsies Darla had performed weren't as unintrusive as she'd claimed. Judging by the bloodied bandage over his eye, the biopsy Darla had performed included taking the entire thing from its socket. Not that Afton was complaining, this man was almost solely responsible for the murderous, raping empire of the Legion. Seeing him in this thoroughly raped appearance was rather cathartic if Afton were honest. Though Afton wondered what was worse, being raped or becoming one of Darla's teddy bears. Both included incredibly uncomfortable and intrusive penetration. "Ave amicus," Afton mockingly says while looking through the cell bars. Caesar slowly raises his head and locks his one eye with Afton's. "Non is amicus meus negat cirte." "So you've come to visit me, how droll." "Droll?" Afton parrots in exasperation. "No, from what I heard you were quite droll yourself. I mean acting like a supervillain and then subsequently being captured due to it. I can't tell if you're just eccentric, mad, or stupid," he states. Caesar scowls but doesn't break their eye lock. "A mistake. I was simply surprised at finding one of my long-lost agents working against me." I felt a bit of theatrics were required to sway her back. "As you can see, it didn't work," he says, gesturing at his bland cell. Chapter 462. News of the worst kind. Afton crosses his arms. "Well, before I start asking you questions, I am behoved to ask whether you've enjoyed your stay thus far." Caesar wrinkles his brow. "What do you think?" he asks with a dull look. I've been tortured, mutilated, and not even given the basic essentials even a sail would need. He lists off while glaring daggers at Darla. Afton slowly nods. Good. I'd be unhappy if you were comfortable, he says, and Caesar sneers at him as if he'd been expecting such an answer. The teddy bear will be surprised to find that had it not been captured, it would have died in months, if not weeks. Darla adds from the side. What do you mean, machine? Quickly asks, not understanding what she's referring to. From the samples I gathered, I discovered something intriguing within the brain. I suspect that the teddy bear had a large cancerous tumor inside its brain, though I would have to scan it to be sure. No. Cut it open and see it for myself to be sure, she corrects herself. Afton snorts and breaks into laughter. Ha 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 ha. Did you hear that, Caesar? Getting kidnapped by us is the best thing that's ever happened to you. Ha 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 ha. Caesar himself is looking incredibly grave. He ignores Afton's laughter and looks down at his hands as if only now contemplating his mortality. What does this mean? He asks as Afton's laughter peters out. I think you well know what this means. It means, had you not been kidnapped by us, you would have died. Afton gestures at Darla. Dr. Darla here is one of the foremost experts on human physiology left in the world. I sincerely doubt anyone else in the Mojave, or even the entirety of America, would be able to save you, he says, deciding not to mention that he himself could probably operate on Caesar and remove it. Scarcity is scary in itself, knowing that only one person could possibly save you. Caesar looks incredibly conflicted at this news. He knew something was wrong due to the almost constant headaches and migraines he'd get, but cancer. There's a rule in the wasteland, cancel your plans if you get cancer, as your death was a certainty. It was actually one of the most common afflictions in the wasteland, due to the abundance of radiation, radioactive material, and carcinogenic foods, drinks, and materials lingering around. You were more likely to die of cancer than of old age. This is one of the main reasons you don't see century-old men wandering around. With the addition of the other threats of the wasteland. Is there anything I can do? Caesar tentatively asks, knowing he was now on a time limit. He knew these people would most likely keep him alive, as he was more useful as a bargaining tool than a corpse. Afton smirks at him. I don't know, it depends on how cooperative you are when I begin asking you questions. I'll warn you right now, we will be able to detect if you are lying or not. Caesar nods. I understand. Can we begin? I would rather be healed sooner than later. All right, GLaDOS, bring me a chai, he asks, but is interrupted when the floor raises under him, forming into a metal chair. Anything else, Creator? GLaDOS asks, and Afton was sure she sounded quite smug. He shakes his head. No, that'll be all, thanks, he says, sitting down and leaning towards Caesar. Now what's this about Tamia being a spy? She used to be under my employ, a spy that was supposed to steal whatever Mr. House was trying so hard to find. I did not account for other forces to intercept the package. Otherwise, I'd have had House eating from the palm of my hand, he explains. And her tribe? Her family? Afton probes. Caesar grimaces slightly at the question. If anyone else were to be watching, they'd have not noticed anything. But Afton spotted the twitch in his facial muscles. They were killed in an NCR attack, he states, but judging by the increase in his heartbeat that GLaDOS and Darla were monitoring, he was lying. Not that Afton needed to a sensor to tell, Caesar was so worried that they'd find out that he was metaphorically stumbling over himself. Oh, Afton mutters as he stands and walks to the side of the cell, where a few buttons were present. Let's see if one of these will make you more truthful. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. He hums and suddenly presses a switch, causing electricity to run through the metal floor, walls, and furniture of the room. Ah! Caesar roars as he begins convulsing, falling from his bed and onto the floor, where he writhes around as if he was having a seizure. Afton holds it for a couple seconds before releasing. That was interesting. Your voice sounded more honest while you were screaming. Shall I try another, or will you tell the truth? Surely a bunch of slaves are not worth enduring torture. Caesar pants heavily from the floor while trying to regain his breath. He wasn't as fit as he used to be, so having so many volts of electricity running through him was as exhausting as it was painful. I had them disposed of after Tamia's failure, he huffs out. Afton raises a brow. Huh? Did they get the same Burning Man treatment you gave Graham, or something else? Don't test me, Caesar. I'm still on the fence on removing your cancer, and to be honest, the thought of sending you back to the Legion without having it extracted is too funny a thought to reject. He warns. Caesar pales slightly at that. That would be a long and agonizing death sentence. That and his legacy would end like him, frail, weak, and forgettable. You have to understand. I spent enough resources on getting Tamia into House's good graces to buy an army. Cut the shit and tell me what you did to them, Afton growls, his finger hovering above the cell control panel. I had the children killed before their parents, the women violated before their crucified husbands, and after the troops were done with them, the wives joined their spouses. The only thing left of them now are ashes, so forget about ever recovering them, he states, his back straightening as he explains his punishment, as if he needed to be in a position of strength while recalling it. Afton nods. You're telling the truth. I'll be back to question you further. For now, I have things to do, he says before leaving. Once he's far enough away from Caesar, he calls out, GLaDOS, make sure his stay here is as uncomfortable as you can reasonably justify. Also, have Darla conduct some more tests on him. They don't need to make sense, only cause pain. Tell Caesar that it's all required to properly remove the tumor, he orders, wondering if the anger he felt right now would match Tamia's when he gives her the bad news. Understood, GLaDOS's robotic voice affirms from a nearby speaker. Chapter 4, 163. Morn. After Afton's long chat with Caesar, it wasn't difficult to locate Tamia. After all, he and GLaDOS did basically know about everything that happened in and around Big Mount. She's currently at the firing range with a bottle of beer in one hand and a gun in the other. Yeah, not a good combination. Fortunately, she's the only one present, or he'd be worried about someone getting shot. The firing range itself was way more technologically advanced than even America before the Great War would have had. Holographic targets would appear, and people could watch whoever was inside through a force field. Afton walks in and spots Tamia randomly shooting at a far-off target and missing it entirely. Huh, we can rule out alcohol from improving your aim then, he jokes with crossed arms. Tamia, surprised, whips around and fires at Afton, the bullet deflecting off of the force field as it makes a fizzling sound from the impact. Yeah, we'll take away points for awareness and reasoning too, he adds, miming writing notes on his hand. He shakes his head with a smirk. So why are you not chilling with the others? I'm quite proud of that pool, you know, he asks, deactivating the force field and walking towards her. I wanted to be alone, clear my mind, and whatever else you're supposed to do in a crisis. So, you know, get lost, she says sarcastically. Afton just sighs at her tone. GLaDOS, can I get a beer? He asks no one in particular, and a couple seconds later a panel opens up on the floor, revealing a rather lukewarm beer. You couldn't pull one from the back of the fridge, he asks in amusement, before shaking his head. Whatever, thanks, he says before sitting down on a desk that had some weapons Tamia was presumably trying out on lying on it. He flicks off the beer cap with his thumb and takes a sip before looking at Tamia. You can bullshit to the others, but I can tell when you're lying. You don't have to tell me anything, but I'm here to listen if you need me, Afton says while patting the space next to him. Tamia scoffs at him. You sure you're not just using this chance to hit on me? Afton smirks. Well, I'm tempted, but flirting can come later. For now, why don't you tell me what's bothering you? She shrugs her shoulders before walking over and sitting next to Afton, taking a sip of her beer as she does. To be honest, I'm still trying to process everything. It's not every day you have your life turned upside down. I reckon I'm the only person who has to mourn for people I didn't even know existed. People who might have been family. Afton raises a brow. Had he said anything about her family being killed yet? She gives a long sigh at his expression. You act like I'm stupid. Of course, Caesar wouldn't let them go after I vanished. They were his guarantee that I wouldn't leave or betray him. I vanished. So they vanished too. Tamia takes another sip, shaking her head before continuing. Anyway, how's the war looking? She asks, abruptly changing the subject. No, you aren't pulling that on me. You can't change the subject and hope we talk about something else. You have reasoned the fate of your family, but that doesn't mean it'll hurt any less, he says, dragging the matter at hand back, kicking and screaming. Tamia scowls. What else do you want me to say? I'm saddened by their loss. You want me to start crying on your shoulder or something? She drinks the last of her beer and tosses it at one of the metal walls, shattering it. Look, if this is your way of getting in my pants, then just say it. I'm too tired to care at this point. She accuses with a glare. I want to help you, for God's sake. Look, I know where this shit leads. An emotionally distraught person at a shooting range, combined with alcohol. There's only one way I can see this going, Tamia. You can accuse me of whatever you like, but doing nothing while one of my friends are like this would be despicable. There's nothing you can do, there's nothing anyone can do. My entire family is dead. So if I want to shoot myself, then it's my choice. You should just piss off and let your robots clean up the results. You're being stubborn and lashing out. Afton states, look, come with me and we'll go see the others. You shouldn't be alone right now. Well, I want to be alone. Unless you have some magical fucking doohickey that can give me my family back, I don't need your help, she exclaims. Afton sighs and paces slightly. He was supposed to come over here and report what he'd learned from Caesar, but Tamia is clearly too distraught right now to just tell her. He didn't think she'd off herself, but that didn't mean she wouldn't be driving herself crazy with the thought. That said, what would he do in this situation? He knew what it felt like to lose family, but losing a family he didn't know he had. Feeling emotions that seemed to spring up from nowhere. That was another ball game entirely. When his parents had died at the hands of the NCR, all he'd wanted to do was stew in his anger. If it weren't for Veronica, Miles, Melissa, and Ada, he might have been acting out like how Tamia was now. Regardless, he'd let her try to figure this out for now. Give her some time alone to dwell on the subject. He releases a long sigh. Fine. Be alone. Just know that if you need any help, come talk to one of us. None of us are psychologists, but most know a thing or two about loss, he says before beginning to leave. Once outside, he orders GLaDOS to keep an eye on Tamia to make sure she doesn't do something stupid. It was actually quite fortunate Tamia was spending her time in the shooting range, as it's probably one of the safest places. In big matte force field projectors were everywhere, and all could be activated almost instantly. GLaDOS would easily be able to stop Tamia if she tried anything nonsensically stupid. Chapter 4. 164. Laser Bomb. After Afton leaves, Tamia slumps against the table. She absolutely hated showing weakness to anyone. Injuries were one thing, but grief? Especially for people who she'd never met. It felt like she was acting like a child. Recent events had only hit her after dropping off Carlos at the apartments. It felt like a cold hand has gripped her heart and was trying to pull it out of her back. She was honestly a few insults away from breaking down into tears. To fix this, she tried man's most common solution to problems: alcohol and guns. The shooting range was pretty easy to find, with that GLaDOS robot giving directions, though it did try to persuade her not to fire weapons while drinking, and by persuade she meant spew a litany of incredibly creative insults that varied from her weight, looks, and mental capacity. It was more funny than it was hurtful, so Tamia just ignored it all and started self-medicating with alcohol and the smell of gunpowder. That's when Afton comes strolling in like he owns the place, which he probably does, and starts trying to get her to talk about her feelings or some shit. She'd tried to be polite at first, but the fact he was treating her like she was fragile glass was aggravating to no end. She wasn't weak. She didn't need help. Just time to process everything. Veronica had lost Christine, her lover, and she seemed fine. Boone had lost his wife and unborn child, yet he seemed fine. Even Afton, who'd lost both his parents and been thrown out of the Brotherhood, which for all intents and purposes was his family, acted fine. He seemed fine. Then why was it so different for her? Someone who could kill a man without batting her eyes was now struggling to deal with her grief for people she'd never met. Admittedly, she may have overreacted to Afton, biting his head off when he was trying to help. But what else did he expect? Suggesting that she might blow her own brains out. She had thought about it, but actually doing it never crossed her mind. She'd be fine. She just needed to do something to make her forget about it. She was tempted to go find Caesar and show her dissatisfaction with him, but she knew what Afton was doing to him was probably worse than anything she could come up with. Whatever, she'd apologize to Afton once she felt up to it. Elsewhere, Colonel Cassandra Moore walks around the utterly annihilated former wall belonging to the Legion. The melted metal remains and literally glassed sand promoted the theory that Parker and his group had dropped a nuclear bomb here. The only problem with it, however, was the severe lack of radiation. Had a nuke explode here, they'd have easily been able to find the radioactive material, yet there was none, meaning something else must have done this. "Any idea on what could have caused this, Professor?" she asked, thoroughly confused and worried about the weapons Parker had deployed here. The scientist looks over the notes he and many of their researchers had compiled while inspecting the place. He slaps the corner of the paper with a glare. "It just does not make sense. All of the damage we have found indicates that it was caused by something akin to laser weapons," he exclaims with an exasperated expression. Colonel Moore raises a brow. "You mean they detonated some kind of laser bomb?" she asks. The scientist nods with a slight shrug. "Everything indicates so. It would also explain the lack of radiation in the area, as well as the lack of damage elsewhere." She nods. "It would explain why a few of my guys were blinded by it." "Indeed. It would be like being shot in the eyes by miniature lasers. Forgive me, but are they still alive?" Moore nods again. "They are. They said they saw a bright flash through their scopes and then pain." "Would it be possible to contact Mr. Parker? Technology like this has never been discussed, let alone built." She shakes her head. "He's an incredibly dangerous individual who, intentionally or not, crippled some of my best men. Add his other crimes and there is no chance of redemption for him. Only the president might be able to do something. But I doubt he'd do that and risk the next election," he states. The scientist looks disappointed but gives a solemn nod before leaving. Moore looks to one of the nearby soldiers and gesture him closer. "Update Parker's file. The rest of the NCR needs to know the threat he poses. Hopefully they'll listen and not ignore it like all the other reports." She waves them off. The higher-ups had basically called her a liar when she'd reported what Parker had done. They couldn't seem to believe that a man and a small unit of people could single-handedly do what the NCR army could not. Add the fact Moore wasn't sure how they escaped with Caesar in hand, and the story becomes more and more unbelievable. From the radio chatter they'd picked up, it sounded like the Legion thought they had magic or something, being able to disappear at will. The only other thing they'd managed to uncover was the fact Afton Parker and another unknown person had almost single-handedly wiped out the Legion's forces in the Mojave. With impenetrable armor and powerful weaponry the Legion hadn't seen before, which isn't saying much. Moore felt like she was in some bad science fiction novel. Despite all this, though, there was still nothing she could do about Parker. She'd have to direct all of her forces to defend the canyon passage they'd managed to take from the Legion. Sparing any troops to try and attack Novak was a fool's errand, especially with how the Brotherhood of Steel had sprung up from nowhere and was now harassing the recently opened trade route. The only boon was the fact the Great Khans had seemingly stopped all aggression out of nowhere, which was a plus. She sighs and shakes her head. "Send a couple ranger squads to monitor Novak. I don't want to see a single thing leave without me knowing about it." Chapter 4, 165, Brothers in Peril. South of Black Mountain, where the hidden valley lies, sat what used to be an ordinary windy dust bowl. However, no longer is this the case. Around the various bunkers were many people in powder armor getting to work on various projects. Walls were still under construction, but what's built combined with the Brotherhood's firepower would most certainly keep all threats out. Even the army of super mutants north of the area didn't dare to show their green faces. A small group of scouts had made that mistake before, and now their burnt corpses serve as warning to the rest. Elder Hardin watches with crossed arms as the area's defenses are slowly set up. They'd stripped out all the turrets in the bunkers, functional and broken, and set them up around the place. Anyone or anything that approached without permission would be blasted to Kingdom Come. It had been a couple weeks since the Brotherhood had left the confines of the hidden bunker, and now Hardin was putting his long-thought-up plans into action. In only a few short days, they'd gone from isolationist scavengers to a real threat in the Mojave. The NCR had started using the Long 15 as their primary trade route, but not with the Brotherhood's presence. They'd managed to capture a number of caravans. No longer were they forced to scavenge. Instead, they'd be collecting taxes on the road they were protecting from the super mutants. That and waging war against their old enemies was inevitable. There had been a few attacks from the NCR, but they had easily been fended off without casualties on the Brotherhood's end. Still, despite getting almost everything he'd yearned for years for, one thing niggled in the back of his mind: the traitor, Afton Parker. Indeed, almost everyone in the chapter had heard of the recent incident involving him, the NCR, and the Legion. Most were happy that their enemy had taken such crippling damage, and a few even wanted to bring Afton back into the fold. But Hardin didn't belong to either group. The sting he felt at the memory of being beaten by a boy with no armor was as raw as ever. Were they not in such a perilous position, he'd elect to send some paladins after him. Unfortunately, they didn't have the hands to spare for such a task. Add the fact it'd cause Afton's friends to kick up a fuss, it wasn't worth the effort. Still, Hardin had been alleviating his anger by sending those formerly affiliated with him on particularly dangerous missions. They may have been friends once, but no one disrespects him and gets away with it. Elsewhere, Miles and Melissa hide behind cover as bullets impact the boulder they were hiding behind. They'd just be trying to requisition some goods from a caravan when a group of NCR troopers ambushed them. Fortunately, they had been wearing their power armor when it happened. Otherwise, both would have acquired a new facial feature in the form of a large hole. The rest of their squad were nearby, slowly picking off targets. But this still wasn't what they'd expected from their first official mission out of the bunker. "Think every mission is going to be like this from now on?" Miles asks as rock bounces off the top of his helmet. "Probably. Hardin's become such a hard ass. I'm supposed to be assisting Taggart, but he sends me out with you anyway," Melissa complains. Miles just shakes his head. "Look, let's just get through this, and we can ask him about it afterwards," he states before looking around as the firing stops momentarily. Realizing the enemy was probably reloading or distracted, he hops over the rock and starts firing with his Gauss rifle, all the while Melissa was following close behind, providing support. Elsewhere, it's been a couple days since the capture of Caesar, as people over the radio had been calling it. Afton was currently heading up to the sink to see how progress on Carl was going. Carl's daughter Caroline had woken up yesterday and was slowly but surely recovering, much to the relief of everyone involved. Obviously, she was having difficulties reintegrating into regular society, if life in Big Memt could be called that. Her time among the Legion had brought a litany of things that she'd need to work through. An example of this would be her unconscious, utter subservience towards any man who asks her something. She's aware of it, but only recognizes what done or how she'd acted after the fact. While it might be amusing for pranks, it certainly wasn't for Caroline, who became distraught whenever it occurred. It's so bad that it happened even with her son, Carlos. Afton shakes his head at the thought. Hopefully Carl would be able to help her. If anyone stood a chance, it'd definitely be him. Before he reaches his destination, however, he spots a notification appearing in his peripheral. Stats. Perks. 3. Mutations. Apparently he'd unlocked 3 perks without realizing it. After thinking about it for a moment, he realizes that yes, he'd forgotten that reaching above 10 in any stat would grant a perk. Last time he'd gotten the Goliath title, not all that exciting, but perhaps the new ones would be. For reaching superhuman levels in perception, endurance, and agility, you receive 3 perks. Bullet time. Once a day time will substantially slow down in response to a threat. This lasts for 10 seconds. Afton smirks at the Vault Boy wearing a trench coat leaning backwards to dodge bullets next to the perk. As for the perk, there wasn't all that much to say about it, other than the fact he'd added yet another defensive ability to his arsenal. Freezer style. Your endurance had reached superhuman levels. Allows user to hold their breath for extended periods of time. Become resistant to starvation and dehydration. Pressure, temperature, and potentially even the void of space. This time the Vault Boy was looking strikingly similar to a certain white and purple alien. Afton wondered how effective the perk actually was. It didn't provide any concrete numbers, which was expected as it was hard to quantify starvation. Plus, holding his breath was probably based on his endurance stat anyway. Cat's agility. Makes user completely immune to fall damage. Gross, he mutters as he spots a Vault Boy dressed in incredibly tight-looking female leathers. Was it trying to dress up like Catwoman? He shakes his head and turns his attention back to the perk. Yeah, it's OP. He could now jump out of a plane and hit the floor like a missile and still be completely fine. In fact, that might be a good strategy in the future, though it would become a problem if his allies thought they could do the same. Chapter 4, 166. Familial Attachments. Afton nods to himself as he inspects the perks. He pulls up the rest of his status to see just how different everything was. Afton Parker. Title: Executioner of the Wastes. Free Sheriff. Fiend's Fiend. Goliath. Steel Waste. Well-meaning disaster. Level 51. Points 0. SPECIAL. Strength 13. Perception 12. Endurance 12. Charisma 7. Intelligence 9. Agility 12. Luck 7. Skills. Barter 21. Energy. Weapons 100. Explosives 100. Guns 100. Lockpick 94. Medicine 100. Melee weapons 100. Repair 100. Science 100. Sneak 100. Speech 100. Survival 100. Unarmed 100. Mutations: Beauveria mordicana symbiotica. A mutated strain of a very deadly and infectious fungus. Makes possessor immune to all diseases and poisons. Grants +1 end. Grants regenerative abilities. Beauveria mordicana armamini. Your right arm has regrown and become stronger than before. +4 DT against damage dealt towards the arm and +20% resistance against being crippled. Beauveria mordicana firmissimi anguli. Enables user to manipulate their arm into a variety of shapes. Perks: trigger discipline, heavy-handed, rapid reload, torture techniques, educated, John Wick style, toughness, stonewall, sniper, bug stomper, Lord Death Vi 3, spies guys, quick draw, adamantium skeleton, ranger tactics, ranger targeting, ranger awareness, mechanicus, jury rigging, super hot block, solar powered, miracle maker, unnerving presence, living anatomy, agility implant, masterful movement, blur, uncivilized weapon, rad absorption, tough guy, nuclear friendly, explorer, eureka, atomic, grit, alertness, abominable V3, fight the power, tremble before me, meltdown, explu scion, lady killer, big-brained, reinforced spine, implant M5, implant C13, implant Y7, cure for the curious, perception implant, endurance implant, danger sense, a pool of dead, charisma implant, intelligence implant, luck implant, the cyberpunk, luck of the draw, second apocalypse, stay the path, bullet time, freezer style, cat's agility. Companion perks: old wisdom, spotter, persistent escapee, still jam, enhanced sensors, protagonist, a penchant for fisting. Once he reaches the sink, he looks at Medi but is confused to find the autodock empty. Carl wasn't inside it, meaning he'd either died and been disposed of, which wasn't likely due to the fact Carl's companion perk was still active. Or, hey, I got another tune that might suit you, fella. The voice of blind Diode Jefferson sounds out from the next room as an old jazz song begins playing. Afton peeks his head around the door and spots Carl sitting in a high-tech-looking wheelchair while bobbing his head lightly to the music. The music abruptly cuts off, however, as the jukebox seems to spot him. Hey. Seems like you've got a visitor. Carl looks over his shoulder and spots Afton. He uses a small control panel with his left hand and turns the wheelchair around. Kid, so you've decided to visit me. About time. Afton raises a brow. How long have you been awake? I told GLaDOS to notify me. Ah, my bad, he mutters. GLaDOS had tried to contact him a couple hours ago, but he was too busy working on the Ultra Chainsword to listen. Seems like he'd gotten caught up in work again. He scratches the back of his head and gives an apologetic smile. Sorry about that. Carl nods and flexes his calf slightly, but looks down in irritation when nothing happens. Fucking shit, he grumbles. Feels like I've still got both legs. Did you just try to kick me? Afton asks, amused and feeling slightly grim at his friend's state. Carl leans over and picks up a glass that had presumably had water in it before throwing it at Afton. Damn straight I tried to kick you. How is my kid doing? She's fine. Why didn't you go down to see her? He asks. Carl gives a mock laugh. Yeah, you're very funny. How am I going to get down the stairs in a wheelchair? Afton rubs his face. Carl, you're in one of the most technologically advanced places on Earth. You think we can't design a wheelchair that can go down steps? No, Carl retorts. Thanks for keeping him company, Jefferson. For now we're going to visit his kid. Afton waves off as he begins pushing the wheelchair towards the winding staircase. Hell no. You trying to kill me, kid? Hey now, Jayet, just stop, he pleads as they get closer and closer to the staircase. Even the controls for the wheelchair don't work as GLaDOS disabled them while Afton's pushing. The wheelchair tilts as it reaches the stairs. Carl closes his eyes and braces himself as he's finally pushed down the stairs. The tumbling and certain death he expects never comes, though. He opens his eyes and spots that he and Afton are slowly descending. He looks over and gapes as it spots the many thin legs extended from the wheels that were carrying him. The fuck kind of madhouse is this place? Legs on wheels? Why? Afton snorts. Wheels are less energy-intensive than legs. Plus, I think it would look very, very creepy if it only walked around. Add the fact you've only got one hand to control it, and shit gets complicated. Soon enough, they reach the bottom of the stairs and head through the think tank to get outside. Carl squints as the sun hits his face, but gives a small smile as he spots the apartments in the distance. Already he could see many people milling around. Many familiar faces were currently around the pool. Caroline was resting on one of the beach chairs, slowly recovering from her injuries. People notice as Afton pushes Carl towards them, and eventually they reach the pool. Pool-goers, I present to you Dirt Carl, replacement of Dirt Bird and Dirt Hog, he jokes. You better take that back. I've seen what happens to everything you call that. I ain't going near another grenade, I'll tell you that, Carl sarcastically exclaims as their friends approach. Boone pats Carl on the shoulder while the others show their relief at his recovery. Once all of them clear, though, Caroline steps forwards with Carlos in hand. The boy was still wet from having just gotten out of the pool, and he looked pretty timid at actually talking to his grandpa. Their encounter at the fort didn't really count in his mind. I'm so glad you're okay, Dad. Caroline leans down and gives a tight hug to Carl, tight enough to even put her stitches at risk of tearing. Carl reciprocates with both arms, even the one currently lacking a hand. Ah, sweetheart, you know I wouldn't leave you so easily. I ain't going nowhere. She pulls away after a moment and wraps her arm around Carlos. Dad, I want you to properly meet your grandson, Carlos. Carl looks down at Carlos appraisingly. Caroline urges her son forwards. Come on, say hi to your grandpa. Hi, to young boy timidly says, and Carl grins, resting his hand on the boy's head. You've been taking care of your mom while I was out, right? Carlos nods. I have. Carl ruffles his hair. Good, otherwise I'd give you a spanking you'd not forget. Remember that. Afton watches with crossed arms as Carl begins getting reacquainted with his family, though his gaze was constantly drawn towards his limbs and the wheelchair. He wonders how far along the various projects working on cybernetics are. Perhaps Carl would get back his legs sooner than anyone thought possible. Chapter 4. 167 Bulwark. It's been a couple weeks since Caesar's capture, and things hadn't really changed. Carl was now out and about, exploring Big Mat with his family and getting some quality time with them. And the others were similarly taking this all like a vacation. Afton wasn't sure how vacations around the Mojave worked, but he imagined none would be so long and relaxing as the time they'd spent in Big Mountain. That said, it wasn't as if Afton was doing nothing alongside them. He was working on a couple projects while things to have temporarily calmed down, the Ultra Chainsword and the new vehicle that would replace Dirt Hog. Yeah, he was pretty pissed that his recent vehicle had been destroyed so quickly, but he supposed it was for a good cause. His plans for the new vehicle would involve building one from the ground up, and it wouldn't resemble a regular car anymore. Instead of wheels, he'd use treads. He'd also make it large enough to carry heavy ordnance. Essentially, he'd be making a bigger, better tank than even the NCR had access to. That was still a work in progress, however. Fortunately, he'd had a Eureka-bee moment while testing out his Ultra Chainsword. He'd been testing how magnets interacted with energy blades and found that they altered the trajectory of it, not enough to disrupt the circuit, but enough to form different shapes without moving the projectors. Now, this would usually be useless for creating a chains word, but Afton was nothing if not motivated. Thus, the current prototype in his hand. It wasn't activated yet, so it just looked like a long machete without a blade. Near the hilt and point were small ball-like projectors that had formed the blade. He presses the switch on the handle, which causes the purple blade to burst to life. Usually, it'd be completely straight, running from one projector to the next, like a circuit. But now, with the assistance of two magnets, it had two pointy protrusions. It kinda looked like a heartbeat monitor, if he were honest. This isn't all, though. He presses another switch which starts rapidly moving each magnet up and down the blade. The two pointy protrusions begins rapidly oscillating up and down the blade like a wave. Eventually, the magnets got fast enough that the wave was constantly intersecting with the other, essentially creating the teeth of a chainsaw. Afton holds it out and drops a piece of metal on it, grinning from ear to ear when it's cleanly sliced in half. That hadn't been any ordinary piece of metal. That was a titanium alloy, one of the strongest materials aside from saturnite that humanity is currently able to produce. Sure, it had been quite a thin bar, but the test checks out regardless. Afton laughs and points the newly made weapon up at the sky. I have the power, Is user having a psychotic break? Nix interrupts his reverie. He'd forgotten that she basically always accompanied him and was now incredibly embarrassed for showing his AI such a side of himself. No. I was just testing out a theory that may or may not have shot me with lightning and given me some fetish wear. Should I book a session with someone, user? He lets out a sigh. Never mind. He mutters before turning his attention back towards the Ultra Chains word. It still wasn't completely finished, if he were honest. It was bare bones to show proof of concept, so he'd need to make another with proper metals, better capacitors, and better aesthetics. Which actually brings him to his next conundrum. He, his group, and Big Empt as a whole did not have an official name yet. They were powerful enough to be a separate faction in their own right, but he'd just never considered or taken the time to think about it. He needed a logo to stamp all of their technology with, as well as a name everyone could refer to as their faction. After all, he'd be pretty pissed if people started mistaking him as the Brotherhood or the Enclave. As far as Afton was concerned, he, his people, and his tech were far, far superior to whatever both factions could cobble together. Afton sat around the sink for a couple hours, just thinking about it when he finally decides. The Big Mat logo was simply two intersecting hexagons. Everything in Big Mat was already associated with it, so there was no real point in removing it. Thus, he decides to integrate it into the new logo. He makes a quick sketch, which is pretty poor despite what his stats may indicate, and holds it up with an appraising eye. The logo he'd drawn has two intersecting hexagons of the big empty logo, except that there is something inside each of them. The smaller rightmost hexagon contains an eye, not too dissimilar to the one the Illuminati supposedly used. The bigger leftmost hexagon has two futuristic rifles crossing one another with a Space Marine helmet resting in front of them. Yeah, it looks damn intimidating, but that's what he was going for. Afton was pretty happy with the logo, but the name was another story entirely. He needed something recognizable, easily distinguishable, and different from what the others' faction have. NCR, Legion, Brotherhood of Steel, Enclave. All roll off of the tongue quite easily and wouldn't be difficult for the brainless citizens of whatever inbred city to pronounce. He goes through a number of names, most pretty much stealing from the Brotherhood of Steel. He was tempted to use something from 40K, but decided that he was tempting fate far too much with that. Eventually, though, after writing down a bunch of names that may or may not have already belonged to someone, he decides on something. Bulwark. Easy to pronounce, short and concise, promotes the cause he wishes the faction to commit themselves to, and it holds no negative connotations. Afton shrugs to himself as he looks it over. Good enough. Chapter 4, 168, Command over Freedom. The introduction of the faction new branding was more or less taken well. In all honesty, nobody really cared about what represented them as long as it wasn't a hammer and sickle or a swastika. Afton could agree with the sentiment, but as the leader of Bulwark, he had to take things a little more seriously than them. The scientists in the think tank were happy that he'd taken aspects from the Big Emmet logo, as it showed he and they wouldn't forget their origins. While a few of them were tired and jaded, they still respected the institution that had literally made them. Other than that, not much else happened aside from stamping the logo on everything reasonable. Though Afton may have taken it slightly too far when he stamped Tamia on the forehead when she came to apologize to him. He'd been forced to apologize by gifting her an Ultra Chainsword. Fortunately, he'd been meaning to do that regardless, so he didn't lose much aside from some pride. That said, Tamia did need to go and meet Mr. House soon. I doubt the man had been expecting her to skive off for a couple weeks before actually bothering to come to him. Fortunately, Afton had located a couple spots in Freeside where they could teleport without attracting too much attention. He was still wary of sending her out so soon, especially after he'd broken the news of what Caesar had actually done to her family, but she seemed to have recovered relatively quickly after some sessions with Caesar himself. After all, there's nothing more cathartic than some good old revenge. By the time she left his cell, Caesar was missing all of his limbs. This wasn't too terrible, as Afton had already recovered all the information he wanted from the man, so his usefulness was at its end. Despite that, though, Afton was still keeping him around for a certain project. It was still in its beta phase, but Afton was sure it would advance their technology as a whole, along with helping out a number of people within Big Mend. While Tamia, Veronica, and Anya were headed to meet with House, Afton turns his attention towards Novak. Fortunately, the town hadn't been attacked while they were busy bullying the Legion, but that didn't mean no one had made any hostile actions. The NCR, for instance, had set up a large number of ranger patrols around the area, presumably to try and stop them from receiving any supplies. Obviously, that didn't work, as everything was teleported into the town. It was still bothersome, though, to know that the NCR still wished to capture him and his people, even despite the power they displayed only recently. As Novak was Bulwark's only real foothold in the Mojave, he'd start pulling out all the stops to make sure it stays, well, there. There wouldn't be much he could do with it if it turned into a radioactive crater after all. The townsfolk had basically all accepted to be under Bulwark's wing, even if most didn't understand what the function of Bulwark actually was. Afton didn't bother explaining it either, as eventually their actions would speak for them. It wasn't as if the townsfolk could refuse assimilation into the new faction either, as Afton was the one providing all their food, water, and other supplies. Unless they wanted to take the risk of being captured by the NCR, they were stuck under his control. As for how he was going to help Novak, well, first of all, he was going to upgrade those scrap heap walls that had been set up around the town. Sure, it was useful when they first started rebelling, but now it was a hindrance and blocking them from building anything better. The wall was made from old ruined cars, scrap metal, and anything else people could cobble together. Afton had a couple choices on how to deal with it. The first would be to remove the wall entirely and build a new one from there. However, this would be incredibly expensive and resource-intensive, not to mention risky, as they'd be deconstructing their own defenses under the enemy's nose. The second option was the one Afton was leaning towards: upgrading the current wall. He already had an idea on how to achieve this too. He'd pour molten iron into the gaps of the wall. Once it hardens, it'd basically be impenetrable. Sure, it'd use a lot of metal, but not as much as building a new wall would be. Plus, it'd allow them to upgrade it without removing their own defenses. On the more offensive side of things, he decided to show his middle finger to the mercenaries that had attacked them previously. He did this by deconstructing the lightning-firing arc rifle that they'd left behind and creating automatic arc gun turrets around the walls. Afton wasn't actually sure what the weapon was called, but arc rifle made the most sense to him. In all honesty, it was far more powerful than it should have any right to. The energy consumption was a slight problem, but its sheer power and ability to utterly decimate power armor made up for it. Indeed, it was a surprise to Afton as well when he tried testing it on power armor. It didn't damage the armor all that much aside from scorching it, but the internal systems were another matter entirely. If a regular Brotherhood of Steel T-51B suit of power armor were hit, it'd essentially act as an EMP blast on the area that was hit, permanently frying the systems while literally frying the person still inside the armor. This might even be a problem against Afton's own power armor, as the blasts of electricity would rapidly head up the saturninite plating. Though, with his new perk freezer style, he was far more resistant to heat than he'd otherwise be. But that didn't stop anyone else wearing the armor from being cooked to a crisp. Obviously, he'd have to take all of this into account when designing the next set of armor. He hadn't been worried about it, as he didn't expect the Legion to find and use its weakness, but their stupidity likely wouldn't affect the other factions when it came down to it. Afton sighs and leans back in his chair. When did everything become so hard? When you took responsibility for Big Mountain and the town of Novak, user, Nick states, allowing Afton to groan in affirmation. Chapter 4, 169. New Era. Tamia, Veronica, and Anya all walk through the doors of the Lucky 38 and approach the elevator. Getting onto the strip had been slightly more annoying than it usually is, mainly due to the NCR soldiers doing their best to harass them. Obviously, they couldn't do anything overtly hostile, as it had become a political incident between the NCR and Mr. House, which would definitely be a big deal, but that didn't stop a few outliers from causing trouble. After all, the NCR could just play it off as if it were just some bad apples. Tamia still wasn't feeling all that great due to recent events, so when she pulled out her new Ultra Chains word and threatened to castrate a few NCR soldiers, she meant business. Regardless, once they reached the Newvegas gates, the rather different-looking Securitrons let them inside without a hassle. The group ride up on the elevator and Tamia leaves Veronica and Anya in the presidential suite as she speaks to House. Once she arrives at the penthouse, she's greeted and led by Jane, House's sex bot, if you could call it that. She steps out before the giant screen with House's face plastered across it and crosses her arms. "I'm here, House, so stop giving me the silent treatment," she says, semi-sarcastically after a momentary silence. Oh? My apologies. I must have blanked out for a moment. You see, I seem to recall asking you to return to me, and yet, I hope you have a proper explanation for your absence. Perhaps you were abducted by aliens. Or were you in a coma for some inexplicable reason? He pointedly asks. For your information, I was taking some time off. I'd only recently found out that I had, and lost my family, so I felt I was justified, she states. You may very well have been, but that doesn't change the fact that you disobeyed me. You are lucky your absence wasn't too disruptive to my plans, otherwise I'd have actually planned some punishment for you. Tamia scowls. You say that like I'm not integral to your plans, House. You can bitch and threaten all you like, but if you try anything, I'm gone. I don't need to put up with your shit, she threatens. It's good that you have a backbone. Too many of my previous associates would bend the knee and lick my boots at any mention of punishment. This isn't to say that I'm happy about your absence, but I suppose a vacation was well in your purview, especially with the rather exemplary work you've done thus far. I admit, I had not expected you to be able to gain access to the bunker and live. Tamia shrugs. I expected as much. That's the main reason why we were so heavy-handed. House allows himself a light chuckle. I would not call capturing Caesar, a tyrant ruling a large empire, from within his own base of operations just heavy-handed. It wasn't intentional. What's up with your Securitrons, by the way? She asks, curious. I had been meaning to show you to fruits of your labor. The Platinum chip is a data storage device, and it contained the upgrades I had intended to be made before the war. That did not happen for obvious reasons. Now is a good time, I think, to show you. Jane, please lead our guest to the showroom, would you? As you wish, dear, the robot says before departing with Tamia in tow. She's led to the elevator and taken to some part of the basement. She's walked into a pitch-black room, but once inside, the light abruptly turn on and blare from the roof, revealing the area. She was standing on some kind of observation panel overlooking some kind of shooting range with two Securitrons. A large blue force field separates her from them, and she wonders if House had been in contact with the think tank before the war. Approach the demonstration area for me, if you would. House's voice asks over the intercom. She does as he asks, and he continues. I expect you're more than familiar with my Securitrons by now. You've seen the factory under the fort, and the limit change to my robots. However, the changes do not simply extend to the picture displayed on their screens. he states. The two Securitrons begin firing at one another as he speaks. Titanium alloy housing, 9mm submachine gun, and Gatling laser are among what you have already likely seen. This makes them useful for small to medium-level combat situations. However, this is not all they are capable of. At least, not anymore. What you have seen are only their secondary weapons, as their software was only the MK1 version. Again, I had intended to get all of this finished before the bombs dropped, but my calculations were slightly off on the time I had. Regardless, now that you've completed your task, all of my Securitrons now have access to their complete capabilities. The shoulder panels of the Securitrons open up as they begin firing at the wall, but what Tamiya didn't expect was for them to be firing missiles. Boom, 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 boom. A volley of missiles fires from each Securitron far faster than any regular rocket launcher was capable of. Their rate of fire reminded her far more of what she'd heard the NCR's few rocket artillery vehicles could do. Needless to say, she doubted that even someone in full Brotherhood power armor could handle such an attack. The M235 missile launchers gives my Securitrons the ability to effectively fight medium to long-range ground and air targets. That isn't all, however, he says as the Securitrons raise their manipulators and points them at a nearby wall. Duke, 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 duke. Bang, 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 bang. Tamiya's eyes almost bulge from their sockets as she watches the utter destruction these robots were now capable of. They didn't just have incredibly powerful missile launchers, but grenade launchers as well. The rapid-fire G-28 grenade launching system ensures the Securitron's effectiveness at even close ranges. The shrapnel caused would only cause glancing blows on themselves, allowing them to utterly annihilate anyone or anything stupid enough to approach. Of course, all potential risks are negated as the software allows my Securitrons to fully utilize their onboard auto-repair systems. All in all, every Securitron had seen a 400% increase in individual combat capabilities. This does not include their onboard tactic, teamwork, and log systems, which I imagine could turn the tide of any war. Chapter 470, Allies and Enemies. Tamiya nervously swallows and rubs her hands together. This wasn't what I was expecting, she admits. House's light laughter echoes over the intercom. You see, that's the best part. No one expects this. Neither the NCR or Legion are aware that I currently have thousands of Securitrons hidden under the fort, a throwing distance away from the Hoover Dam. I could probably take it with only the Securitron currently active in Newvegas. But as you know, I am a cautious man. Come, meet me back in the penthouse so we can properly discuss our future actions, House says as he cuts off the intercom, leaving Tamiya sheepishly standing there. She almost jumps out of her skin when Jane's voice asks behind her, "Are you coming, dear?" Yes, I am," she stiffly says before following. Tamiya quickly finds herself standing back before the screen depicting House, though her attitude had had a remarkable change from usual. She'd always assumed that she, with her allies like Afton and Veronica, would be able to handle anything House might try to do. But with the man's recent display of sheer power, she wasn't so confident anymore. The only thing that put her at ease was the fact House still needed her, though for what she assumed she was about to find out. "So what's the plan? I know you want Newvegas to be independent, so are you going to wipe out the other factions, or—" House scoffs. "Not right now, no. NCR citizens provide almost all of the income Newvegas makes. If I declared war on them, that would stop immediately. Afterwards, they'd stop us from receiving any power from Hoover Dam, halting everything until I either managed to capture the dam or until my Securitrons ran out of charge. No, this needs to be done smartly and methodically. I haven't been planning this for centuries just to falter here. The first thing we need to do is to secure allies. You have already done a remarkable job by allying yourself with Afton Parker, though the fact I am not entirely aware of the extent of his capabilities and influence makes me wary of relying on him." Tamiya shakes her head. "As long as you treat Afton fairly, he's a reliable guy. I'm not able to tell you what I know of him, as it'd be a breach of trust, but he is definitely someone you want on your side," she states, her confidence more than surprising House. The fact she was still this confident in his capabilities after he'd displayed his new Securitrons meant that there was more to Parker than met the eye. Add that House couldn't find out how Afton and his group had escaped the fort with Caesar in hand, made him wary of deciding how to deal with him. We'll speak on the topic of Afton Parker at a later date. For now, we should discuss other potential allies. Tamia thinks for a moment. Before pulling up her Pip-Boy, Afton had helpfully uploaded most known locations in the Mojave to it, while giving her a brief overview of the place. Though the talk had essentially been, that place is fucked, fucked. That place is full of deathclaws, ghouls, fucked, cannibals, radioactive, fucked, etc. Despite this, she had still learned a couple interesting facts. She looks to House. Well, I'm not sure on what you're exactly looking for, but I know there are two communities of super mutants that may jump at the chance of legitimization, she explains. I am aware of the mutants atop Black Mountain. They are savages that are barely being kept at bay, formerly by the NCR, and now the new Brotherhood of Steel outpost. What is this other group you speak of? It's called Jacobtown. I haven't personally visited it, but apparently it's a peaceful town made almost entirely of super mutants. House goes silent momentarily in contemplation. That is interesting. I do not hold any prejudicial views against mutants, but I must think of the consequences of bringing them into the fold. What do you think the Brotherhood of Steel's reaction would be when hearing about a nation of mutants? I am not sure Newvegas could defend against the entire might of their forces, he explains. Tamia nods, knowing that even the small chapter Afton and Veronica had belonged to were incredibly effective combatants. She couldn't imagine what an entire army of them would look like. If not Jacobstown, who do you have in mind? Currently, I have a number of groups listed as potential allies. Isolationist explosive experts, savage yet somewhat civil tribes, independent towns. Let's start at the top of the list first, shall we? There is a group known as the Boomers, a group of former vault dwellers who'd left the confines of their home and stumbled upon an airbase. I have not managed to find a lot of information about them, but they have many powerful weapons. Among them are included artillery, missile launchers, grenade launchers, and perhaps more. All the spies I sent weren't even able to get inside, as they bombard any unfortunate travel who wanders into their line of sight. Tamia raises a brow. Wait, they shoot at everyone they see. Isn't that a massive waste of ammunition? Indeed, you would think that. But after the first couple groups found themselves decorating the landscape, no one else dared enter into the Boomers' territory. I suspect they have preserved more ammunition this way than if they had been forced to protect themselves from attack. Their isolationist attitude has served them well, but such a group cannot exist in the Mojave I wish to create. They will either have to become allies or enemies. Why do they have to choose, though? Wouldn't it be best to just leave them alone rather than making enemies? Tamia asks. Tamia, the Boomers are almost capable of bombarding the Newvegas Strip from their territory. All it would take is for them to elect a more combative leader and to upgrade their weapons slightly to put everyone at risk. Even I would not be completely safe. As you well know, the Lucky 38 would make an incredibly easy target. Chapter 4, 171. Mode, Mob. Tamia raises a brow at his words. The Boomers were almost able to attack Newvegas, even from so far away. That's a huge range, as well as a risk to any faction if their opposition allied or managed to take over the Boomers. Why haven't you done anything about them yet? I bet with enough caps you could do anything, and you aren't exactly running out. You're right, but the risk of something going terribly wrong would be extraordinarily high. If I bought the services of many mercenaries, all it would take is one over-eager fool to ignite a full-blown conflict. Instead, I wish to send you in, someone whom I trust and has shown an incredibly reliable work ethic. Tamia smirks while shaking her head at House. Dar, you're going to make me blush, she sarcastically says. Humph, indeed. Well, enough of this. I've explained what your mission is, and I hope to see it completed soon. It is only the start of my plans, and we need to be relatively quick before others begin noticing that things are accelerating, he states. Tamia just nods and heads back to the presidential suite, where Veronica and Anya are to explain what they'd be trying to do now. Elsewhere, Terence King sighs as he tilts his hat forwards to shield him from the sun. He was honestly beginning to wonder if becoming a manager in the Silver Rush was actually worth the pay raise. Behind him was a small contingent of men in heavy combat armor, all wielding plasma weaponry. The Van Graffs have many enemies, so having so many capable bodyguards was a must. Not that Terence was complaining, whatever made him safer was good in his books. He looks up and squints at the fortress a mile or so down the road. Getting to this position already had been an annoying venture, so hopefully it'd be worth the effort. The NCR squads watching the area had actually tried to persuade him to leave, as it was for his safety. Of course, Terence knew otherwise. The NCR just didn't want Novak, or more specifically, want the new faction Bulwark to begin trading with the Silver Rush. They had attempted to block the caravan, but once Terence rinsed them out for breaking their own laws, they quickly backpedaled. The Silver Rush was immune to the NCR's attempts to block, hold, or acquisition their caravan, as they denied all protections they supposedly provided. The Silver Rush could protect themselves, and didn't need to beg the NCR to do it for them. Daisy had been sipping some tea Afton had provided her while looking over the various reports that had been collected around Novak. They listed things for current satisfaction of life, health status, fears, hopes, etc. It was a pretty good way of judging what could be improved and who needed help. Afton had come up with it and provided the supplies to everyone so they could air their grievances. The only issue she had with it was that she was the only one who could look over each one. The door suddenly opens and a militiaman walks in with an odd look. "Mayor, a caravan has stopped outside the gates, and we barely managed to stop the automatic weapons from vaporizing them." Daisy snorts, "Dear, why couldn't you just let it happen and help me avoid the paperwork?" She jokes, and the man sheepishly nods with a mock laugh. Seeing this, Daisy just sighs and stands, grabbing a strange-looking phone with a large antenna attached to the top of it before heading towards the gate. She clicks a button on it and waits a moment for the static to clear up. "We've got some caravanners outside the gates if you're interested in turning up," she simply says. "Beach. All right, no need to get snippy. I'll be there." "I wouldn't be snippy if you didn't drop all this work on my shoulders. I'm an old lady, I'll have you know. Wasn't there a saying about respecting your elders?" "There is, but you're old enough to be a great-grand elder, which automatically voids you from the saying. Anyway, I'll be there." "Bizchi." Daisy gives a half-smile. "That boy," she mutters before walking over to the open-roofed supply house. Once inside, she waits a couple moments until a lightning bolt bursts from the sky and strikes the floor, revealing Afton standing there in his typical strange black and white armor. "Great-grand elder, she drawls as Afton looks around the area for any threats. You know I was just joking, right, Auntie?" She harumphs and shakes her head before walking out towards the gate. Afton quickly catches up, and the two talk about Novak until they reach their destination. Once there, Afton's eyes narrow as he looks over the gate, Van Graff's. "Did they say what they were here for?" he asks a nearby guard. The man nods. "They said they wanted to begin trade relations with Novak." "Do you know them?" Daisy asks with a small gesture at the caravan. Afton sighs. "Van Graff's part traders, part mobsters. There's a saying in Freeside that people only live because the Van Graffs allow them to. That isn't exactly an over-exaggeration from what I've heard either. The group seem to get away with any crime with minimal consequences. My personal guess is that they have people in high places in the NCR government," he states. Daisy raises a brow, apparently never having heard of them. "Why would they be here then?" "Our hostility to the NCR is well known at this point." Afton shrugs. Novak, for all intents and purposes, in an independent town, the reason the NCR is hostile is because Novak refuses to pay taxes and harbors criminals, i.e. me and my group. Law-wise, I think this would be a grey area. Ignoring the fact the Van Graffs probably want ties with Bulwark, though. Whether they want my tech or something else, I have no idea. Chapter 4, 172, Business Ladder. "So how do you want to do this?" Afton asks Daisy. "The situation will be drastically different depending on who they're speaking to." He explains. Daisy waves him off. "It isn't as if Novak can trade without your assistance. Regardless of what may happen, they'll be trading with you if that's where it leads." Afton just gives a short nod and leans over the wall, looking over at the group of Van Graafs that by the looks on their faces didn't know how close they'd come to complete and utter annihilation earlier. "Yo, I'm Afton Parker. Who am I speaking with?" he quickly asks. A man separate from the rest due to his lack of combat armor steps forth. "Hello, I'm Terence King, manager of the Freeside Silver Rush. I was hoping we could open up negotiations for potential trade agreements. Could we perhaps discuss this inside? My throat isn't built for such an exhaustive conversation," he shouts. Afton smirks. "I don't know. This way I can at least tell that you're putting some effort in," he says, silently laughing at the indignant looks on the man's face. Look, I'm here on serious business, so could we stop with the jokes and actually get down to it?" Terence asks, but is insulted further by the fact Afton was currently looking down appraisingly at his nails as if something more fascinating than whatever he had to say was present. Afton looks up after a moment of silence. Oh, were you done? Okay, well, if you, the Silver Rush, or the Van Graafs want to do business, then just tell me what you want. I'm not going to play who's got the biggest dick, even if I'd win, so what do you want? Terence glances back at his bodyguards and releases a long sigh. Apparently, Parker was a lot more difficult than he'd been led to believe. The Silver Rush is hoping to trade our impressive and reliable arsenal of energy weapons with you. Also, I do not know what the Van Graafs have to do with me, but I heard they were looking for a problem solver, whatever that means. The Silver Rush wants to separate itself from the Van Graafs? Obviously, that's a political maneuver. The Van Graafs are a well-known crime family, so if they want to promote the Silver Rush as a reliable business partner, then they'd need to distinguish themselves, even if the Van Graafs own them. "What do you want for your weapons?" Afton asks. The Silver Rush's energy weapons wouldn't be better than the ones he and Bulwark can provide, but that doesn't mean they wouldn't be useful. He might even be able to outfit his own robot army with powerful plasma weapons. Terence smiles. "That's what we were hoping to discuss," he states ambiguously. Afton just shakes his head. His answer solves it all. Silver Rush and the Van Graafs want Bulwark's technology. No doubt they'd heard what they'd done to the Legion recently. Afton was willing to bet his left testicle that it was his power armor they wanted. The exclusivity of it would be enough to make them salivate alone, and that was ignoring the potential combat capabilities it presents. Something that did catch his interest was this problem solver the Van Graafs needed. It wasn't as if they lacked firepower. This group alone could probably take out a super mutant behemoth if they fought intelligently. Afton glances at the guard next to him. "I'm not opening the gate for these chuckle fucks. Bring the ladder," he orders, but as the guard walks away to do so, Afton stops him again. Not the good ladder. Bring the shit one that's difficult to climb," he corrects, the guard smiling mischievously as he nods. Afton looks over at Terence again. "Fine, we can negotiate. But only you are allowed inside. I will personally guarantee your safety, so do not worry on that front," he states. Terence frowns but holds his tongue. Okay. That is acceptable," he says, not feeling as confident as his posture and words suggest. Stories of Parker's brutality weren't exactly few. He was just hoping that he wouldn't be added to the list. He waits for Afton to open the gate, but hears his bodyguards behind him begin cackling when something is thrown over the top of the wall. It dangles there before him mockingly as Afton leans over the wall again. "Feel free to climb up, don't worry. This is just a safety precaution." Terence glares hard at the frayed rope ladder, the rotten pieces of wood that were supposedly used as steps, the mushroom growing on parts of it, showing that it had been lying in a wet, damp place for a while before being brought out. As much as he'd like to complain, he knew he wasn't in a position of power here, plus the fact that he'd probably be shot dead if the Van Graafs heard he'd refused such an opportunity. He sucks in his pride and walks towards the ladder, grimacing as he grabs the damp rope and begins climbing. In all honesty, it was incredibly difficult to actually climb. The ladder moved around erratically, like some kind of fairground challenge. Add the fact it smelled absolutely awful. Terence hopes Afton accidentally falls off the wall head first. A couple minutes pass and Terence eventually reaches the top. He takes a minute to recover his breath before looking up at Afton and reaching for his hand to shake it. Afton takes a step back with a raised brow. "I'd shake your hand, but some idiot decided to leave the ladder in the waste disposal. I'd rather not get human waste on my hands, thank you," he explains. Terence's eyes go wide as he looks down at his hands, now noticing the brown, yellow, and green fluids covering them. He leans over the wall and vomits, getting oohs for everyone at the site. Daisy sighs as she looks at Afton. "Did you have to do something so disgusting?" He grins in response. "Well, I gotta show who's boss, you know." Chapter 4, 173. High Ground Negotiations. Afton and Daisy lead Terence to a relatively fancy room before they all sit at a table, Afton doing his best to look as important as possible. It isn't really all that difficult, due to the deference Daisy and everyone else has towards him in Novak, though. Afton clasps his hands as he rests them on the table as they begin discussions. Terence immediately begins trying to negotiate rights towards Afton's power armor and other high-tech weaponry, but this didn't go all well for the Silver Rush lackey as Afton instantly rejects such an offer. The Silver Rush and Van Graafs simply have nothing that Afton or Novak wants. He has access to most resources at this point, even resources that had been thought extinct, like pre-war vegetables, fruits, and other things. Perhaps the only thing that would actually interest Afton would be large-scale trade agreements, like a number of mines fit with employees and a guarantee that they hadn't been mined out. But even then, it wasn't like Big Mehmet lacked such things. GLaDOS's widespread robot resource analysis and gathering programs were working incredibly well so far. Due to Big MT's location, the area had been left relatively untouched by the American government. This was to keep civilians away from the potentially deadly things created in the secret facility. An Area 51 situation, you might say. The only real thing Afton might want from them is any potential upgrades to plasma weaponry they might have uncovered. As of now, he had arc rifles, Gauss rifles, LAERs, and even upgraded laser weaponry that shot green lasers. Plasma was the only real area he was lacking. Terence was doing his best to offer potential alternatives, but his authority on what he could provide was quickly running out. By now, he was already red-faced and blue-balled. Any hope of trade he'd come with had quickly died as if left in the desert sun. "Mr. Parker, are you sure there is truly nothing we at the Silver Rush could provide?" he asks in an almost pleading tone. Afton just shrugs and shakes his head. "You've offered nothing I want yet. You don't seem to understand that I, and Bulwark as a result, are in all likelihood the most technologically advanced group you'll find." Terence bites his lip and glances around as if looking for recording software. Of course, he wouldn't know that Nix was basically always recording from the stealth suit, but Afton wouldn't illuminate this for the man anytime soon. "Perhaps you would be willing to trade for more." "Rare, good?" he quietly asks. Afton raises a brow. "Rare goods," he parrots, not sure what he's referring to. Terence nods. "My employers, the Van Graafs, have had an interesting history with the NCR. Conflict was inevitable, but that does not mean we gained nothing from it. Would you perhaps be willing to purchase some elite NCR armor?" "What kind are we talking? Most NCR gear, as far as I'm concerned, is not even meat shield level." Afton scoffs while crossing his arms and slouching in his chair. A few years ago, the Van Graafs had an unfortunate encounter with a riot rebel group. The NCR was quick in their dealing of this, however, sending their elite soldiers to deal with it. During the skirmish, a couple of them fell in battle, allowing the Van Graafs to requisition it. "I'm sure you've heard of the NCR's advanced riot gear." Afton nods. He remembered reading about it in the Brotherhood database. Apparently, it was the NCR's attempt at creating powerful armor without the machine components that power armor had. Ballistic weave duster, light alloy metal plating, and a sophisticated helmet that might put the Brotherhood's helmets to shame. You'd think that Afton wouldn't be interested in something like that, but you'd be wrong. Currently, he was trying to think of lighter armor that scouts, snipers, and spies could use. For instance, Boone and Anya both would be ill-suited to power armor, and it'd detract from their skill sets if they were forced to use it. There's also the fact it would be left almost completely unharmed from an EMP attack, aside from the components in the helmet, of course. Afton rubs his face in contemplation. I don't know if that would be of any help to me. You're obviously already aware of my power armor," he says, downplaying the offer to him. "What was this task from the Van Graafs you mentioned earlier?" he asks, not willing to trade his tech but still wanting the armor. Terence wets his lips, wanting to return to the offer but deciding to answer Afton's query first. The Van Graafs have been running into some problem in Freeside. Some vigilante has been disrupting their operations. All of their attempts to apprehend this person have failed, so they'd like to ask you and your group to handle it for them. And the reward? Afton gesture for him to continue. 10,000 caps, or a selection of goods worth the same amount from the Silver Rush, Terence states. Afton leans back and rolls his head around, as if thinking over the offer. How about this instead? 2 sets of advanced riot gear for the job sounds pretty reasonable to me. Terence scowls. 2 sets? The black market price would be 30,000 caps, and yet you want 2? He exclaims and is about to continue before composing himself. He knew getting lippy with the butcher wouldn't end well for him. The Silver Rush does not accept this offer, he states. Afton shrugs. All right. How about 1 set? He says, leaning forwards and beginning to tap his fingers on the desk. Terence's eyes are drawn towards Afton's fingers. He's mildly shocked when he spots the indentations left in the surface. This was solid oak, and this man was fingering holes into it as easily as you would putty. He audibly swallows and slowly nods. A single set seems doable. Afton grins and stops tapping. Good. At least we can agree on something, but I'm not currently willing to trade my tech at this moment. Now, I would shake your hand, but you're still covered in muck. So let's just make it a verbal agreement. Chapter 4, 174, Invisible Airstrike. Now, I would shake your hand, but you're still covered in muck, so let's just make it a verbal agreement. Afton says as he stands. Terence can only give a polite yet restrained smile at this, all the while thinking, who do you think is the reason for that? A few hours later, Tamia, Veronica, and Anya had all returned to Big Mamt to report the new task the former had received from House. This might be a faux pas in House's eyes, reporting his dealings to an outside party, but what did he expect? Tamia wasn't going to take her chances while trying to run through a literal artillery strike. They'd been waiting around and resting while waiting for Afton to return, which he does a few hours after they received the task. As soon as Afton teleports in, they quickly approach him. Afton, the big man has decided to send Tamia to her death again. Veronica greets, her words sounding sarcastic but accurately describing the task regardless. Afton raises a brow. Again? Let me guess, he wants you to attack Black Mountain in your underwear with a butter knife. Veronica smirks, kinky but wrong. He wants her to run head-on towards artillery fire without retaliating, and to ally with the group that had been shooting as if they hadn't just tried to kill her. She quickly explains. Afton crosses his arms. I think I'd take my chances one Black Mountain. Tamia shrugs with a frown, still thinking on how to accomplish House's task. Sounds like you just want to see us run up Black Mountain naked, also hoping to see a super mutant Bukake while you're at it. Okay, Gross, first of all, and I'm pretty sure super mutants are impotent, so whatever dreams you've had are impossible, he retorts, getting a laugh from Veronica before continuing. I'm guessing this has something to do with the boomers then. Tamia nods while ignoring the anger-induced flush of her cheeks. Apparently they're almost able to bombard Newvegas as it is. That's kinda scary when you think about it. Huh. I honestly didn't think they had big enough guns for that, he mutters. Tamia sighs. So you got any advice for us? I'm not really sure how we're going to get through their artillery strikes. Maybe if we took some power armor, but then I'd need to learn how to use it. Maybe we could sneak up before they notice us. Maybe we should hold up a massive white flag while approaching, Veronica adds, which honestly doesn't sound like all that bad an idea. Surely the boomers wouldn't fire on surrendered targets. Afton, though, just has a smug look on his face as the duo plus Silent Ghoul discuss their options. Tamia eventually notices as her eye begins twitching at him in annoyance. You got something to say? He nods. You guys seem to forget where you are. Just think for a moment, if you had access to most technology, what would easily allow you to bypass the airstrikes? Teleportation? Veronica guesses. Afton just shakes his head. That'd require getting me or Dogmeat close enough to get the coordinates. Guess again. Run fast? Tamia asks, with no confidence to speak of. The answer is stealth boys, you brainless women, he says while palming his face, ignoring their pointed glares at the mention of their gender. They cannot bombard what they can't see. Use stealth boys to approach and become visible when you approach their gates. Then the boomers would either be forced to fight you head-on, which would be stupid considering most of their weapons are highly destructive, or they would allow you to talk. Oh yeah, Veronica mutters, wondering if she'd lost brain cells out in the desert. Maybe all that time spent in the sun was finally getting to her. Afton just shakes his head at his sister's seemingly diminished intelligence and turns around. GLaDOS, how has the reconstruction of stealth boys been going? GLaDOS's body pops out of the think tank wall as she goes to reply. We have 5 operational stealth boys, but research on alternative power sources, increased battery capacity, and decreasing the overall size of the device has been nominal. I would suggest diverting attention from other projects if you wish for any meaningful progress, she quickly explains. Afton scratches his cheek. Yeah, don't do that. Stealth boys are cool and effective, but not more important than robot armies, power armor, and the other things in the works. Robot armies? Tamia and Veronica simultaneously ask. Ignore that for now. Afton waves them off before diverting the conversation. Could you retrieve the 3 stealth boys, please? GLaDOS nods her body and disappears. A minute later, spider bots flood out of the think tank with 3 devices on their backs. Afton picks them up and passes them to the trio. Remember, they're currently single-use. Wait, didn't GLaDOS say there were 4 stealth boys? Shouldn't we take another person then? Veronica asks. Tamia answers before Afton can. The boomers are an isolated group and clearly very trigger-happy. Taking too many people could start a fight, something we're hoping to avoid, remember? Afton nods. See, at least someone's thinking in this group. No offense, Anya. The Ghouls shakes her head. None taken, sir. Veronica, on the other hand, pouts. I'm thinking, but someone's got to play devil's advocate. Whatever you say, sis. Now, you guys better get prepared. I got a mission myself I need to attend to. Afton says, but feels the need to explain due to the group's inquisitive looks. The Van Graffs are having a vigilante problem and are willing to reward whoever solves it with some sexy gear. I'll probably be done by tomorrow, if not sooner, he says, giving a small wave as he goes to see how the repairs on his power armor are going. Chapter 475. Scorpion, what now? Afton's power armor had basically been totaled when the EMP had caused it to malfunction, though this was more due to him forcefully braking the servos to manually move it than anything else. Fortunately, Klein and Mobius had been working overtime to get it back up and running, though they had been wanting some more time to test EMP shielding and a number of coolant systems. He and Veronica had both been hit a number of times by flamethrowers while fighting the Legion. This had melted some of the electronics under the Saturnite plating. This was apparently incredibly annoying to repair, primarily due to the sheer strength of Saturnite. Afton didn't want to head into Freeside without his armor, though. The NCR still had a massive presence, and he wasn't willing to risk getting trapped in an ambush. Sure, he might be able to avoid or even fight his way out of it, but why risk it? He was tempted to wait until they found some way to protect the armor against EMP attacks, as the NCR would no doubt attempt it. But he wanted to catch this vigilante before things got too hot and they moved somewhere else. Soon enough, he'd gotten fully geared up, with repaired bulwark power armor, energy weapons, anti-material rifle strapped to his back, and his new Ultra Chainsword which hung intimidatingly at his side. While it might not provide many more advantages than the Proton Axe due to his various perks, that wouldn't stop him swinging it around like a maniac space marine. He makes sure to wear the large Deathclaw leather duster to stop people from instantly recognizing the power armor, even if it's a temporary tactic. Of course, the ensemble wouldn't be complete without the new Bulwark logo stamped across one side of the chest plate. Once everything was done, Afton left and teleported a good distance from Newvegas to prevent large groups of people from spotting the lightning. The last thing he needed was people realizing just how their teleportation actually functioned. It was around midday now, so the sun was still high in the sky as he marched towards the north gates of Freeside. As always, there was a small group of kings watching the entrance with bored looks. That is, until they spotted Afton approaching them. What in the holy Jesus? Do you boys see that thang coming right on here? The leader mutters, his hand reaching for the revolver at his side. Afton can only chuckle at their reaction. These guys had seen him come past many times, once on Dirtbird, once on Dirt Hog, and now in power armor. That reminds him, he wonders how the excavation is going for his next vehicle. He'd sent a number of robots to the vague area he remembered it being, but that didn't mean everything would go completely okay. Boy, you better stop where you are, don't come any closer or we'll pop a cap in your shiny ass. The king threatens, but the others in his group look ready to run should shit hit the fan. Afton just shrugs his shoulders, causing a rough clanking sound to reach them as he begins speaking. You guys don't recognize me? It's Afton, he states. This quickly calms them. The king's relationship with the NCR had been steadily degrading since they basically declared war on him. After the terrorist attack that the NCR hadn't been able to link to him, it hadn't gotten any better, but it must be remembered that Afton was the one to first help the two groups at reconciling. He makes small talk with them as they joke and bluster about his armor, but eventually he gets to what he wanted to ask. So what's this I hear about vigilante around here? Oh, you mean that guy? I don't know where he came from, but I ain't ever seen anything like it. He crawls on walls like an insect and can punch men clear through concrete walls. Afton raises a brow as he hears the vigilante's description. He thought he might have misheard them, but when they repeat themselves, he feels like the world is folding in on itself. Hey, do you know what he calls himself? The king nods. Yeah, guy's a weirdo calling himself Scorpion Man. Afton scoffs, but holds his mouth to block the nervous laughter threatening to escape. Scorpion Man. He doesn't run around in a skin-tight red and blue suit, right? The man shrugs. No, nothing so stupid. He wears yellow and green body armor with a mask, though. Afton stops himself from face-palming and releases a long sigh. All right, I'm going to try and meet this guy, know where he operates. The boys say he's been beating thugs in the northeastern slums. Might just be rumors, though. Afton nods. Anything I should know before I head out? He ain't gonna magically shoot a scorpion tail out of his ass or something? The king shakes his head. I never heard him do anything like that. I'd be careful, though. Must be calling himself Scorpion Man for some reason. Afton leaves the king's, easily pushing the gate open with his power armor reinforced strength before stepping into Freeside. Obviously, his presence draws everyone's attention, even the few patrolling NCR soldiers, but no one dares impede his path. No doubt rumors of what went down in the fort had reached even here. He pulls up the large hood on his leather duster and heads straight for the slums. Due to the time of day, not many thugs are out and about, but just because their numbers are lower than usual doesn't mean they've disappeared. He walks around the slums a couple times, his eyes peeled for any movement, but doesn't spot his target. Either he's being avoided, or the Spider-Man knockoff has no reason to reveal himself. Afton was honestly betting on the latter, meaning he'd need to make a reason. Chapter 4, 176. Villain Wins. Afton glances around the area and eventually spots a chem addict sprawled out on the floor limply. He walks over and gives the guy a nudge with his metal foot, minding not to injure them with the incredibly sharp blades extending from his boots. Oi, you awake? F, 5 more minutes. Afton bends down slightly and flicks the man in the side of his head. He does this as lightly as he can, but ends up giving what amounts to an average person's punch instead. The addict's head whips to the side at the impact, his eyes rapidly opening as he turns to face his attacker, only to squeak in fear as he looks up at Afton, the red lights of his eyes from his shadowed form looking like an accurate depiction of death. You're awake. Yai! Please don't hurt me. I got 10 caps, take 'em, leave me, the man exclaims, quickly scrambling backwards while tossing 3 caps out of his pocket. Afton sighs, the act sounding oddly like Darth Vader's respirator. He holds his hands up pacifyingly. I don't want to hurt you. I've actually got a job for you, he states as the addict slowly calms down. 10 minutes later, thief. Help, I'm being robbed. Someone. A terrifying-sounding voice roars at the top of their lungs, the sound managing to travel through most of the slums. A figure darts across the ravaged and ruined rooftops until it eventually finds the alleyway where the voice was coming from. The man leans over the ledge and spots a dirty-looking ragged man being held up by the neck by a heavily armed huge man in some strange leather coat. Not wasting any time, he leaps from his position to the wall opposite him, his hands sticking to it like geckos as he begins crawling towards his target. Once he's close enough, he bursts into action, jumping off of the wall and sending a flying kick at the back of the large man's head. The man in question turns his head slightly, revealing his glowing red eyes. The attack hits regardless, but Scorpion Man, realizing that something's wrong at the fact the man doesn't budge an inch once struck. His attack should have been enough to crack concrete, yet it did nothing. He lands a good distance away from his target, but is surprised to see the large man dropping the victim and tossing a small sack of caps at him. "Good job. Also try to get yourself cleaned up, for God's sake," the low, slightly muffled voice states. The man quickly runs off as the large man turns towards Scorpion Man. "Huh, that actually worked," color me surprised. He states, opening the coat slightly to revealing the arsenal of weapons and heavy armor underneath. "What do you want with me, villain?" Afton raises a brow under his helmet. Was this guy acting or actually for real? That hit to the head did hurt slightly. It had certainly hit harder than any of the legionaries had managed back at the fort. Still, it wasn't enough to actually harm him. It did activate grit, however. Grit is in effect. He had to admit, though, he was slightly tempted to play along, like some kind of reverse mechanist and antagonizer roleplay. I'll indulge him a bit. He holds his arms out wide. Mwahahaha. He exaggeratedly points a finger at the man in tights. "We finally meet Scorpion Man, and I finally get my revenge." "Who are you? What revenge? I've never done anything to you." "Revenge for my family. The family you failed to save." Scorpion Man straightens at this. "What? Really? I'm so sorry," he shouts, and Afton swore the guy's eyes were watering under his mask. "No, I'm joking, you fucking clown," he retorts. "Do not play with my feelings, villain," he suddenly exclaims before jumping at the wall, springing off and trying for another kick at Afton's head. Afton just catches the leg and swings the superhero at a wall, creating an ironic spiderweb of cracks from the impact. He continues, smashing the guy on the floor, wall, floor again, and then, surprisingly, the wall. After a minute of this, Afton drops the man on the floor. They weren't joking about you being strong. An average guy wouldn't become a slushie at this point. He states and uses living anatomy to see what the guy's stats actually were. Scorpion Man. Health, 40%. Stamina, 34%. DT, 21. Strength, 9. Perception, 6. Endurance, 10. Charisma, 5. Intelligence, 6. Agility, 10. Luck, 2. Ailments, Psyker, grants. Supernatural abilities at the expense of the user's luck. Radioactive Scorpion. Allows user to climb anything and grants massive bonuses to their physical stats. Plus 5 to strength, endurance, and agility. Grants superhuman regeneration. Fluids produced by user are also radioactive. Broken back. Spine is crippled. Broken arms. Arms are crippled. Broken legs. Legs are crippled. Fractured skull. Head is crippled. Broken ribs. Chest is crippled. Whoops, Afton mutters, not having realized the extent of the man's injuries. He prods him with his foot, getting a long pained groan out of the man. "Hey, you all right?" "Hurrah!" "Yeah, no, he not all right," Afton mutters. "Hey, look, the big guy took down that masked freak. Let's finish him." A voice shouts from behind Afton, and once he turns, he spots a small group of thugs quickly approaching. Afton sighs. "Are you guys stupid or something?" he mutters as he pulls the Ultra Chainsword from his hip and activates it, the purple blade illuminating the alleyway as the teeth begin rapidly oscillating back and forth. "Oh shit," is all they can say before Afton barrels into them. Shoo 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 shee. Splatter. Thud. "Ah! Help, oh God, someone please." Shoo. A couple seconds later, Afton is left standing amongst many utterly annihilated corpses while examining his weapon for any nicks, scratches, or malfunctions. It had obviously been tested before, but he wanted to make sure it was properly ready to slice and dice humans. Afton finding no damage whatsoever, he grins. I fucking love this thing. Ah. Oh yeah, you're still here. Afton mutters the Van Graffs would probably want evidence of his death. But Afton was more interested in the man's physiology than anything else. He knew Darla would cream her brain dome if he let her examine Scorpion Man. Nodding to himself, he takes the man from the vigilante, revealing a surprisingly young, Latino-looking face. He then puts it on one of the intact thugs and cuts their head off. Afterwards, he allows Nix to find the coordinates for this point before teleporting Scorpion Man back to the think tank with a note attached to his forehead. Welp, that's that then. Chapter 4, 177. Job done. Afton stomps along the freeside roads as people rapidly move to get out of his way. Clutched in his hand is a masked head that seems to belong to Scorpion Man, the new vigilante that had been helping folks. Apparently, that was at an end now. However, unfortunately, his progress was impeded by a small group of NCR soldiers who intercept him. Afton Parker, you are under arrest for numerous crimes, including arson, vandalism, murder, and your traitorous actions. Afton just raises a brow under his helmet. And you guys are going to arrest me, huh? He asks, curious about what they actually expected to happen here. The leader quickly shakes his head. No. Procedure just required us to make you aware of this. If that's all, we'll be going now, the man sheepishly says, leaving under the disbelieving gazes of the other Freeside residents. Okay, he mutters before continuing up the road. He'd just passed by the Atomic Casino and was now approaching the Silver Rush to get his reward for the job. The guard standing in front of it seemingly shrinks under Afton's heavy gaze. It wasn't every day you get stared down by what amounts to a Terminator. Stop. Stop. I've got a job to finish, Afton states, holding up the head of Scorpion Man. Unless you want me to explain to your bosses why they need to hire another doorman. Wait here, the man asks before quickly entering the Silver Rush and audibly locking the door behind him. Tush. Afton clicks his tongue, wondering how long they'd make him wait out here. Spare some chan. Piss off, Afton growls, making the beggar stumble backwards and quickly flee. Fucking junkies. Click, click, click. The door opens, revealing a group of men all wearing combat armor and pointing plasma rifles at Afton's head. The doorman is amongst them, but also a woman he wasn't familiar with. The only thing he could say was that she certainly wasn't a looker. Dull, tanned skin, receding hair with an almost bald head, most likely from radiation poisoning or something, and a low-cut jacket that reveals the rather unpleasant sight of her cleavage. If you're going to shoot, you better make it count. Afton challenges, if he was struck in the face by all of those shots, his face would probably melt from the heat of it. But that would depend on whether or not he'd stand there and let it happen. I have to say, Mr. Parker, you work faster than expected. Terrence hasn't even returned yet, and you've already completed the job. She gestures at the head in his hand. Afton shrugs. What can I say? Efficiency is my middle name. She nods, and faith is mine. Let me see it, she asks, gesturing at a guard. Afton hands the still dripping head to the man who displays it to the woman as if it were a trophy. She grabs the yellow and green mask of the vigilante and lifts it, revealing the scarred and pockmarked face of the thug he'd met in the alley. He looks different than I expected. Certainly not the superhero look, and more of a down-of-his-luck chem addict, she says, looking the head over appraisingly. Surprises come in all shapes and sizes. I'm guessing you're my real employer then. Terrence made a big deal about separating the Silver Rush and the Van Graffs, but we both know it isn't as simple as that. Well, we try our best to be roundabout with such information. I'm Gloria Van Graff, by the way. A pleasure to meet the Mojave's most wanted man, she says, waving off the guard holding the head and holding out her hand towards Afton. He shakes it, careful to not crush her frail hand in his grip. Guess my job's done here then. I've already come to some agreements with Terrence, so I'll let him report back on what my reward should be. If there's nothing else. He trails over, giving Gloria some time to consider. She shakes her head. Not at all, though. I will ask that you come through the back exit next time. I don't need the attention your presence brings. Goodbye, Mr. Parker. I hope to be seeing you again relatively soon, she says, before turning and leaving further into the shop. Afton nods and leaves too, heading towards the gate so he can teleport out the same way he'd come in. He was pretty sure the meeting went well. Obviously, she couldn't see his expression through his helmet, so it'd be terribly difficult to tell if he was lying about Scorpion Man or not. She seemed to buy the story, though, so as long as Scorpion Man doesn't return, his relationship with the Van Graffs should be stable. For now, once he'd returned back to Big Memty, he heads directly towards the cells where Scorpion Man should be held. As he was passing by the cells, he wakes Caesar up by pressing the electric button just for shits and giggles. Soon enough, he reaches the cell with an unconscious Scorpion Man lying face down on the floor. Darla was already waiting outside, speaking with GLaDOS about some project. Though it was obvious Darla would be salivating at the sight of their new guest if she had the glands to do so. "So, what do you think of our guest?" he greets. "The new teddy bear? It's wonderful. The sample I took is mysterious, yet elegant. Have you decided to allow me to look more extensively at it?" Afton shakes his head. "Dissection? No. To be honest, I think I want to add him to our forces. Super strength, advantageous mutations. Once we've gathered all the data from him, I think he'd be a perfect addition," he says with crossed arm, afterwards glancing at GLaDOS. "How far along is the project I requested?" Chapter 4, 178. George of the Concrete Jungle. "The thought-activated bomb implants?" GLaDOS asks. Afton nods but raises a brow at the name of it. Perhaps he should have been more specific with what he wanted. "The implants, with the help of Dr. Zero, Dr. Dela, Dr. Mobius, and the autodoc designated Medi, have almost been completed. All that is left is to conduct field tests, all of which require non-feral ghoul prisoners or lobotomites. Our current prisoners are incapable of proper logical thought, and as a result are impractical or potentially worthless in this venture. The think tank requests that you acquire more test subjects." "Indeed. There is only so much you can do with a teddy bear that lacks stuffing," Darla adds from the side. Afton nods and rubs the rather thick stubble that had been left untended on his face. "I can think of a couple places that wouldn't harm my or the others' sensibilities. I'm sure no one would miss cannibals, but I doubt their numbers would be worth actually putting in the effort to find them," he mutters. Criminals would work too, but with the NCR correctional facility all but destroyed, there isn't really a place to hold them, meaning you're either arrested and forced to do community service, or straight up executed. That or shipped back to New California, which is far too resources-intensive to be commonly used. He says, more to himself than anything else, "Creator, our enemies hold large quantities of people. The organizations designated NCR, Brotherhood of Steel, and Legion would all have viable test subjects," GLaDOS states. Afton shakes his head. "No. That'd bring way too much attention. The NCR and Brotherhood would notice their members going missing immediately, and that's not even mentioning my companion's potential reaction to it. The Legion might not notice, but I'd still rather not start experimenting on innocent people." He looks to Darla. "Don't think I've forgotten what you did to Christine. Or myself, for that matter." Darla doesn't say anything and simply silently floats there, awaiting his decision. Afton isn't even sure if she feels a trace of remorse for what she'd done. Perhaps the damage the biogel had had on their minds was already too far gone. Regardless, he needed more test subjects, not only for this project, but many others as well. We could use that, couldn't we? Darla, how is your little project going?" "My little teddy bear's DNA is stable for now. The manual degradation to mimic age is also working properly. All that is left is the memory splicing and integration, the most dangerous part of the operation by far," she explains. Afton nods to himself. "Well, I've been looking for something to justify our plans. Our need for test subjects could very well be the answer. Darla, GLaDOS, concentrate on Project CERR-01. I'll work on getting negotiations started. No doubt they'll be chomping at the bit for it. As for our guest, treat him respectably and try not to be too invasive. We want the data and a potential ally, not a dead mutant with nothing to show for it," he states before turning and walking away. leaving the two robots to start their respective jobs. Elsewhere, Tamia, Veronica, and Anya had almost reached the boomers' territory. Before them was the highway leading up a hill and between a small canyon path, though, judging by the many signs stating, "Turn back, death ahead, death from the sky, and the war is here again," continuing past that point without preparations would be a bad idea. Obviously, Veronica had left her power armor behind for this venture, as appearing at someone's gate fully armed and armored is basically a declaration of war. The boomers might be isolationists, but they'd no doubt heard of Afton's actions over the radio by now. The Legion went to great troubles, declaring that Afton's technology to a danger to everyone. The NCR projected similar sentiments, but were less fervent, mainly due to the fact that they'd restored some Brotherhood armor themselves. As the group reached the border of the territory, they spot an older-looking gentleman wearing relatively fine clothes. A cardigan over a nice shirt and jeans, all of which seem to be void of dirt and dust the desert produces. "Howdy. You three should start thinking twice before you venture further here. Last guy who tried a couple days ago is still down there, see?" He gestures, pointing at a pile of bloody, scorched flesh not far from the border. Whoever it was hadn't made it that far before being blasted into bloody chunks. Tamia shakes her head. "Thanks for the warning, but we can handle ourselves." "No problem. Name's George, by the way. Honestly, darling, it'd be a shame to see such pretty ladies die so terribly. So how about this? You pay me, let's say, 800 caps, and I'll tell you the trick to avoiding them bombs." Veronica scoffs. 800 caps? That's way too much. "How about this? You go to the boomers instead, and we'll pay you for it, since you're apparently an expert at this." George sheepishly glances away. "If you need proof of my skills, then I'll go loot that bloody corpse down there. I've been meaning to anyway." He shrugs. "You loot their corpses?" Tamia asks, curious. George nods. "Folks take their caps to try and buy explosives from the boomers at a bargain price. Most don't make it, making looting whatever they leave very, very lucrative." He gestures down at his fine clothes. "As you can see, I'm a very well-to-do man." Tamia shrugs. "Whatever, can't blame a man for making a living. You won't be looting our bodies, though." She turns to Veronica and Anya. "You guys ready?" They nod, reaching into the large pouches on their hips. George watches as they all glance at one another, one last chance before pressing something. Shoom! The trio fades from sight, leaving only the faintest distortion in the air, making George jump in surprise. "Well, would you look at that? Or not? Ha 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 ha!" He cackles to himself as he watches the faint footsteps imprinting on the ground towards boomer territory. Chapter 4. 179. Rigged and Trapped. Tamia, Veronica, and Anya all walk into the dead zone while holding one another's hands. They weren't able to see each other, meaning they'd need a way to stay close aside from following each other's footsteps. The land before them is a wide, scar-ridden area that has many ruined buildings dotted around. Obviously, they'd all been destroyed by the boomers' previous airstrikes, but Tamia wondered if the town that had been here was inhabited before the boomers came. If it had, that would mean the boomers committed mass murder for almost no reason whatsoever. You couldn't claim someone else's land as yours just because you lived nearby. She'd need to ask them about it once they reached their destination. I wonder why no one else had thought of doing the... Veronica's cut off by Tamia. "Hang on, is that..." she mutters, glancing behind as George approaching the territory. The older man walks towards the dead zone with a huge grin on his face. Suddenly, he bursts into a sprint, jumping and waving his arms in the boomer's direction. Almost immediately, faint blasts could be heard from afar. This is followed by trails of smoke launching into the sky and towards them. "That old bastard! He's trying to get us killed!" she exclaims, her grip on the other two getting tighter in sheer anger. "I knew I should have punched him," Veronica mutters as they start running in the opposite direction of George. Despite his actions, they were still invisible, so unless they were very, very unlucky, they'd likely not be targeted. George continues to run about randomly, ducking in between the ruined houses before reappearing from random directions, most likely making it incredibly difficult and annoying to properly shoot at him. George himself was doing his best to get the boomers to fire about randomly in an attempt to kill the trio to reap the rewards from their corpses afterwards. This strategy works well enough. Tamia, Veronica, and Anya duck as a bomb strikes nearby, kicking up dust and knocking them off of their feet. They quickly recover and scramble towards the nearest ruined building to get at least some degree of cover. Once inside, however, they discover an incredibly surprising sight. 2 bodies were already present, both wearing scored and shattered power armor belonging to the Brotherhood of Steel. Scattered around them were the shattered remains of what should be their weapons. "Oh my God," Veronica mutters, leaning forwards and taking each of their helmets to see their identities, barely even minding the airstrike still happening overhead. "As much as I hate to break up this reunion, we are still under attack," Tamia urges, a hand resting on Veronica's invisible back. Veronica sighs and nods. "All right, but once we get permission, I'm burying them." She says she didn't know either of them well and actually only knew one of their names. Steve Lynch, a kid Afton had apparently had a feud with while he was still in the Brotherhood. Boom! The side of the building collapses as a shockwave disintegrates it. The group quickly retreat and sprint out of the building towards the large fenced airfield where the boomers lived. Fortunately, though, George's attempts to kill them cannot reach them any longer, the bombs coming dangerously close to the old-timer, causing him to quickly flee the area. Tamia would have laughed were they still not deep within enemy territory. Veronica has a few words, though. "When we get back, I'm hunting that piece of shit down." Anya nods at the sentiment. Not that anyone could see it due to their invisibility. Soon enough, the group reach the fence of the airfield without any further attacks. They follow the metal wire fence until they reach the gate, where they could hear 2 boomers talking amongst themselves up in a watchtower. "Does that old man think this is a game? It pisses me off that no one's managed to hit him yet," a male voice says. "Well, why don't you go try it then? Trying to hit him with artillery is like swatting a fly with chopsticks." A feminine voice retorts, "Maybe we should just run up and shoot him ourselves. Beats wasting ammunition." "Yeah, and get captured while we're at it. You know how it is outside. You've seen the creatures that wander inside and outside our territory." 3 words: giant, green, humans. "Whatever, you're just like the rest, too scared to take matters into your own hands." The man grumbles. The female laughs as a result. "Oh, aren't we the same? You yourself aren't doing anything with your hands, besides sitting on them, that is." Tamia quietly hums to herself at the information. Apparently, a few of the boomers were dissatisfied with their passive defense and want to become more active. Personally, she thinks it's a stupid idea, as the only advantage the boomers have against other factions is their armaments. If they start losing people, they'll most likely be overrun in no time. Regardless, she has a mission to complete. She taps Veronica and Anya on the back before turning off her stealth buoy. The light around them ripples as they all become visible again, though the boomers hadn't noticed their presence yet. "Hello," Tamia loudly asks, looking up at the watchtower. Clatter. Thud. The 2 guardsmen seemingly scramble to find whatever that sound was, a man with short hair poking his hair over the side and gaping as he spots the trio standing before the gates. "What the—" "Get out of the way and let me see," a girl with red hair asks as she leans over the side next to him. "Ah, intruders," she exclaims once she spots the group, back away, picking something up and quickly making her way down the watchtower. Chapter 4. 180. "Okay, Boomer." Once she reaches ground level, the woman reveals the huge rocket launcher resting on her shoulder, the red tip of the missile menacingly sitting in the barrel. Above them, the male is doing the same, his weapon pointing directly at them, despite the fact if either of them shot, they'd all die together. She was wearing some sort of pilot jacket over a Volt jumpsuit. On her wrist sat a Pip-Boy, showing that the boomers clearly had origins from a Volt. Anya backs away slightly at the sight, but Tamia and Veronica hold their ground. Tammy raises a brow and wonders if they were actually willing to kill themselves just to eliminate them. "You guys know you are in the blast radius too, right?" she asks. "Shut up, outsider. I'm willing to do what I must to protect my home," the man shouts from the watchtower. "Rambo, shut up. Maybe they just want to talk. They wouldn't be standing around talking to us if they were enemies." The now-named Rambo growls at her. You also were an outsider lover, Kim. You must be disappointed none of them are dudes that can rail you. Fuck off, jerk, she spits back before turning towards the group. What are you here for, outsiders? And how did you get through our artillery strikes? Tamia shrugs. What can I say? We're faster than we look. She says, not willing to explain the technology they used. After all, they may have to use it again in the future if shit hits the fan. Bullshit, Rambo spits from above them. There's no fucking way in hell you guys managed to get through that. Unless you're working with that shitty old man, he accuses. Veronica scoffs. No way. Once we get back, I'm going to cut that bastard's head off. He was dancing around to get us hit by one of your bombs. You wouldn't have noticed us otherwise. See, Rambo, even these guys hate that dude, Kim says, her stance loosening up slightly. So what do you want anyway? Tamia steps forward slightly, her back straightening as she tries to look as official and authoritative as possible. We represent Mr. House, the owner of Newvegas, and seek to open discussions about a potential alliance between your people and his, she explains. Mr. House? Shouldn't he be dead by now? Rambo asks, but is ignored as Kim speaks. Aya, this is kinda above us. Would you mind waiting here for a moment? I'll go grab our leader, she says, going back up to the watchtower and leaving her rocket launcher before running towards the buildings surrounding the hangar nearby. The trio just stands around silently as Rambo watches, his weapon never straying from pointing at them. Isn't your arm getting tired? That thing looks pretty heavy, Veronica asks, smirking slightly at the slight tremble of the man's arm. He scoffs, Phew, what, me? I'm a man, so I can handle this much. You should watch yourselves instead, outsider. Veronica crosses her arms. No wonder you can't find a girlfriend, she states. What? What do you know? I have a girlfriend. A couple, actually. Tell me about them, Veronica continues. Kim is my girlfriend. Wait, why am I even talking to you? Just shut up and stay put, he says pointedly. Veronica just shrugs and slowly nods. All right. I'll just have to ask Kim about it when she gets back. Look, she's my friend, that's a girl. Got it? Now stop distracting me. Veronica just laughs. It's pretty fun making a fool out of an isolationist with almost no experience. Eventually, Kim returns with an elderly woman. She has a rifle slung across her back, thin white hair, and a heavily wrinkled face. The woman walks past Kim as she stops a few meters from the fence and rests a hand on the wired fence. What have we here? Tamia smiles. Hello, miss. I'm Tamia. This is Veronica, and that's Anja. The older woman nods. You can call me Pearl. I'm in charge around these parts. So what brings you here? As I said earlier, we were hoping to discuss a potential alliance between Newvegas and your people. I was personally sent by Mr. House to pursue this. Tamia explains yet again. Pearl looks thoughtful, pursing her lips while slowly nodding. I see. All right, we can talk further inside. But first, I would like you to hand over all your weapons, and for you, she gestures at Anya, to take off your mask. We can't talk in good faith if you can't show your face. Anya looks between Veronica and Tamia hesitantly before nodding. Her outfit currently consists of recon armor under a Deathclaw leather duster, with a hood and mask covering her face. She makes sure to show no visible skin, as she's aware ghouls are almost universally disliked. She pulls down her hood, revealing her almost complete lack of hair and mangled skin before taking her mask off. There's an audible gasp and gulp as the three boomers finally see Anya. Shit, they brought one of those zombies here, Rambo exclaims, his face one of utter disgust. Veronica scowls and steps in front of Anya protectively. She's not a zombie. Anya is just a lucky person who managed to survive intense radiation poisoning. You're lying. I must have shot hundreds of those things that were wandering in our territory. When they spot you, they charge and try to eat you, he continues as Pearl and Kim watch, neither seeming to want to intervene. Those must have been feral ghouls, people who weren't strong enough to retain their sanity as their bodies changed. Anya is different. She's sentient. She's a person like you or me, so don't you dare threaten her, Veronica rants. Pearl looks into Anya's clear green eyes. Are you truly in control, dear? Anya nods with a sheepish look. I am, Mom. Pearl gives a small, comforting smile in response. Then who are we to judge you on your appearance alone? Your actions and intentions should speak for themselves, not the tragedies you've experienced. But Pearl. Rambo attempts to argue but receives a heavy glare from the elder woman. This is not up for debate. Stay here and calm yourself. She states before looking back at the group. Let's talk in my office. Chapter 4. 181. Ingratiate. The group's reception from the boomers was lukewarm at best, with angry, suspicious, and even despairing looks thrown their way as they walked through the airfield with Pearl. Of course, Anya attracted the most glares due to her rather unpleasant appearance. The airfield itself was massive, and all the boomer structures were spread around to an almost ridiculous degree. Quickly getting from one to the other in an emergency must feel like a marathon. Eventually, they reach a relatively large cabin. They're about to enter inside when they're almost swarmed by children. A storm of questions was shot at them, some even playing pranks, much to the group's chagrin. Fortunately, one stern look from Pearl is enough to send them on their way. They were nice, Veronica mutters as they step inside the cabin. You can say that. They are much more impetuous than I remember previous generations being. Perhaps it's the sun, Pearl retorts as she slumps into a chair sat behind a large desk. You know, I was thinking that the other day. Veronica nods sagely. All right, you lot pull up a chair. No point standing on ceremony. She chuckles. The group sit in front of Pearl's desk as another woman greets them and offers them food and beverages. Apparently, they take treating guests properly seriously, which is pretty ironic considering how they greet everyone with heavy ordnance. Pearl clasps her hands as she sits straight. So Mr. House wishes to ally with us. Why? You must already know that our relationship with other factions is more volatile than our explosives, she asks. Veronica shrugs. Maybe if you stopped shooting those explosives on everyone, you'd be better received. Pearl shakes her head. We know better than to trust the honor and kindness of strangers. Even on our journey from the old vault to here was fraught with peril. We lost half of our numbers from the expedition alone, more while trying to claim the airfield. What did you even do to offend the NCR? The Legion I get, but I don't think the NCR would do anything unprovoked. Tamia asks, curious. Pearl gives an almost bloodthirsty smile. A while ago, the NCR decided to shut off our water supplies. We receive all of our water from Lake Mead, which meant we either act or die of dehydration. A couple days of shelling convinced them to see it our way, she explains. And the Legion, Veronica asks. Idiots thought they could enslave us and take our weapons. Their arrogance outlasted their ability to scream for mercy. Pearl states with a scowl. Now, I'd like to hear M.R. House's reasons for wanting an alliance with us. I'm not so foolish to think that he simply wants good relations. Tamia nods. Well, I hope you don't spread this information anyone, even if most already know it. Shit's going to go down soon, and Mr. House wants to take advantage of it, ridding the Mojave of both the NCR and the Legion. And before you say he's mad, I've personally seen the forces he'd able to provide. They are scary, to say the least, she explains. Pearl rests her chin on her hand. And he wishes our help in taking the Mojave. Well, what's in it for us? Outright declaring way on both NCR and Legion isn't exactly a small thing. You will continue to have full autonomy over your land. This will be protected by Mr. House himself, and any who try to dispute this will face the full brunt of his forces. You will also receive aid in times of need, the ability to start trading, and any advancements in tech that occur under Mr. House's leadership. Tamia lists off, vaguely remembering House's words. Pearl hums, looking deeply in thought. That all seems wonderful, but it is not me you will be needing to convince. I may be the leader, but if the others don't follow, I can't force them, even if I agree with you. How about this? You three will live amongst us and try to ingratiate yourself with my people. If you are well received, then we can continue negotiations, she states. Tamia, Veronica, and Anya all glance at one another, wondering if this was a good idea, or even worth their time. We need to discuss this amongst ourselves. Do you mind? Tamia asks, and Pearl shakes her head, gestures them to an empty room at the side. Please. The group enter and Tamia looks at them. All right, I'll just cut to the chase. Are either of you willing to actually stick around for however long it takes to convince them? We'll still be in contact with Bulwark, but we need to limit how many times we come and go. Veronica raises a brow. Why? Because if we keep disappearing, the boomers will think that we're up to something. The only reason we're even here is because they failed to kill us once. I doubt it'd take much for them to try again. Veronica and Anya nod. I guess you're right. I'll stick around. Maybe they have some tech. Afton doesn't, even if it's incredibly unlikely. Anya nods. I'll stay, I want to help. All right, Tamia says, leaving the room and sitting back before Pearl. I think it's doable. As long as we can leave if an emergency springs up. Veronica nods. And I want permission to go wring that old bastard's neck. No one tries to kill us and gets away with it. She states, still holding a grudge for his attempted murder, but realizing something and sheepishly looks up at Pearl. Aside from you guys. Very well. She holds her hand out and the group each shake it. Then we are in agreement. Come, I'll show you to your quarters. I'll introduce you to everyone afterwards. Chapter 4, 182. Chicken Caesar. It's been 2 weeks since Tamia, Veronica, and Anya had left for the boomers. Afton had been occasionally updated on the happenings, but aside from them helping out around the place and trying to befriend the populace, nothing of interest had really happened. He, on the other hand, had been very, very busy. From setting up Mexican standoff-like negotiations with the Legion to investigating places he reasoned House would be hiding more robots, and working on various projects with the think tank scientist, he'd almost not had any time to even sleep. Fortunately, the Legion was more interested in retrieving Caesar than getting revenge against him. He supposed their fear of further retaliation might have been a factor too. He'd had limited contact with Vulpes Inculta, a man whose skull he dearly wanted to crush, but they'd managed to come to some sort of agreement. In exchange for Caesar, the Legion would deliver 200 slaves and an almost egregious amount of supplies. Afton had wanted to get more slaves instead of the supplies, but GLaDOS reasoned that they didn't have the ability to feed them all with their current crop yield. Afton was already feeding the entirety of Novac after all, so they'd need to quickly expand those operations before anything was properly self-sustainable. Afton was currently standing in what was left of Cottonwood Cove. This was the place the Legion wanted to meet, though. This was mainly due to the fact that there was nowhere else west of the Colorado that they could reach. The NCR had thoroughly blocked most pathways into Mojave, leaving the Legion with only one option: a full frontal attack on Hoover Dam. Afton was wearing full power armor and wielding his anti-material rifle. Its entire clip was composed of explosive bullets, so he'd be more than ready to sink whatever attempts of betrayal the Legion might try. Caesar was standing a small distance behind him. He was surrounded by a relatively large group of robo-scorpions, cyberdogs, and protectrons, all of which were able to be directed by GLaDOS should it be required. All in all, the forces Afton currently had on hand would be able to fend off a couple hundred legionaries with ease, though this all depended on the equipment they brought. He'd shown in the last battle that EMPs didn't work against him, so hopefully he wouldn't need to repair his armor again. He turns and smiles at Caesar. Bet you're happy to finally leave the cells, right? Caesar scowls, the man slowly regaining his previous confidence and arrogance due to how close he was to freedom. Your treatment in my prisons will be hundreds of times more humiliating and painful. I promise you this, Parker, he spits. Afton nods with a smile. I'll be awaiting it then. Try to be a bigger threat this time, though. I'd hate for our games to end too quickly. He states, glancing over at the river where large rafts carrying many people could be seen. After a couple of minutes, they dock at the unkept docks and shoreline, the sea of red walking upon the beach and slowly approaching Afton. Strangely, there was no hide nor hair of Vulpes Inculta, which is surprising since he'd thought receiving Caesar's gratitude would be well worth the risk. Instead of Vulpes Inculta, a smug and arrogant-looking centurion steps forth. Ave Caesar. The man salutes the rather ragged-looking Caesar, who attempts to stand straight in response. Though, due to the various operations performed by Dala, he wasn't in the best state to do anything of the sort. Afton steps forwards. Have you brought what I asked for? The centurion scowls but nods regardless, gesturing behind him at the many emaciated people who are pulling supplies onto the beach. You will receive your slaves, but only after we recover Caesar. Afton chuckles, raises his fist and clenching it, causing a grinding metal sound to ring out. We will do this my way, or the hard way. The centurion attempts to stay stoic at the threat, but the flickering of his eyes and increased breathing shows that he was definitely afraid. Afton lowers his fist and examines the slaves, noticing that a good portion of them were women, children, and heavily scarred men. This was as expected, though. The Legion took this chance to get rid of some of their more unwelcome members, criminals, rebellious slaves, and weak parentless children. Most would consider this a loss, but Afton thought differently. He didn't want Legion slaves, he wanted unwilling slaves, people who disagreed with the Legion and/or sought freedom. That and criminals. Despite everything he'd had to do, and gladly done in the wasteland, he still had a conscience. He couldn't force himself to allow innocent people to be experimented on, meaning he had to find deserving targets. Ignoring his current feelings, he looks to the centurion. Vulpe's too cowardly to come here himself. Che, where's your Legion honor now? He mocks. Vulpe's inculta is an outlier and does not represent the Legion. His cowardice today will be remembered, as will your fronts against us. Remember this, Parker, as it is the reason you'll die gored on the horns of our empire. Afton chuckles. We going with the bullshit now? All right, I'll take you, your friends, your family, and everyone else in your shitty, barbaric empire to the slaughterhouse. I'll decorate my roads with your crucified bodies, letting the vultures pick you apart, while my people watch as the bull that is your people are slowly, painfully eaten. He states, taking a step forwards and standing menacingly over the centurion. Gulp. Afton just shakes his head at the fact the man can't even respond. Whatever, bring me the slaves and you can take your chicken shit leader. After half an hour, everything is finally moved onto the beach, with the many slaves standing around the supplies as if they were property themselves. Which they technically were. Afton makes sure to check them all over for any hidden bombs or any other devices that the Legion may have tried to slip in. Fortunately, they weren't stupid enough to attempt it, leaving the people as safe as they can be. Once that was all done, Afton just shoves Caesar towards the centurion. You guys better get the fuck out of here before I change my mind. Before that. What's your name, centurion? He asks. The centurion turns. I am Augustus Aquarius. We will meet again in battle, and I will slay you. He shouts before quickly leaving with the rest of their troops. Afton's uproarious laughter sounding out behind them. Chapter 4, 183, Cancerous. It isn't long after Augustus and Caesar leave that Afton starts commanding the slaves and eventually teleporting them back to Big Memt. Of course, they wouldn't all be integrated with the people already present, as Afton didn't want the Legion's culture to start being adopted amongst his own people. So first, he'd had GLaDOS and her army of robots design a prison, though it acts more like a rehabilitation center as well as a sorting center. He still needed to sort out the criminals from innocents, so the rehabilitation center would be doing that as well as trying to remove whatever idea the Legion had instilled. Fortunately, there was a relatively easy way to go about this. The slaves could already pick out a few criminals who'd committed incredibly evil acts against them and others, so Afton would have GLaDOS testing the thought implants on the first. Yeah, he wasn't expecting them to survive either, which would alleviate some of the stress put on their supplies. After everyone is situated, Afton quickly walks down to the cells to greet Darla and GLaDOS, who are presumably still working. He finds them in front of a cell and stops with a grin. It worked flawlessly, no one has a clue. GLaDOS's orange eye brightens up slightly. Did Sir 01 act suitably? No malfunction, stutters, or mental defects? Afton shakes his head. None that I could see, it seems stable enough, but we'll continue monitoring it while the operation continues. Gratii Dei, my head feels like it's going to explode. What did you do to me? An angry voice asks from the cell. Afton's face breaks into a sadistic grin as he looks at the weak and emaciated man. Did you think removing your tumor would be an easy affair, Caesar? Caesar grumbles in response, and Afton continues, Now that we've removed your tumor, I hope you'll be more willing to open up to us. We may not be friends, but you can trust us to follow through with our promises. Caesar rubs his head while squinting in pain. I see. He trails off ambiguously. Obviously, Afton wouldn't tell the man that they hadn't touched the tumor. The reason his head was hurting was due to the procedure they'd put him under that stole and made a copy of his mind and memories. Project K-01 was the think tank's first attempt at a functional human clone. Of course, they'd fitted the clone with every monitoring device that was and wasn't in existence. They'd be able to observe the changes in its DNA, mind, actions, and even its intentions. Though it was also important to mention they had a backdoor connection that would allow them to control it entirely. If Afton wanted to, he could probably start a full-scale war between the Legion and NCR right now, making Caesar order the entirety of the Legion's forces in and outside the Mojave to attack. But he resisted the temptation, for now acting too rashly after escaping Afton's grasp would be too suspicious. Plus, he still wanted to find where he wanted to stand. Right now he was leaning towards House, but that was more because he hated the NCR and Legion than actually liking House. He thought the man's capitalistic and authoritarian stance was the right idea. The wasteland wasn't like the old world. People needed a heavy hand, otherwise they'd rebel and commit heinous acts like slavery, rape, and cannibalism. It's just the way humans act if they get the chance. The wasteland provided such opportunities. There was also the fact Afton hated leading people. It was hard, annoying, and time-consuming. Even now he spent most of his time managing Big M&T and the people inside it, despite the fact he was delegating almost all of his jobs away. Obviously GLaDOS and Nyx had helped immensely in this, but even they wouldn't save him from mountains of paperwork if he personally controlled the Mojave. So it was probably better to ally with someone who thought similarly to himself. He still needed to have a proper discussion with House, but they both knew Bulwark would be a boon to any organization it allied with. There was also the fact Afton had a very close relationship with House's top operative, Tamia. He honestly doubted House had any intention to fight or do anything of the sort to Bulwark. Still, this would all be decided in the future. Afton breaks out of his contemplation and gestures at Darla and GLaDOS to follow him as he leaves Caesar's cell and walks towards Scorpion Man's. So, found anything interesting about our resident insect yet? The subject has shown incredible physical capabilities, though, I must add, not as impressive as your own. She trails off, his monitors lingering on his form for an uncomfortable moment. Cough. Continue, Darla, Afton says, trying her mind out of the gutter, or cum gutters, as she's proclaimed any time he's had his shirt off. Yes. All the subject's fluids and organism materials are radioactive, though. The intensity depends on the part. Dead skin is the lowest, and blood is the highest. Despite this, the subject shows no increased risk of cancer, radiation sickness, or other side effects, she explains. Afton raises a brow. That sounded somewhat similar to himself, though his body cleansed the radiation after a while. The thing he was most interested in wasn't the man's ability to stick to walls, his psyche status, or his enhanced physical capabilities. It's his seeming immunity to cancer and other mutations caused by radiation. If they found out a way to harness this, they could cure cancer outright, and perhaps even do something for ghouls. It'd be a revolutionary discovery, one that all factions on the Earth would fight for, one that would have to be kept secret no matter what. Afton slowly nods. Have you discovered how he's able to stick to walls? He asks. Honestly, he hoped to God the Spider-Man explanations were false. It was terrifying to contemplate having millions of tiny hands growing from your palms. Chapter 4, 184, Complex Hero Complex. At Afton's question, Darla nods her monitors in affirmation. Through extensive discussions with my colleagues, we've come to agree that the subject's stickability come from Van der Waal's forces. It is similar to how geckos stick, but we still cannot understand how it supports the entirety of the subject's weight. Afton shrugs. I wouldn't be surprised if something supernatural were assisting him. He states, knowing full well that his system could also be identified as supernatural. The trio stops talking as they finally reach Scorpion Man's cell, the young Latino adult sitting anxiously on the hard metal bed while slowly tapping his foot. He quickly notices the arrival of his hosts and jumps to his feet, rushing to the bars and snarling at them. "Who are you? Why have you taken me here?" Afton gives a sigh and jabs a finger into the man's forehead, causing them to stumble back in surprise while rubbing their new sore spot. "You need to calm down. If you want to act like a rabid beast, then you'll be treated so," he states, his brows scrunching slightly to show his displeasure. Scorpion Man doesn't say anything, and Afton continues, gesturing at Darla and GLaDOS. "These are my colleagues, Dr. Darla and GLaDOS. You will treat both with the respect they deserve, or I will find interesting ways to punish you." He then points a thumb at himself. "I am Afton Parker. I'm sure you've heard of me. I have become quite famous after all." He states a small smile. Yes, everyone in Freeside knows you, Butcher," the young man says before his expression hardens. "You say you fight for the innocent, but how do you know the many, many people you have killed are not? In my eyes, you are a hypocrite. My imprisonment only proves my point," he accuses while jabbing a finger in Afton's direction. Afton just raises a brow. "I never said I was a good or fair man. I just said I'd punish those who deserve it. A few innocent people get hurt, but casualties are inevitable." He shrugs lackadaisically. "Besides, your imprisonment wouldn't exactly be an evil act," he says ambiguously before shaking his head. "I doubt you knew, but your presence in Freeside has caused more damage than you realize." "What do you mean?" Scorpion Man growls, wondering where Afton was going with this. Afton holds his hand out to no one in particular. "Darla, give me his results." The scientist nods and hands over a clipboard from her manipulator. Afton takes it and looks it over, lifting a few papers to find what he's looking for before holding it up so Scorpion Man could see it. "Your body and excretions are radioactive. Being around you is like having a uranium rock in your pocket. Even now, we have no idea how many people have been affected, and that's not even starting on your excretions. Depending on where you do your business, that place could be as radioactive as a nuclear bomb site," he states, shocking Scorpion Man. Of course, Afton was being pretty hyperbolic here, as Scorpion Man isn't as radioactive as his words would suggest. At most, he'd only be affecting sexual partners due to his bodily fluids being involved. Though, if he ever attempted to donate blood, there might be a serious problem in Freeside. His blood wouldn't turn people into Hulk, but they'd quickly start succumbing to radiation sickness, losing hair, skin melting off of them, organ failure, and of course, ghoulification. Still, it was in Afton, and Bulwark's best interest to make Scorpion Man as self-conscious as possible. Only then could he take advantage of his vulnerable state and make use of him as a proper agent. Upon hearing this news, Scorpion Man quickly pales. He collapses and sits heavily on his bed, while seemingly thinking about the people he'd affected. Afton's guilty trip would work particularly well on him, due to his heroic and selfless personality, something he'd learned from his last life's comic book villains. Is this real?" he asks with moist eyes, unable to come to terms with his new reality. Afton gives a solemn nod. "I'm afraid so. For Freeside's safety, I had to isolate you. Your vigilantism may have been helping a few people, but the potential good it did wouldn't make up for the pandemic you would unintentionally cause. I hope for everyone's sake you never tried to donate blood, otherwise Freeside is well and truly fucked," he explains. Scorpion Man shakes his head. No, thankfully I didn't. I thought about it, though, before I got these powers." He looks down at his hands. What will Freeside do without me stopping crime?" he asks. Afton snorts. "That's pretty arrogant to think they need you. They were fine before Scorpion Man, and they'll be fine afterwards. Your vigilantism has caused a few problems, though, but I doubt you ever took notice of it." Problems?" the young man asks, looking incredibly vulnerable in this moment. "You didn't think the gangs and criminals in Freeside wouldn't react to your presence? Of course not. Didn't you notice how larger gangs were forming and becoming better armed? Your presence literally forced gangs to reconcile and work together to eliminate you. The more you took out, the more extreme their actions would be. A never-ending escalation of violence. This is only exacerbated by the fact you are reluctant to actually kill anyone. Where do you think the criminals go after they are arrested by the NCR and Kings? There are no prisons left in the Mojave, he rants, each point making Scorpion Man shrink into himself further. I never thought about it, he mutters, but is cut off by Afton. Never thought about it. Man, you really are clueless, aren't you? Even without the prisons, did you ever wonder why you kept seeing the same people? It's because the gangs had people on the inside. What good do you do if the systems you support are corrupt? Well, what else am I supposed to do? I can't do nothing. People were getting hurt and dying. The NCR and Kings were starting to fight each other again. And it's your fault. I heard what you did. Attacking that building of NCR civilians. You're the villain here, he exclaims. Afton chuckles. Do you believe everything the NCR says? Why would I attack that building? They say you were working for the Legion. He trails off, realizing that Afton wasn't exactly an ally of the Legion. Afton smirks. Oh yes, my good friends the Legion. I'm such good friends with them, I decided to invite Caesar to one of these cells for afternoon tea. He sarcastically retorts. Chapter 4. 185. Reclaimed Materials. By this point, Scorpion Man seemed extremely depressed. His attempts to shift blame onto Afton and avoid responsibility for his actions, both direct and indirect, had failed. The vigilante just slumped on his bed, resting his elbows on his knees as he gazed at the floor as if looking for answers. So, what now? Do I just stay here, forever? Scorpion Man asks, looking up pitifully at Afton, Darla, and GLaDOS. Will you have your robots dissect me? Afton shrugs. Honestly, what happens now is up to you. He gives a grin. We've already dealt with the background radiation you give off, so the only threat now is your excretions. Sweat, urine, saliva, and feces are all still a risk to the public. You did what? Scorpion Man asks in confusion. Afton nods. While you were asleep, we took some of your cells and created an antidote, mutative elixir. Of course, I doubt it would be possible to do the same for your bodily fluids. It's an essential part of your physiology, and taking it away may just destroy you, he says, basically making all of this up. Scorpion Man didn't give produce more background radiation than a regular person, but he didn't know that, allowing Afton to claim he did. As for your options, well, you have a number of them, though. I doubt you'll like most. The first and most obvious is to join me and my organization, Bulwark. We are probably one of the most technologically advanced groups on Earth. The only others that might match us are the Brotherhood and Enclave, both of which would execute you for being a mutant. Afton states before continuing, should you join us, you'll be given a suitable place for you to stay, access to equipment and training most would be in awe at, and the ability to get multiple checkups with our scientists and doctors. He explains, feeling slightly like an infomercial salesman. But I am still needed in Freeside, Scorpion Man mutters faintly. Afton scoffs, didn't I just explain to you why that's a bad idea? It isn't for me, but for my brother. The gangs tortured him to death because he couldn't pay off his debt. He was made an example for others. I need to stop them. Afton shakes his head. If that's your goal, then you were going about it the wrong way. Instead of wandering around stopping crimes, you should have been doing targeted assaults against the gang that killed your brother, he states. Scorpion Man just sights and looks to the ground. What are my other options? Afton nods. I could ship you back to Freeside. I've already faked your death, however, so it would be a surprise to those who may have known you. Plus, I doubt you'd want to risk their health with your physiology. Another option is for me to just drop you off randomly in the Mojave. To keep people safe, you'd basically have to become a hermit, though. Honestly, your only real option is to stay here where we can manage your mutation properly. He shrugs. This is not to say you'd be stuck here forever. We'd just train you up and try to solve the side effects of your abilities. Afterwards, you could go anywhere you wanted. He explains. Scorpion Man slowly nods. Could I think about this? I want to think about it before making a decision. Afton gives a shrug and nods. All right, just call out when you've come to a decision. No point waiting in a cell all day when we could be training and fixing you up, he states before leaving. Darla and GLaDOS float beside him as he walks. What delicious lies you told to the teddy bear, Darla mutters huskily. Indeed, you have put it in a no-win situation. Either it joins us, or puts others at risk. By my understanding of its psychology, there's a 0.6% that it refuses your offer, creator. Afton nods. Of course, I wouldn't spew bullshit for no reason. I gotta have at least some standards. Afton doesn't immediately leave the labs after his meeting with Scorpion Man. No, instead he walks towards the armor and weaponry decision. Mobius and Klein should be examining the new materials he'd managed to gather. He walks into the lab and spots the two scientists already scanning the elite riot gear with every tool and technology they have available. The elite riot gear in question is a large brown duster, reinforced with plating at the shoulders, elbows, knees, chest and neck. The materials used are pretty primitive, but the helmet itself is what is most interesting. It contains large amounts of tech compacted and made very durable for this purpose only. Honestly, the only issue Afton could see with the armor is the fact it was designed for a woman. Yep, the NCR elite riot gear they'd obtained from the Van Graffs belonged to a woman. This was the case with both sets they were given. It wasn't all that bad, as the only difference between the male version was the shape of it. Larger hips, smaller waist, etc. Afton wasn't actually sure what they could learn from the armor. Aside from integrating similar plating onto their Deathclaw leather dusters and taking the tech from the helmet, there wasn't much that they didn't already have. The only armor Afton was interested in acquiring were the Chinese stealth armors. The think tank used to have some, but they were all destroyed in the creation of the stealth suit that Nyx lives in. This is also the reason they couldn't just make more stealth suits, as the materials that compose it were strange and unknown to them, most likely taken directly from some Chinese stealth suits. Afton was unsure where he'd acquire such armor, though. Perhaps he'd need to take a trip to China and see what's happening over there. He hoped they'd all been annihilated by America's nuclear bombs, but if not, he'd probably have to clean the place up. He wasn't going to allow communists to poison the world again. Chapter 4. 186. Legio Peccator. Word of Caesar's return had spread throughout the Legion, much to the Empire's relief. Once it was known that he had been saved, all the centurions, legates, and other important individuals immediately leave their posts to go and meet their leader. Obviously, he did not return to the fort, as that place was deemed unsafe and unsuitable for the great Caesar, especially since he'd been captured from there in the first place. Instead, he was taken to an encampment miles west of the Colorado and was heavily reinforced compared to the fort. This was to make up for their failure at protecting Caesar last time from those despicable mercenaries now calling themselves Bulwark. Caesar was currently sitting on a throne within a large war tent. Augustus was standing at his side as legates and centurions enter and kneel before him. The only people who weren't present were the ones in charge of taking care of the empire, those like Legate Lanius. Caesar's eyes linger on Vulpes Inculta as the man silently enters and kneels next to the others. "Vulpes, stand," he commands, a scowl on his face. Vulpes Inculta, knowing he was in trouble, stands and immediately starts speaking, hoping to alleviate some of Caesar's anger. "It is a joy for us all that you have returned, my liege. It shames me that I was not able to save you sooner. The pain, humiliation, and torment those barbaric mercenaries put you through must have been terrible." He smiles graciously. Caesar scowls and slams his fist onto the armrest of his throne before pointing an accusatory finger at the man. "You simpering whelp, did you really think I'd believe such verbal diarrhea? You thought yourself above the task of retrieving me from our enemies, instead sending Augustus Aquarius into what you assumed was a trap, endangering a valuable commander of the Legion, all to save your own skin." He spits. "Great Caesar, I never mean—" Vulpe starts but is cut off. "You will shut your filthy mouth while I am speaking. Do you understand? The only reason I haven't had you dragged outside, set alight and thrown into a canyon is because you still have your uses. Even with your numerous failures concerning your schemes and even my safety, you are still useful. Consider this your last chance, Vulpes. Fail me one more time, and I promise every inch of pain and agony I can grant unto you. Do you understand?" Vulpes quickly nods and presses his forehead to the floor, feeling a sort of déjà vu. Vulpes was honestly expecting two things from this meeting. Either he's executed or let off completely. This compromise surprised him somewhat. In recent months, Caesar had become more passive and delegated much of his responsibilities. Less brutal in his punishments, now it seems his recent encounter with Afton Parker had put the fire back in him. Vulpes didn't know whether this was a good thing or a bad thing. Caesar would now act like he used to, but that also put Vulpes at risk of an agonizing demise. He mentally shakes his head and returns to kneeling beside the others in the room. Caesar sits up straight and scours the crowd with his gaze. Cicero Tullius, what changes have been made to make sure a disaster like what happened at the fort does not happen again? He asks, and a man with a heavily scarred face stands. We have 10,000 men in this encampment alone, my liege. Our defenses are still being constructed, but the walls will be so thick that even a tank would not breach it at full speed. We have set up turrets at all entry points that will be permanently manned to prevent surprise attacks. Every person that enters and exits the encampment will have their identity checked. Through tags, passcodes, and member lists, the man explains. Caesar slowly nods. That will do. For now, concentrate on completing our defenses. If we cannot protect ourselves from a small group's assault, then what chance do we have at taking the Mojave? Surge militibus maes, he commands, and everyone stands to attention. Take this as our second chance. If such events as happened recently occur again, then our campaign is finished, along with our future. The future of you, your children, and your children's children. All of our futures hinge on your success. Remember this when you start to falter, he states before waving them all off. Nam Legion. Ad Caesarem, the crowd shouts in response before they all march out with a spring in their steps. Caesar slumps slightly and looks at Augustus, who's still standing at the side. Do you believe our defenses will be enough to fend off Afton Parker and his bulwark? Augustus thinks for a moment before slowly shaking his head. Those machines he had at his side during the trade looked more powerful than those I have seen before. He also seems able to reproduce that power armor of his, which is the biggest threat to us currently. Given enough time, I believe he would be able to create an army more powerful than even the Brotherhood of Steel, he cautiously states, hoping to not offend Caesar. Caesar nods. My thoughts exactly. We have enough men, but our equipment is lacking compared to him. Of course, our laws against technology do no help us in this regard, but we need something to combat him. Even if we triumph over the NCR, he will still be there, waiting in the Mojave for us, he says with a slight shiver. Augustus bites the inside of his cheek as he goes to speak, his words alone risking his health. Then perhaps we should alter the law slightly, my liege. Our fights with the Brotherhood of Steel have left us with quite the arsenal, but all are forbidden from using it. Perhaps now is the time we create a special unit for just such an occasion. Caesar is silent for a while, but eventually he slowly nods. I think the situation demands something like this. Very well, Augustus. I put you in command of the Legio Peccator, a unit given special permission to use advanced technology, he states. Augustus nods. It would be an hour, my liege. Chapter 487. Bigger Guns. After speaking briefly with the scientists about Bulwark's new standard medium and light armor that's in the works, he leaves and decides to check on things around Big Mountain. Carl was still spending quality time with his family, and Josie was slobbering all over the various technologies around the place. He even swore he saw her riding around on the back of a robo-scorpion the other day. Or maybe hallucinating. The only thing that perturbed him slightly is the fact he hadn't seen much of Boone. The man would always get up early in the morning, go somewhere, and then come back with dark circles around his eyes and smelling heavily of gunpowder. Obviously, he was at the firing range, but Afton wasn't sure what brought on this new bout of determination and obsessive training. He shrugs to himself. Perhaps it was time to find out what was bothering his companion. As he approaches the firing range, he's greeted by the sound of gunfire from various weapons. Inside, he spots Boone standing where Tamia had been weeks ago. He was currently firing his hunting rifle at a target around 800 yards away. To most, this would be an incredibly difficult shot, but for Boone, it seemed relatively easy. Once he'd emptied his clip, he drops the rifle and pulls out a .44 revolver and continues firing at the same target. Most shots hit, despite him now using a pistol. Afton knew how difficult such a shot was, especially since his perception and agility was so high. It was an almost superhuman feat, but Boone was doing it fairly easily. "Yo!" Afton greets after the revolver clicks, indicating its lack of bullets. Boone glances over and nods at him. "Need something?" Afton shakes his head. "Personally, no. You, on the other hand, have been training non-stop for weeks now." I'll return the question. "Do you need something?" "No, I just need to be better than I am. Faster, stronger, better," he states while reloading his weapons with such dexterity, Afton wondered if he had the rapid reload perk. "So something is bothering you?" Afton challenges, wondering if Boone would be willing to talk about it. The man was a tough nut to crack, rarely showing emotion. To be honest, the only real smile he'd seen Boone give is at Carl's survival, and while killing legionaries. Boone halts halfway through reloading the revolver before nodding. "It's been a while since I was in the first recon. I try not to think about it too much, or the days sometimes slip by me. Manny either wasn't bothered or drank enough that it didn't matter, but I can't forget the people we lost and the things we did. I want to say I've moved past it, but what happened with Carl made me feel like I was straight back in Bitter Springs." Afton raises a brow but doesn't interrupt the man, allowing him to air his grievances. Boone finishing reloading his weapons and starts firing again, unloading all the bullets in his rifle before turning to Afton again. "I had a buddy called Isaac. Funny guy, liked food despite the shit we had to eat in the unit. Made it his duty to hunt animals to give the unit some variety. Dreamt of buying a farm and living peacefully with a wife and family. He was my spotter before Manny." He releases a long sigh. "We were in a firefight for some reason I can't remember. Bullets were so loud I could barely hear myself think, let alone Isaac spotting for me. Which is why I had no idea when some guys had snuck up on us and shot Isaac through the neck. I managed to deal with them while taking minimal injuries, but Isaac was fucked. I tried to save him, but..." He trails off and shakes his head with a look of determination. "The shit that happened to Carl wouldn't have happened if I was better. I'll make sure it doesn't happen again. Ever," he states. Afton slowly nods after listening to the story. He could understand Boone's feelings. Kind of. He was sure the sniper had some sort of PTSD, but that was common in the wasteland, so no one really bothered to pay attention to it. "If you want to get stronger, I think practicing something you've already mastered is rather inefficient. Why not try working gadgets into your abilities? If you had some flashbangs, you might have been able to blind those guys with grenade launcher for a moment," he says. Boone puts down his hunting rifle and nods. "I think you may be right," he admits, having not seen any drastic improvements to his shooting for many years. "I'd also like you to get fitted with the weaponry we'll be producing in the future. What would you say to testing a railgun?" he asks. The project that he was speaking about was basically Bulwark's take on the Brotherhood of Steel's Gauss rifles. Gauss rifles were meant to be an all-purpose weapon, thus they weren't as powerful as they potentially could be. The railgun Afton and the scientists were trying to create was significantly larger, with a much longer barrel so the projectile could pick up more speed. This weapon would be excellent for Boone, as it'd essentially be a super sniper, putting even the anti-material rifle to shame. Boone slowly nods. "If it shoots well, then sign me up." Afton grins. "Good. I'll have the scientists get to work on supportive tools, though. That'll have to wait until we get Carl's prosthetics properly fixed up. I think he'll like what we come up with." Boone raises a brow. "Guns?" Afton nods. "Big guns." Chapter 4, 188. Loyal's Loyalty. For Tamia and the gang in Nellis Airfield, time was quickly passing by. They'd been making good progress, getting acquainted with the locals, though the jobs they did were incredibly diverse. From teaching children to clearing out giant ant-infested areas, to updating the boomers' maps to be accurate with the current climate. Veronica seemed to be enjoying herself, but Anya was looking a little exhausted. The fact they had to behave well at all moments, as well as assisting the boomers with anything they might need, had the ghoul and Tamia both exhausted. That said, they had met some good people while they were here. Raquel, the master-at-arms that controls the boomers' supplies and armaments. She'd been a bitch at first, but had lightened up considerably once she'd gotten to know them. That said, the way she and Veronica flirted with one another was kinda weird. They'd insult one another until someone couldn't think of a slur and then laugh about it afterwards. Very peculiar. Argyle, the doctor in charge of all the injured and overall health of the locals. He was an angel in dirty old man form. Honestly, Tamia couldn't remember someone as kind-hearted as this man, willing to risk his own health for the betterment of everyone else. Tamia wished she could have helped him herself, but luckily Veronica knew enough about medicine to assist in the strange sickness that had slowly been spreading. Argyle's face was kind of funny when we all realized the sickness was scurvy, their limited diet and lack of vitamins having led to it. Loyal, the chief mechanic and certified ancient person. He's a bit rough around the edges, most likely due to his age, but he's one of the most knowledgeable people Tamia knew, aside from Afton and his scientists, of course. The man took pleasure in many things, from working on a difficult project to sitting down with the kids and telling stories of the boomers' history. Loyal is actually one of the people who didn't immediately dislike the group on arrival, seemingly optimistic about receiving their help. Though one thing Tamia found somewhat odd was the look he'd send the group occasionally, as if waiting for an opportunity to ask something. Last but certainly not least is Pearl, the kindly yet slightly sadistic leader of the boomers. The woman was friendly to everyone until someone stepped on her toes. Then she'd turn into a demon on a warpath. Tamia shivers at the memory of the time some kids thought it would be funny to prank her, putting pins on Pearl's chair. Yeah, none of the group dared to look the woman in the eye after that incident, and they'd only spotted the perpetrators a week afterwards. Seems as if she'd had them cleaning out the toilets with their bare hands every day since then. There were many other people Tamia had befriended too, but they were too numerous to mention. That said, the group's effort in helping the boomers had slowly brought about a change in their attitudes. Sure, they wouldn't be welcoming any outsiders with open arms, but perhaps they'd be a little apprehensive about blowing them to smithereens. The artillery hadn't had to be fired for a while, but Tamia put that to George's decaying corpse, lying just outside the boomers' territory, courtesy of Veronica. Tamia was just about to go visit Pearl to see if there was any work that needed doing, when Loyal waved her over with a determined look on his face. "Hey Loyal, what's a—" "Psh! Try be quiet now. I don't want the others to be hearing this." "You hear?" he quickly says, trying to quieten her. Tamia just raises a brow but nods regardless. Sure," she quietly says. Loyal gestures to the lawn chair next to his and leans forward slightly. "You've been doing good work, and I can tell you that we're all happy you're here. But I think that it's time I told you about the lady in the water," he states ambiguously. "Lady in the water?" He frowns slightly. "Take that look off of your face. There ain't nothing wrong with calling her that." "There's not." Loyal shakes his head at her dull expression and continues. "A long, long time ago, before even the war that created this hellscape, a bomber had crash-landed not far from here. In Lake Mead specifically, hence the name Lady in the Lake," he states. "A bomber was a flying contraption that could drop bombs on anything it flew over. I want to try and raise the Lady in the Lake, just like how those old stories of knight and swords used to say," he says with a surprisingly giddy look on his face. "How did you even find out about this?" "You're old, but not pre-war old," she states with a smirk. "Laugh it up because I certainly don't feel any younger, and for you information, I read it on a newspaper. Anyway, I need your help in raising the lady from the lake. There's no one else I can ask for this. I beg you," he pleads. "Why can't someone else do it? It's not like the boomers are forbidden from leaving the airfield." She asks, not sure if the bomber was even there. Newspapers weren't exactly the best source of accurate information. He shakes his head. "If I ask one person to do it, then everyone else will hear about it. You must have heard about the stories of our history, the legends of the lady. One whiff of this and everyone will know. I know they are trustworthy, but the NCR and Legion are not. If they hear about it, then they'll steal the lady." I'm also an outsider, you know," she points out. Loyal shakes his head and waves his arm, "In name only. You've proved yourself enough, which is why I'm even asking. You are one of the most competent people I know, more than any of us, which is why I trust you with this. With our dreams," he explains. Tamia nods. "I'll do it, but I doubt I'm going to be able to drag a bomber out of the water with my bare hands." She jokes, but is still unsure of how Loyal actually wants to go about it. Loyal shakes his head. Don't worry about that, I've already got it covered. You just got to focus on finding and getting it out. He stands. Follow me, I'll show you what I've got planned, he says, almost skipping towards the hangar containing their supplies. Tamia can only shake her head and laugh at the way he's acting. She's never seen a man as old as him so chipper and energetic. Aside from Mr. House. Chapter 4, 189, Crossing the Barks. Tamia is led into the hangar by Loyal as shown to a few strange devices. The old man quickly shuffles everyone else out as he gestures exaggeratedly at the small box-like devices. See these? They're ballasts, floating, deployable devices that'll help actually get the lady out of the water, he says before tossing something else at her. And that's a rebreather, should let you stay underwater for around an hour, he explains. Tamia lifts one of the ballasts slightly and frowns at the weight. Despite being intended to float, they were significantly heavier than she'd expected. Are you sure these'll work? Aren't bombers, incredibly heavy? Loyal nods. They are, but he kicks over a large container filled to the brim with ballasts. We got enough of these things to float a building. 1 hour later, Tamia, Veronica, and Anya were all carrying large backpacks filled with ballasts out of the airfield. They were currently walking along the heavily cratered road, but their destination wasn't Lake Mead, at least, not yet. First, they were going to head to the teleportation point they'd used to arrive here and report what was happening to Afton. Maybe he'd want to take a look at the bomber before the boomers got it. They walk past the mangled corpse of George and eventually reach the point, Veronica using a small device which causes lightning to shoot from the sky and strike them, kicking up a cloud of dust and causing them to vanish. After returning, the group ignores the large new facility they'd not seen before and heads to the think tank to find Afton. And with the help of GLaDOS, they find him in a laboratory working with Mobius and Klein on his power armor. The trio quickly notice the group, and Klein scoffs indignantly. It's just like high school again. Go bother someone else, we have homework to do, he exclaims. Afton just shakes his head at the scientists and looks at the group imploringly. Something up? Tamia nods. Yeah. We were about to raise a literal bomber out of Lake Mead and wanted to let you know about it, she explains with a sheepish look. A bomber? Afton parrots, excitement briefly showing in his eyes before he recomposes himself. No doubt this is for the boomers, then? She nods again. They've almost deified the thing and have told us to raise it out of the water with ballasts. She gestures at the large backpacks they were carrying. They're planning on taking it apart with robots and transporting it all back to their base while they fire artillery near the NCR as a distraction, she says. Afton rubs his chin at this. Most planes hadn't survived the initial nuclear bombs that started the Great War, and those that had were too irreparably damaged to actually work, not to mention the lack of individuals who knew how to fly the things. Aeroplanes weren't like vertibirds. Give someone a couple weeks training and voila, they're able to fly a vertibird. But for a plane, bomber or jet? No chance. You'd have a better chance spontaneously exploding than actually getting the thing in the air. Even if you did, you'd soon greet the floor very enthusiastically at match speed. That all said, if someone were to possess such a vehicle in the current day's climate, they'd be an almost unstoppable force. What good would power armor be against a bomber dropping payloads from a mile above you? None. Honestly, Afton was tempted to just steal the bomber for himself, but knew that'd likely make him and the trio hated by the boomers. Plus the fact he had no idea how he'd transport it back to Big Mentee. It wasn't like the teleporters could transport something so large. Still, he wanted one. Afton glances at Klein and Mobius. You guys wait here. I've got something to do. He states and gestures for the trio to follow him. He leaves the think tank and heads straight to X8, where the cyberdogs could be found. He gathers up a large group of the ones designed by GLaDOS for scouting, scanning, and other miscellaneous tasks. They number around 30 and should be enough to scan the bomber relatively quickly. Once done, they'd send the data back to the think tank so they could replicate the bomber. Take these guys with you. They'll scan the bomber once it's out of the water. Once they're done, they'll teleport back. They'll also assist you in combat should you need it, he states. Tamia nods. All right, is that all? Afton grins in affirmation. Should be. You want me to tag along, or? He asks. Tamia shakes her head. I don't think there'd be a point. Plus, you're already pretty busy here. Afton nods. All right, you guys better get to it before anyone notices you are gone. Remember to take the cyberdogs, he says before returning to Klein and Mobius to further work on his power armor. Tamia, Veronica, and Anya quickly head back to the Mojave with 30 cyberdogs in tow. The teleporters work overtime to move everyone, but eventually they get back and start heading towards Lake Mead. On the way, they encounter a few obstacles, though. Any potential raiders are easily scared off by the army of cyberdogs. The same could not be said for a huge pack of golden geckos, however. Fortunately, one cyberdog's sonic bark is enough to send a grown man flying. Times this by 30, and you have a rather explosive result. Any gecko in the path of the projectile freezes, trembles, and explodes into a fountain of blood and gore. Tamia wondered what an army of 100 cyberdogs would be capable of. Due to the type of weapon it was, it'd most likely instantly kill anyone driving heavy vehicles, which meant that these cyberdogs were literally the best anti-vehicle weapons in the Mojave, by a large margin actually. Chapter 4, 190, Cazadorcius. Soon enough, the group gets close enough to spot Lake Mead, afterwards locating the dock where the bomber is supposedly near. Unfortunately for the group's progress, there's a large building beside the dock that's absolutely covered in a cum-like substance, indicating that some creatures had set up shop there. The group back away slightly as a larger-than-average cazador flies atop the building and starts cleaning its antenna. It hadn't noticed them yet, but it would once the group got closer. Tamia wondered how many cazadors were actually inside the structure. Tamia, Veronica, and Anya drop the bags of ballasts and ready their weapons as they slowly approach the building. The closer they get, the louder the faint buzzing becomes, causing the group's skin to crawl at the sound. If there was one thing that the three had in common, it would be their hatred of bugs, cazadors especially, due to their sheer speed and incredibly deadly poison. Anya aims her silenced SMG at the cazador atop the roof and fires a couple shots at it. The shots are relatively quiet, and the rest of the hive wouldn't have heard it had a few stray bullets not hit the concrete wall of the building, making a large crashing sound. The only good side to this is the fact she managed to kill the cazador, blasting the creature open with numerous holes that spewed out pus-like blood. The sound of buzzing abruptly increases as cazadors, large and small, began pouring out of the building like a never-ending tide of nightmares. The group start firing with abandon, Tamia firing her revolver, Veronica firing her plasma pistol, and Anya continuing to fire her SMG. The many cyberdogs at their sides launch sonic attacks as well, but the cazadors are fast and smart enough to avoid most of that. The sonic blasts instead strike the building, blowing a large hole into the wall and causing the roof to collapse in on itself. Judging by the screeching, the collapse had killed a few cazadors with it. Though, now with the larger hole, more cazadors were able to climb out of the hive. Tamia had to dodge to the side as a cazador flies straight at her. With its poison stinger ready to strike, she manages to avoid it, and a cyberdog tears it out of the sky in response. But this attack signaled the start of a life-and-death fight. The cyberdogs would be relatively fine if they were struck by a cazador, but the group wouldn't be so lucky. A couple stings and they'd be killed for sure. The poison these creatures produced wasn't called the deadliest for no reason. Tamia holsters her revolver and draws her ultra chainsword, powering it on and grinning as the blade being oscillating like a chainsaw. She swings it at another cazador and easily bisects it. It was as if she were cutting into butter with a knife as hot as the sun. "Remind me to kiss Afton for this thing," she exclaims with a sadistic grin as she continues cutting down anything that approaches. Veronica herself was going to town punching cazadors like they were beach balls with her unique power fist, sending what amounted to timed insect bombs flying into their allies. The group fights like this for a couple minutes, occasionally having close calls with a cazador's stinger being stopped by their armor. Veronica even had a stinger still sticking out of her deathclaw duster. The trio takes a moment to catch their breaths while glaring down at the many cazador corpses. "Should we loot the hive, or just have the dogs collapse it?" Veronica mutters, more to herself than anything. Tamia nods. "I'm not going in there, so unless you want to try your luck, we're destroying it," she states. The trio nod in agreement and command the cyberdogs to bark down the building until it collapses completely, hopefully destroying any cazador eggs that may be inside. Afterwards, they head to the docks and look over it into Lake Mead, taking a moment to admire what is essentially the lifeblood of the Mojave. Lake Mead contains some of the cleanest water you'll find in the wasteland, so it isn't strange to see so many factions trying to claim it. If it weren't for the Hoover Dam, Lake Mead would be the most highly sought resource instead. So, any ideas on where to start? Tamia asks, pulling out the rebreather Loyal had given her. Veronica shrugs. The news article said it should be close to this side of the lake, so swim around the deepest parts to make sure you don't miss anything. Also, there might be some creatures swimming around here. I'd recommend you don't take that thing unless Afton told you it was safe, she says, gesturing at the Ultra Chains word. Tamia glares down at it. Afton didn't say anything about using it underwater, but I have a sneaking suspicion it wouldn't be good, she says with a sigh, handing the weapon to Veronica before drawing a knife from her boot. Can't the cyberdogs go with her? Anya asks, not wanting to send Tamia into the lake that's probably filled with creatures. Veronica shakes her head. You seen dogs swim? Well, imagine a dog trying to swim with metal plates welded to it. They can swim, but barely, she explains. Don't worry about it. I'll be in and out fairly quick. Just keep an eye on the surface and shoot anything that looks like it wants to eat me. Cool? Cool. Veronica gives a thumbs up. Tamia nods. All right, I'll be coming back here to collect the rest of the ballasts occasionally, so just chuck them in when I'm near, she says before taking off the majority of her clothing. Trying to swim with a heavy duster or combat armor seemed like a surefire way to drown, even with the rebreather. Plus, maneuverability underwater was probably king anyway. Tamia hefts the backpack of ballasts and nods at them, walking over the end of the dock in her underwear and putting in her rebreather before jumping in, leaving the duo and the 30 cyberdogs watching as she swims away. Chapter 4. 191. Lurking in the Lake. Inside the lake, Tamia could barely see anything. Perhaps she should have had Afton make her some goggles. Regardless, she could kind of make out some shapes underwater, which would help in actually finding the bomber. The only plus to this was the cold, refreshing water surrounding her. It isn't often you can escape the hot Mojave climate, nor did most people in the Mojave even know how to swim. She slowly drifts down to the bottom of the lake, allowing the weight of the ballasts she was carrying to move her deeper. She swims around the bottom of the lake for a minute or so, until she eventually finds the large, dark shape that resembled an aeroplane she'd seen depicted in past records and photos. She swims up and starts sticking the magnetic sides of the ballasts to the bomber, according to how Loyal had explained. She needed to make sure nothing was misplaced, otherwise the bomber would simply break up and sink to the bottom of the lake in many pieces, something that'd be incredibly difficult to fix. She quickly places all the ballasts from the first bag and heads back, collecting the second and doing the same with that. However, once she returns to the bomber with the third and final bag, she makes a mistake. She was underneath the bomber and carefully pushing off of the floor to properly attach the ballast when she feels something crush underfoot. She looks down and spots a heavily damaged egg that's leaking all of its insides into the lake. Shit, her muffled curse can be heard through her rebreather. She had no idea what creature the egg belonged to, but whatever it was, it'd most certainly be pissed. Shook. Something quickly passes by her position, disturbing the surrounding water but not allowing her to get a glimpse of it. She readies her boot knife in response, but knows that most creatures wouldn't even flinch at being stabbed with it. Shook. Again, Tamia spins around, but still only barely spots some kind of blue-green foot that disappears into the distance. Shook. Ready for it this time, she spins and intercepts the creature as it attempts to claw her. Unfortunately, her knife simply slides off of its slimy skin, the tip barely penetrating. Its claw springs out and lightly stabs into her shoulder, drawing blood. She holds in her pained groan, not wanting to accidentally spit out her rebreather and doom herself. She glares at it, now able to identify her attacker. It was a 7-foot humanoid with slimy blue-green skin, a scary bald head with glowing red-orange eyes, and menacing claws attached to each arm. Honestly, this was her first time running into a lake lurk, but all that meant was she was inexperienced in dealing with it. All she had were a few anecdotes from soldiers who'd fought them on land in the past. Unfortunately, everyone who'd tried to fight one underwater never returned, most likely having been eaten. The lake lurk viciously glares at Tamia, the scent of its destroyed egg still heavy in the water as its life force bleeds out. This is where Tamia made her first mistake, in forgetting that a lake lurk's claws were its secondary weapon. The lake lurk opens its mouth and lets out a screech that only seems to be amplified by being underwater. Scree! Tamia struggles to not spit out her rebreather as the sonic attack hits her, almost bursting her eardrums entirely as she holds her head in an attempt to stifle the attack at least slightly. While she's disorientated, the lake lurk thrusts itself forwards, stabbing a claw into Tamia's stomach. Tamia, having just been stabbed, spits out her rebreather in response, but instinctively lashes out with her knife, managing to stab it in the eye, causing it to retreat momentarily. She looks down at her wound that's heavily bleeding, but ignores it to find her rebreather. She finds it nearby, floating towards the surface, and quickly grabs it, all the while pulling a stim-pack from the pouch she'd brought. She stabs it into herself, which allows the body to quickly seal the wound via a burst of platelets, but the threat of the lake lurk is still around. She looks to the surface, wondering if fighting it there would be easier, but quickly ignores this thought. The surface would probably be more dangerous than where she was now. Shook, Tamia scowls as readies the knife again, this time prepared for a potential sonic attack. Shook. She quickly turns and intercepts the claw strike, barely dodging it, but not managing to cut into its annoyingly resistant skin. It tries to bite down on her neck, but she kicks her legs, forcing herself backwards. The creature follows, though, clamping its jaws onto her shoulder and tearing a good chunk of flesh out. Tamia gives a muffled roar through her rebreather and furiously stabs at it in retaliation, but the restrictive water and skin of the creature would basically nullify any damage she might do. Fuck, she thinks to herself, she's literally being eaten alive down here and has no chance of escape. If she tried to swim away, the thing would claw the fuck out of her. The lake lurk swims away after getting some meat, but it'd be back very soon for another bite. Tamia quickly looks around the area for something that might save her, when her eyes lock onto the last ballast she had to place. Her pained expression becomes one of determination as she picks up the ballast and approaches the bomber. She doesn't place it, however, instead, waiting for the lake lurk to approach again. Shook! She has her back to the metal chassis of the bomber and can see the creature approaching. Once it's near enough, she avoids a stabbing claw by kicking off of the bomber, positioning herself so the bomber is behind the lake lurk before thrusting the ballast into it. Its strength is incredible, but it isn't just Tamia working against the creature. The magnet of the ballast was pushing towards the bomber. Chapter 4, 192. Watch the fireworks. With a final muffled shout, Tamia manages to push the lake lurk against the bomber, the ballast's magnet gaining strength and digging into its chest, keeping the creature stuck to the bomber. The lake lurk attempts a sonic scream, but is unable to due to the sheer pressure being applied to its chest. It tries to shuffle the magnet off of itself, but is unable to, simply being trapped here. Tamia sends one final scowl at it before quickly swimming to the surface. Her shoulder was still heavily bleeding, so she needed to get it looked at before anything else. Veronica and Anya spot Tamia's bloodied and tired state and quickly pull her to shore. Veronica looking over her injuries and doing her best to patch her up. After a rather gratuitous amount of wound cleaning and bandaging, Veronica finally decides to approach the elephant in the room. "What did that to you?" she asks, not all that knowledgeable about what creatures the lake held. "Lake lurk, I accidentally broke an egg in its nest. You saw the result," she simply states. "And you managed to kill one of those with a knife?" Veronica asks in disbelief. Most high-level creatures in the wasteland were very resistant to most weapons. With unnaturally thick skin, scales, regenerative properties, and other defensive abilities. Tamia shakes her head. "Use the detonator and you'll find out," she says with a small grin. Veronica and Anya look at one another before shrugging, the former pulling out the detonator Loyal had given them and activating it. "Poosh," Small spouts of water spurt from the water due to the sudden decompression of the ballasts, and not long after it looks as if a sea monster's about to burst out. The huge pre-war bomber quickly appears from beneath the water, slowly bobbing along the surface, revealing all the barnacles, rust, and other damage it had accumulated over its centuries underwater. However, the most interesting add-on would be the lake lurk somehow stuck to the top of it, magnetically trapped by the now expanded ballast. Veronica glances towards Tamia and spots her smug look of satisfaction. So, had to improvise, huh? I can't tell if you're taking the piss or actually asking, mutters before shrugging. I almost died, you gotta do what you gotta do, she explains. I'm just saying, without that ballast, the bomber might have fallen apart. But I guess trading the bomber for your life is a good trade. She then looks to the 30 cyberdogs standing on the dock. What now? Tamia shrugs again. Afton said they'd scan it once it's out of the water. How they'll do that, She interrupted as the cyberdogs all launch themselves into the lake, doing a rather poor doggy paddle as they swim towards the bomber. Ah, you sure there are no other lake lurks around? 'Cause I'm not going to be the one to tell Afton that we lost one of his pets. Veronica states. Tamia shakes her head. If there was, I wouldn't be here, pointing her thumb at her heavily bandaged shoulder and stomach wound. The trio watch as the cyberdogs reach the bomber and begin to climb up onto it with their metal paws. Some cut their way inside the plane, while others just wait on the outside. Of course, they easily tear apart the trapped lake lurk while they're there, and Tamia takes an almost sadistic amount of satisfaction at it being eaten alive. Once each of them is in position, they lie down and seemingly go to sleep. Unbeknownst to everyone watching, devices placed inside the cyberdogs by GLaDOS was working overtime to scan the entire bomber. The bomber itself wasn't all that complicated, at least not compared to what the think tank was working with. The only reason they actually needed to scan the bomber in the first place was to examine the gyroscopic instruments and other essential components needed for planes to properly fly. Sure, Afton could have had the scientists working on rediscovering such systems, but it was far too time-intensive to ignore the other projects for. At least this way, he'd be able to get started on creating a vehicle for Bulwark to be known for. Though Afton kept thinking whether or not stealing the bomber and repairing it with Mechanicus would be worth making enemies of the boomers and potentially Mr. House. The cyberdogs continuing scanning and relaying information about the bomber to the think tank for a couple hours. Once everything was done, they hopped back into the water and swam towards the trio on the shore. All right, that's done, I guess. We better tell Loyal to start transporting the bomber back, she states, taking the radio Veronica was holding and relaying to Loyal their success. Of course, the man almost blew a hip, jumping up and down in joy like a schoolboy. Ha ha, I knew you could do it. Damn those prudes who thought you'd betray us. Ha ha ha! Loyal happily exclaims over the radio, all the while commanding his robots to head to Lake Mead, take apart the bomber and transport it. Tamia grins at the others as they clearly hear Loyal over the radio. Yeah, we'll be headed back now. Are you going to start distracting the NCR yet? It's already happening. If you look up in a couple seconds. Duk-duk, duk-duk, duk-duk. Missiles launch into the sky from roughly where the boomers are located, leaving trails of smoke as they split off and approach the outskirts of Camp McCarran and Camp Guardian that was located north of Lake Mead. Obviously, the missiles dropped out of the sky a bit before they struck their targets, but it was enough for anyone to shit themselves at. Seeing a dozen powerful missiles flying towards you wasn't exactly a common thing in the wasteland, but the boomers were certainly capable of it, even if they were some of their more rare resources. The missiles strike the ground a good distance from their targets, causing huge explosions which kicks up large plumes of dust and sand. It's nowhere near as powerful as a mini-nuke, but it's enough to scare even larger factions. Yeah, I see them. We're headed back. See you soon, Loyal, Tamia says over the radio before turning it off. To think he'd congratulate us with some fireworks, Veronica jokes from the side. Chapter 493. Easy leveling and sex on the beach. While Tamia and the cyberdogs were retrieving the bomber schematics, Afton was relaxing by the poolside with a sex on the beach cocktail. His server was that annoying psyker called Shani, who's apparently able to see the future. That, or she just has a vivid imagination. Hey, heads or tails? He suddenly asks the girl out of nowhere. Excuse me, Shani stutters out, taken off guard at being asked something. I'm going to flip a coin. Is it going to be heads or tails? He asks again. Heads, she guesses, not looking confident at all. Afton just lightly shakes his head, flicking the coin up high before drawing his weapon and shooting a large hole into it. The coin flies off into the distance with a new hole as Afton turns to Shani. Your talent didn't see that coming, did it? He asks. Shani continues looking into the distance, where the coin had flown for a minute before composing herself and shaking her head. No, sir. Afton nods and is about to lie down and take another sip of his drink when a notification appears in his peripheral. Welcome to level 52. Had he done something to achieve that? He wants to ask GLaDOS, but realizes that time was stopped, so he'd have to try afterwards. Points 1. Stats, perks, mutations. Afton decides to check the perks this time. While he was sure he'd take another mutation involving his plant arm, taking a look wouldn't be a bad idea. He opens the perk page and is immediately blinded by the thousands of perks available to him. These weren't apparently restricted by level or what the Fallout games had. No, these included and improved anything he'd ever done, achieved, or had experience in. A few that had caught his interest were Swordmaster. Boosts damage dealt with swords by 200% and increases attack speed by 100%. Afton was curious at how many perks he could take that simply upgraded his swordsmanship, though his plans for the future would be better off adopting a whip skill. Perceptive intuition. Ability to detect invisible things around you also allows user to sense when they are being watched. This perk essentially gives you the superhuman ability to sense someone's gaze on you, which is pretty broken in Afton's honest opinion, and that's not even including the invisibility detection. Grit your teeth. User can work through pain with ease, enduring agonizing pain while maintaining combat effectiveness and even retaining steady hands throughout. While Afton was already pretty good at handling pain, the ability to retain steady hands through it would be a great boon to anyone, though this was especially effective on him considering his regenerative abilities. Puppeteer. Ability to project your voice elsewhere. Afton had no idea just how much this perk included. Could he throw his voice to the think tank from Prim? Or was it just limited to a single building? He supposed he wouldn't know until he bought it, something he was reluctant to spend points to test. One of us. While your mutations have alienated you from regular folk, mutants are more than willing to take you in as their own, plus 200% reputation gain with mutants of any kind, super mutants, ghouls, etc. The reason why Afton was interested in this perk is because almost everything in the Wasteland could be considered a mutant. A guy with 3 ears, mutant, a deathclaw, abomination and mutant. A psyker? Now that was the question. Getting a huge reputation boost with any psyker would be an incredible ability. Psykers were rare but invaluable resources to anyone who had them. Even someone with a relatively tame mutation like Scorpion Man had been manhandling the gangs and thugs in Freeside. He didn't even have training. Consider that. And that's not even speaking of the other powers psykers might possess. If Shani could see into the future, there might be the Magneto of psykers somewhere. Regardless, none of the perks he'd looked through seemed good enough to stray from his current plan for mutations. So, he looks back at the mutations and selects Bovaria mordicana flagellum. Enables user's arm to extend, stretch, and flex. His current arm's ability to change shape was limited by its mass, forcing him to shift material from other parts if he wanted to make it longer, thicker, or denser. This mutation would solve that. Stretching and flexing were good, but the keyword was extend, as since it was differentiated from stretching, it essentially meant adding extra mass. Of course, he needed 2 more perks to achieve what he really wanted, but his current 2 mutations were good enough for use as of now. So without waiting another moment, he takes the mutations and watches as time resumes. Once it does, he looks down at his peculiarly colored plant arm and begins testing it out. First things first, testing mass manipulation. He doesn't do much, simply making his arm slightly bulkier than it was before, afterwards pulling his fingers to see how far they could stretch individually. By the end of it, he looked like a particularly creepy eye. Seeing no real limits to his current testing, he stretches his arm out 10 feet away, letting it hang over the pool with ease while the other maids watch. Shani herself was watching with shock and not a small amount of horror. After holding it out for a while, Afton pulls his arm back in. He'd need to test this further, as 10 feet didn't even feel close to the limit. He lays back onto his chair and looks up at the sky while asking Thin Air GLaDOS, are there any combat operations happening at this moment? A panel in the floor opens up and allows a small drone with an orange eye to appear. There are 2 combat operations in progress, Creator. The first is one of our cyberdog patrols that ran into a migrating group of tunnelers. The second is the group under Officer Tamia, who led a group of specialist cyberdogs into a nest of cazadors. The AI states, Chapter 4, 194, Long Grip. Afton raises a brow at GLaDOS. The tunnelers are that close, he asks, not having expected them to get that far. Correct, but your assumption is not. The organism-designated tunnelers primarily travel via an extensive tunnel system. Dr. Boris has been studying a few samples and organisms and has found that the hives they live within have strict hierarchies, meaning these are likely an exiled group. GLaDOS explains. Afton slowly nods, so we don't have to worry about an imminent attack. Cool. Are the cyberdogs winning? He asks. The cyberdog units have an overwhelming numerical advantage, as well as a tactical one. Unit designated Gabe is the one currently leading the patrol. Afton snorts to himself. The tunnelers tried to fight the patrol while Gabe was around. What, are they stupid or something? Negative. The most likely explanation is that their poor eyesight allowed them to mistake Gabe as a weaker animal, such as a bighorner. Well, they deserve to get their shit rocked then. How are Tamia, Veronica, and Anja doing? He asks while resting his cocktail on top of the drone for a laugh. Of course, Shani pales at this but is ignored by both man and AI. I am currently receiving the schematics for the pre-war bomber. Most is too heavily damaged to be legible, but perhaps the brain bags can piece something together. Afton nods. Good. Before lounging back into his chair and enjoying the sunshine, though GLaDOS's drone hadn't left yet, meaning there was something else she needed to address. He flips his sunglasses up and glances at her. Something wrong? Have the thought implants been tested yet? Indeed, but their results have been mind-numbing, in the sense that every subject's head has exploded. Rather, I felt it important to update you on a different developing situation. The think tank has been receiving transmissions from somewhere you would be particularly interested in. A place called the Sierra Madre. Afton, upon hearing this, spits out his drink while Shani squeaks and slowly retreats upon hearing thought implants. She's either ignored or not noticed, however, allowing her to slip away back to the dorms. You've found Christine, he exclaims. Well, where is it? I'm going to go down there and kick the shit out of Elijah and bring Christine back in one go. I advise you not to do that, Creator, GLaDOS states, causing a shiver to run up his spine. He remembers the phrase, I can't let you do that, from another AI. Why not? He asks simply, his tone demanding an explanation. Because by my calculations, the signal itself seems to be a trap. It is being projected from the Mojave, but its source is elsewhere. I advise you send a robot instead, to spring the trap and not risk yourself, GLaDOS explains, allowing Afton to relax and not worry about a potential Skynet situation. Afton nods. All right, send a scout to check out the signal. Update me immediately if you find something. Affirmative. The AI confirms before leaving the same way the drone entered. Afton releases a sigh and slumps into the chair, wondering where his maid had gotten off to. Bizch. Afton, an NCR messenger has arrived at Novak's gates. They're requesting you. What do you want us to do? Beach. Daisy's voice comes through the Pip-Boy on his arm. He scowls and throws his half-drunk cocktail at a nearby wall which shatters the glass before picking up the radio. Can I not get 5 minutes to myself, goddamn? Bzich. I can send them away if you like. It's not as if you need to be here to hear the message. But they seem rather insistent on it. Bzich, Daisy explains. He releases a long sigh. No. I'll be there in like 5 to 10 minutes. He states as he gets up. He's currently dressed in swimming trunks and a Hawaiian shirt. Not exactly formal attire, but Afton's too tired to care at this point, though he does make sure to bring his fallen ranger Sequoia just in case. 4 minutes later, a lightning bolt strikes the teleportation point at Novak, allowing Afton to job over to the wall still in his beach attire. He's sent weird looks by the residents of Novak, but he ignores them and gets to his destination. On the wall, he finds Daisy, standing with crossed arms with another man he wasn't familiar with. "Afton, you're here," she states before jumping slightly and gesturing at the man in lab coat. "This is my friend, Arcade Gannon," she explains. Afton raises a brow but shakes the man's hand regardless, the man becoming confused at Afton's uncovered plant arm. Nice to meet you, Arcade." The man nods. "Likewise, nice to finally meet the man who's technically employing me," he adds with a smile. "I'm employing you." "Oh, the Dr. Tamiya brought over?" Afton asks. Arcade nods. "The very same. I have to thank you for allowing my research to continue. Without your help, I would have never discovered the laxative properties of fermented barrel cactus." "Okay," Afton offers, not knowing whether he should be angry about unknowingly funding literal shit research. Arcade shakes his head. "Don't look at me like that. Despite its somewhat humorous name, laxatives save lives. Never know when an idiot will shove something poisonous down their gullets that need to be removed," he explains. Afton shrugs. "I'll take your word on it. Keep up the good work," he says before turning to Daisy. "Where's this messenger then?" Daisy gestures over the wall at the single plain-looking man who's sitting under the shade of the wall. "Oi, this ain't Spa. If you're going to use my shadows, you better pay for it." Afton sarcastically shouts down, surprising the man who seemed to have been dozing off. "My apologies. You're Afton Parker. I come with a message. If you would allow me up to hand it to you." He's cut off as Afton's arm literally stretches to him and snatches the letter out of his hand, shocking the man and a few of the people on the wall itself. "Thanks. Now bugger off before I set the turrets on you," Afton says before looking down at the letter, ignoring the disbelieving looks of those around him. Chapter 495. Let us begin? Afton looks over the letter, noticing the various stamps printed on it. Most look official, especially the one of the two-headed bear. He opens it and pulls out the paperwork, beginning to read the message inside. Almost immediately, Afton palms his face at what he's reading. Daisy becomes curious and leans over to read with him. That's odd," she mutters. Afton nods. "Yeah, really odd," he retorts. The letter is essentially an invitation to start peace talks with the NCR. They've even picked out a neutral area where this can occur without either party having time to scheme. It's set in a week from now. "Are you going to attend?" Daisy asks. Afton shrugs. "I don't know about you, but this seems like a trap." Daisy nods. "Those star-spangled bears are too arrogant for this to be serious, but if it is real, we could get them off our backs for a while," she states. "Who sent the letter, if I can ask?" Arcade asks with crossed arms at the side. Afton glances at the letter again. "Ambassador Crocker. Does he even have the power to do something like this?" he mutters to himself. He hadn't personally met the man, but from what Boone had said about him, he seems pretty honest and hard-working, at least compared to the other bureaucrats. Arcade shrugs. "No idea. I'm not all that interested in military ranks and such, but I think he's trustworthy. His work in Freeside, while not perfect, has helped a lot of people. And just think about it. A chance to set aside your war with them temporarily so both sides can concentrate on eradicating the Legion." Afton clicks his tongue. "I don't know. I think we'll end up fighting the NCR no matter what. Plus, making a temporary peace agreement with them would only allow them to target other vulnerable factions." Arcade raises a brow. "Like what? The only other factions are raiders, cannibals, and slavers," he asks in confusion. Afton shakes his head. "You're forgetting about where I came from. The Brotherhood will be targeted. Without me causing trouble, the NCR will apply full force against them." Arcade looks like he wants to say something, but is stopped by Daisy as she rests her hand on his shoulder. "Leave it. Let Afton decide this alone. Neither of us are really in a position to object anyway." She states, "I'm going to get back to work. Decide what you wish," she says before leaving. Arcade himself gives a brief nod before exiting as well, leaving Afton alone to decide his plan of action. With that, Afton departs from Novak after checking the place to make sure supplies, defenses, and other essentials are all properly maintained. Once he's back at Big Mountain, he begins thinking about whether or not actually going to Prim is a good idea. Due to it being for a peace agreement, he would only be allowed to bring 2 bodyguards. And it didn't have to be said to not bring power armor, though the NCR did make sure to write that rule down in bold font. Clearly, they either wanted him to show his sincerity, or they wanted him defenseless so they could attack without having to deal with his power armor. Strangely, they didn't have any rules to prevent bodyguards from wearing power armor, meaning that they'd somehow requisitioned some, or really did want to have peace between their respective factions. It was also said that the people of Prim would be the ones setting up the entire event, with neither faction having anything to do with it. This would allow things to be as impartial as possible. Of course, Afton doubted this and would bet a significant amount of caps that they'd have spies scheming in the background. But that would be the case for most big factions anyway. "Fuck it, I'll go, but I won't expect anything but a fight," he mutters to himself. If the NCR really did use this opportunity to attack him, it'd be a massive win for his publicity. His faction's current stance, even if they didn't state it, was that the NCR, Legion, and Brotherhood of Steel did not hold the people's best interests at heart, and would use any means necessary to prop up their corrupt, barbaric, foolish ideologies. If the NCR was seen breaking a peace agreement by an entire town like Prim, there was no way they'd be able to hide it. Even mentally deficient people would be able to realize that the NCR weren't as honorable as they usually purported to be. This news might even make NCR troops themselves start to lose trust in the country they served. Well, that, and hoping that the potential war crime they were about to commit would make his own NCR sympathizer companions more willing to go against them. At least he had a week to help fix the EMP vulnerability in their power armor. He'd have Veronica accompany him, so making sure she wasn't at risk was a top priority. Still, he wasn't sure who his second would be. He couldn't bring Tamia as she was technically affiliated with Mr. House, and anything that went wrong there could possibly force Newvegas into a war. This would be a catastrophe, considering that the NCR had a firm foothold in the Strip, Freeside, and outskirts of Newvegas in Camp McCarran. Bringing Anya might be a good political statement, but she was more suited to infiltration and other stealthy missions than to that of a bodyguard. She didn't know how to operate power armor, and he doubted a couple weeks of training would get her up to the skill he'd wish. The same could be said for his other companions. However, none knew how to operate power armor, making training them a top priority. He'd need to get on that eventually, but first he'd actually need to make a couple more suits of armor. There's so much that needs to be done, he complains to himself, with the only other person aware of his self-pity being GLaDOS, who just watches with a slight degree of amusement. Chapter 496, Completely Bombed. It's been a day since Loyal's robots had taken apart the bomber and shipped it all back to the airfield. The attitude of the people towards outsiders had undergone a massive change once the bomber parts were spotted. It was obvious from Tamia, Veronica, and Anya's absence that they were partly responsible for this. This had changed a number of bull-headed minds, which was surprising to the trio, but to no one else. Tamia hadn't properly understood the significance the lady in the lake actually had to these people, though she probably should have realized once she saw the literal paintings on the wall showing the bomber flying above the Mojave. Once all the pieces were recovered, the entire place burst into celebrations. An entire day was dedicated to partying, and Pearl had even decided to make this a yearly event to honor the trio who'd helped the Boomers achieve their dream. Adults danced, played music on makeshift instruments, and ate luxurious foods that had been caught, dried, and prepared in advance. Children were given toys and taught to sing and dance with everyone else. The atmosphere was overall incredibly enjoyable. Tamia was hoping to be around for next year's celebration if she could make it, though not everything was fun and games that day. Due to the robots carrying bomber parts and their recent artillery warning shots, a few raiders had concluded that something big was going to happen. They waited until the sounds of music could be heard when they tried to make a move. Unfortunately, the guards who usually watched the walls were drinking on the job, They weren't able to enjoy the celebration, so instead they had their own party. This obviously included alcohol. Of course, the next day, when Pearl heard about it, she kicked the shit out of them and banned them from next year's celebration, making the guards cry tears of despair. As for the raiders, the boomers weren't stupid, so before the celebration, the group had set down an almost obnoxious amount of mines. Once half of the raiders had lost legs or exploded into red mist, the remaining few retreated and disappeared, not willing to test how many mines the boomers actually had. After all the partying was finished, Pearl had pulled the group aside and accepted Mr. House's proposition. Obviously, the boomers had no reason to reject them any longer, especially after all the work Tamia and the others had put into building relations. This wasn't really a problem, though, as their work had basically just given Mr. House's faction an air advantage with the boomers' bomber. The bomber was on their side now, so retrieving it couldn't be seen as work. Once everything was finalized, the trio left as the boomers bid their farewells. Mr. House would start up negotiations between the two groups with couriers or maybe even Securitrons. But now it was time for them to see what other jobs the boss wanted done. While Tamia headed to the Lucky 38, Veronica and Anya returned to Big Mountain for a long-awaited break. Once she was back in the penthouse, she ignores Jane's greeting and approaches the screen that has Mr. House's face displayed on it. "Welcome back. I'm assuming your presence here means that you've made progress with the boomers," House asks. Tamia nods. "You could say that. The boomers are fully willing to cooperate and negotiate terms with you," she explains. "That is unexpectedly good news," he states, likely not having expected this so quickly. "With the boomers launching missiles in Newvegas' direct, I had suspected you might have offended them somehow. Was there a reason for that? Or were they just testing out some new weaponry?" he asks. "Well, it might surprise you to find out that those missiles were actually a distraction," she says with a small grin. "A distraction? Well, might I say it worked. Both I and the NCR were scrambling to discover what had gone wrong and whether or not we should be awaiting explosive annihilation. So, what was so important they had to antagonize most big players in the Mojave? Well, you might not know this, but the boomers have essentially deified anything that's explosive. This includes pre-war aeroplanes. So when they discovered a news article describing an almost intact bomber at the bottom of Lake Mead, they were more than eager to fish it out. Veronica, Anya, and I helped raise it out of the water while robots took the plane apart and transported it back," she explains. "So you're saying you helped a group of pyromaniacs fish out a military-issue pre-war bomber without feeling the need to let me know about it?" House breaks the awkward silence, sounding incredibly tense in this moment. Yeah? You said use any means necessary to get their compliance, right?" she retorts. House scoffs. "And if that order included jumping headfirst into a mine, would you do it? What you have done isn't just helping a potential ally get stronger, but arming a potentially dangerous group, ally or not, with a weapon capable of destroying most post-war settlements with ease. If the boomers are able to fly it, Newvegas could be flattened in an instant." He slowly, agonizingly describes just how badly Tamia had fucked up in his eyes. Tamia crosses her arms. "Well, stronger allies mean better allies. In my opinion, the boomers are relatively peaceful when unprovoked. If you exclude their bomb outsiders out of our territory policy." Sometimes I have to doubt your intelligence, partner. But I suppose what's done is done. Admittedly, even if we took the bomber for ourselves, we'd have no one to fly it. Even robots have their limits after all, and I doubt we'd be able to program a robot to fly such a thing before it had become redundant. "Let's discuss your next mission then." He's about to continue, but notices Tamia's dull look. "Now don't look at me like that. You'll have time to relax before doing this. I just want to confirm our options." Chapter 4, 197. Study on negotiations and how to break them. Now that the boomers' cooperation has been secured, I think that it's time for us to see whether or not super mutants are capable of operating in civil society. Once you are ready, head to Jacobstown and check the place. I'll defer to your judgment on the matter, as I am sure you have far more experience dealing with barbaric savages than I." House explains. Tamia nods. "All right, I'll get to it in a couple days or so. If there's nothing else," she asks, waiting for a moment before nodding and leaving. She'd just spent weeks with the boomers and felt like a vacation was more than necessary. After all work and no play makes Tamia a dull girl. Elsewhere, Veronica, Anya, and eventually Tamia returned back to Big Matt after their long mission at the boomers. Afton allowed them their breaks, but revealed that he may need a couple of them to accompany him to the peace agreement negotiation in Prim that the NCR had so gracefully set up. They reluctantly agreed to come should he need them and continued with their vacations. This left Afton alone to plan what had actually happened for the event, and what he actually wanted to accomplish while there. If the NCR really did want to negotiate, he'd need to think about terms he would actually like to provide and receive. After all, going in without studying would end worse than an exam would. 1 week later, it's almost time for the event, and things had been steadily progressing in Big Matt. Tamia, Veronica, and Anya had basically been resting the entire time, but everyone else had been doing their own things. Boone had been learning to create and use various improvised weapons, explosives, and traps under Carl, and in his off time had been showing Josie how to properly spot for a sniper. Afton, upon hearing this, had the rather manipulative idea of using the duo to cover him at the event. They'd be set up a good distance outside of Prim, but in a position where they could view everything that happens. He was still apprehensive about what they'd do if forced to choose between Bulwark and their country, so he'd try to fix it by showing them the true face of the NCR. Of course, they could backfire magnificently if the peace agreements actually go on unmolested, but Afton thought that an impossibility at this point. He'd been monitoring the Mojave outpost and spotted a number of unmarked vehicles that almost certainly belonged to the NCR. Vehicles were rare enough, but for them to turn up as the peace negotiations were happening. He called Seuss. The good news was that he, Klein, and Mobius had managed to patch the EMP vulnerability in the power armor. It took a while to adapt the implant EMP defense into the armor, but they managed eventually. Most would just say to upscale it and install as it is. But of course, most people had no idea how electronic shielding and energy dispersal actually worked. There'd be no point to using the EMP shielding if a single bullet would damage it too much to be usable. So, Afton currently had 2 suits of power armor, both of which were upgraded with it. These belonged to Veronica and himself, which was unfortunate as he still hadn't decided on his second bodyguard. This wasn't the only thing on his mind, however. Despite the imminent event that was rapidly approaching, his thoughts were still on Christine and the radio signal purported to be from the Sierra Madre, the place she and that old fuck Elijah had gone. GLaDOS had sent a robot to check it out and, surprise, surprise, found a bunker with a single makeshift radio that had been booby-trapped with incredibly powerful sleeping gas, one that might have even been able to affect Afton, despite all his resistances and regeneration. GLaDOS was still trying to trace back where the original signal was actually coming from, so he'd need to wait and watch the progress. It wasn't like he could intervene and make it go faster, as GLaDOS was simply more efficient at tasks such as this. A robot drone pops out of the floor next to him and turns its orange eye towards him. "Speak of the devil," he mutters, breaking out from his thoughts. "Is something wrong, GLaDOS?" "No, Creator. Have you decided on your second bodyguard yet?" The AI asks out of nowhere. Afton shakes his head. "Unfortunately, no. I don't want to risk anyone's lives for this, as I am almost certain it's a trap of some kind. I'll have Boone and Josie near the town to support if it gets really bad, but other than Veronica, who has power armor, I am hesitant to bring anyone." He explains, though he was sure GLaDOS neither cared nor understood the information. "Might I suggest someone then?" the AI asks, and continues at his nod. "The Cyberdog Patrol lead by Gabe has returned. Perhaps you should bring Gabe as a bodyguard. Its body is big enough to shield you from fire, and its sonic bark would likely knock a building down at full blast," she says. Afton finds himself unconsciously nodding at the idea. Gabe would certainly be a statement. It would be as if he brought a Deathclaw as a bodyguard, except more significant as not everyone could genetically alter a dog enough to produce something like Gabe. Even Burris was confused at how Gabe became so big. The mixture of chems, cybernetics, and centuries of time had had a peculiar effect on the dog, one that wasn't so easy to replicate. "All right, I'll bring Gabe. That'll show those fucking bureaucrats who's boss." He chuckles, inwardly raising a brow at the fact GLaDOS was mimicking laughter through the robotic drone. Ha, 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 ha. GLaDOS, could you perchance not do that ever again? Your laughter sounds like something you'd hear before someone was jettisoned into space. Understood. Chapter 4. 198. Eventful Visit. Crack. Lightning shoots down from the sky a couple of miles away from Prim, and once the dust clears, 5 figures are revealed. Afton was standing in his typical stealth armor, lacking his usual arsenal of weapons. Currently, all he has equipped are his pistols and ultra chainsword. Still enough to wreck someone's shit, but lesser than usual. On his side stood the towering figure of Veronica in her bulwark power armor. The glowing red eyes of her helmet looked incredibly menacing, and that's not even addressing the large Gauss rifle she held in her arms. Despite her reluctance, Afton had managed to make her bring it. Usually she was more comfortable with a plasma pistol and her fist weapons, but Afton felt that more ranged firepower might be needed. It's fortunate her Brotherhood of Steel training had made her comfortable with almost all energy weapons, letting her shake off the rust fairly easily. Next to Veronica was a creature somehow even taller than her. A humongous cyberdog looks around with curious eyes. It was smart enough to follow basic commands, and after it had all the chems in its bloodstream flushed, it acted almost exactly like a regular cyberdog, making the creature exceptionally suited to the task ahead. Behind them were Boone and Josie, the former with 2 rifles slung across his back. The first was the old hunting rifle that he never let out of his sight, while the other was a more high-tech-looking weapon. Afton had stayed true to his word and had the scientists create a more powerful Gauss rifle. It was unimaginatively named Railgun. Railgun. Strength Rec 10. DMG 200. Crit DMG 200. Crit Mult UNU X. Weight 35. Value 30,000. Special. Direct hits knock the target off of their feet or to the floor if they're too heavy. As listed, it was incredibly heavy, and Boone would only be able to use it while lying on the floor. Any attempt to fire it while standing would knock him off of his feet from the kickback. Even on the floor, the sniper struggled to efficiently use it. Regardless, the damage it was able to put out was well worth the muscle soreness it'd undoubtedly cause. The only problem it had aside from its weight was the fact it needed to charge up before each shot, potentially making the user miss optimal moments. Of course, for Afton, this weapon had another boon. It technically counted as an energy weapon, making his perks boost the damage to double or more. Getting shot while Afton was wielding this would be like being hit point blank by a mini nuke. Boone was outfitted in the typical combat armor and Deathclaw leather duster. He had considered getting them some desert camo, but the duster was probably better at hiding them anyway. Josie wore something similar, but both now wore Deathclaw cowboy hats as well. It had been a bit difficult to get Boone to leave his beret, but Afton felt his sniper shouldn't be forced to kill his countrymen while wearing their badge. Afton brushes dust from his clothes and looks at his companions. All right, you guys already know what's happening. Boone, Josie, set up on one of the nearby mountains that have a clear sight inside the town. Hopefully you won't be needed, but it's best to be safe than sorry, he states. The duo knows and immediately leave, though. Afton chuckles slightly at Boone's heavy breaths from having to carry the railgun. After they're out of sight, he turns to Veronica. All right, I'm almost certain the NCR are planning to attack us, so be on guard while we're there. She nods. Don't worry, little small bro. I'll be your meat shield for today, she jokes, taking as much advantage as she can at the fact she was momentarily taller than Afton today. Afton just nods and looks to Gabe, patting his side like they'd practiced. Come, he commands, the cyberdog sticking to his left. The duo plus giant dog stroll up the road towards Prim. They were still a while from the city, but already Afton could see people gathering. He didn't know why, but the NCR had been broadcasting the negotiations over the radio, inviting people to come watch this event. Afton wasn't sure why they were doing this if they intended to attack him. Perhaps to make the negotiations seem more legit. Regardless, it was too late to turn back now. People quickly noticed the giant cyberdog and Veronica at his sides and parted like the Red Sea, allowing him and his bodyguards through into Prim itself. The place was chock full of people, Hundreds or perhaps even thousands had turned up. No doubt the Bison Steve Hotel was racking in the cash. On the main road, there were far more stalls than there had been last time, all selling foods, novelty items, and commemorative things for the event. Clearly, the residents had been happy to monetize the event. Not that Afton could blame them. Honestly, the caps they earned would go towards fixing the town after the shit hits the fan. In front of the Bison Steve Hotel was a raised stage that already had a couple microphones present, as well as a plinth where speeches would be given from. The sight of this made Afton slightly nervous if he were honest. He hadn't actually written out a speech. He'd thought he'd write something on some paper, and that'd be it. As the trio walk, they're approached by who else but Johnson Nash, the mayor of Prim. The man was wearing a clean black suit, which is strikingly different to his usual dirty overalls and goggles he'd wear. "Ah, so you've turned up. Thought you'd bail on us, to be honest," Johnson mutters, occasionally taking glances at Gabe and Veronica. Afton shrugs. "Considering I never actually confirmed that I was coming, I'm surprised you'd stake this entire event on me. Did you even have a backup plan?" he asks, curious. Johnson nods. "We did. If you bailed on us, we'd be selling paintings depicting you as a demon being defeated by a two-headed bear." The man chuckles when Afton glares at him. "Don't fault me for doing my best for the town. Caps are caps, even if we have to scuff a few shoes for it." Chapter 4. 199. Negotiations. Afton's led behind the stage with Veronica and Gabe closely following. Behind it is a small group of people, a few of which Afton recognizes. Ambassador Crocker stands there in his clean black suit, with two veteran rangers standing on either side of him. Everyone turns around and looks towards Afton as they approach, the group paling slightly at the sight of Gabe, but quickly composing themselves at the fact chaos hadn't erupted in the town yet. Crocker is the first to move, walking towards Afton with his hand outstretched. "Mr. Parker, a pleasure to finally meet you," he states. Afton firmly shakes the man's hand. "Likewise. Though I'm surprised you were sent instead of someone else. Aren't you supposed to only be in Newvegas?" he asks, wondering why Crocker was forced to be here. Crocker chuckles. "There was supposed to be someone else. As you well know, I'm very busy in Newvegas as it is. But as soon as they heard they were negotiating with you, they fled California with their family," he says. Afton can't help but laugh at this. Was he really so scary that someone would willingly flee their country, job and position just to escape talking to him? Perhaps. He shrugs at Crocker. Maybe they were already planning to leave due to something else. "What are we actually doing here anyway? Don't events like this usually only occur after both parties have agreed to terms?" he asks. Crocker nods. "Usually, but it's hard enough getting us all in one place once. It'd be good for everyone's morale if they watched democracy and peaceful negotiation at work. I personally believe we'll be able to find some common ground. I doubt we are all that different from one another anyway," he explains. Afton slowly nods, but is beginning to think that the trap he'd been expecting wasn't coming at all. Crocker had a reputation for being a respectable person. His attempts in Newvegas, while suppressed by House and the families, were still impressive and indicative of his skills and work ethic. Before we start, would you please explain what your bodyguard is?" Crocker asks, gesturing towards Gabe, who's currently sitting on the floor like a good boy. Afton shrugs. "This is Gabe, 200-year-old cyberdog extraordinaire. He'll be one of my two bodyguards today. The other is Veronica," he gestures at her, "who's currently wearing state-of-the-art bulwark power armor, far more advanced than what was used against the Legion," he states, boasts and warns all simultaneously. Crocker slowly nods his head. "I see. These two are my bodyguards, Ranger Latty and Ranger Queen. That's about all I know about them, unfortunately," he says with a nervous chuckle. Both rangers were equipped with Ranger Sequoias and heavily modified marksman rifles. The duo gives a slight nod, indicating that they are attentive and at the ready. Afton nods. "I see. So how are we going to do this?" he asks. "We'll both head on stage and each of us will give a speech to the crowd. Afterwards, we'll have a scribe write the contracts while we discuss terms. Yes, I know it's very theatrical, but theater is what the people need and want right now," he explains. Afton shrugs in acceptance, not for or against this peculiar mode of negotiation. It takes half an hour for everything to get fixed up and ready for the event, and once everything was prepared, Afton and Crocker marched onto the stage and approached the two separate podiums. Though, one thing Afton immediately notices is the fact that Crocker's podium has the NCR flag printed the front of it, while his own has nothing. To fix this, he takes out a small holographic device and has Nix program it to the specifications he has in mind. Once done, he sticks it to the front of his podium, allowing a holographic image of Bulwark's emblem to appear. The crowd, of course, oohs and ahs, but that's to be expected from what is essentially a bunch of civilians, country bumpkins and wanderers. Crocker looks amused at it, as well as slightly put out that Bulwark's flag puts the NCR one to shame, from its holographic glow to its rather distinct and intimidating artwork. One ranger stands behind Crocker, while Veronica stands behind Afton, both silently awaiting the assassination attempt that is unfortunately pretty common in the Wasteland. Even if either side doesn't intend to, other factions might get themselves involved as well. Once everything calms down, Crocker taps on his microphone, which catches everyone's attention. He coughs into his hand politely before speaking. Seeing as everyone is present, it is my pleasure to present the NCR's peace agreement between Bulwark, the upcoming faction that seems to be gaining momentum every day. As you may already know, I am Dennis Crocker, Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary. Yes, it's a gaudy title, but I'm not the one who chose it. He jokes, causing a few people to laugh in response. Crocker gestures at Afton. At the other podium is Bulwark's absolute leader, Afton Parker, a man who I am aware already has many titles, among which are Butcher, Sheriff, Mercenary, Mojave's Fastest Gun, Fiend, and most recently, Walking Disaster. Might I say, if you ever wish to trade some of those, I'd be amenable to it, the man says with a chuckle. Afton raises a brow. To be honest, I wasn't aware I had so many. Thanks for doing the work of listing them all out. Maybe I'll put it on my resume. He drawls. Crocker nods and smiles at him. With your qualifications, I don't think that's necessary. Also, I'd like to welcome Dr. Helmsley. He belongs to the Followers of the Apocalypse, an impartial group dedicated to the health and well-being of the Wasteland. He's agreed to write out the contracts that we agree on and hopes to encourage peace between groups. He explains while gesturing towards the doctor sat nearby behind a terminal. Chapter 500. Speak the Speech. Once basic introductions and thanks to the town of Prim for allowing this to happen, Crocker started his speech. Afton was only paying half attention to it as he was trying to think up his own one, though. Crocker did grab his attention. The NCR represents everything good in our now war-torn lands. What was once united under the United States has split into anarchical power disputes between factions of every color. Barbarians like the Legion, authoritarians like the Brotherhood of Steel, unknowns like Bulwark. He gestures slightly to his left, where Afton was stood. Democracy is the way forward. Democracy was the only thing stopping the Great War from happening. Yet democracy isn't strong enough to do it alone. It requires the strength of the people to push through adversity, the strength to rebuild what we have lost and what was destroyed by foreign enemies far from our soil. That's what all this is for. That's what we work towards, what we strive to achieve. Despite all the problems that come with democracy, can anyone really dispute that it's the best way to fairly help govern people? To make sure that individual rights aren't squandered and squashed under whoever has the power to do so. Crocker goes on to give the typical, old America was the greatest, and it was everyone else's fault it's now gone spiel. Honestly, Afton was pretty skeptical. If America had just concentrated on renewable energy and defenses against nuclear attacks, they might have survived the war. But as always, it was too expensive to promote such research and change, instead deciding to war against other countries. Still, Afton understood that surviving the Great War was pretty unlikely anyway. There's only so much you could do against the apocalypse after all. The only real way he could think of stopping something similar from happening again was to control and stop any nuclear bomb production. If no one had nuclear arms, the Great War wouldn't have happened. Sure, countries would still go to war, annex each other, and destroy the people, but at least the land would be spared, still viable for life, unlike the radioactive hellscape that now encompasses most of the world. Crocker continues his speech, occasionally adding barbs against Afton and Bulwark, indirectly stating that he was a murderer without principle with his body language and sly words. Afton wasn't offended, though. He expected this from a politician, even a well-meaning one. Besides, it wasn't as if he was wrong. Afton had probably killed more people than all of the families in Newvegas combined. Soon enough, it was time for Afton to give a speech. Crocker had ended his own by indirectly inferring that if Bulwark didn't end up making an agreement that they were warmongers and no better than those that started the Great War. Yeah, good politicking, Crocker. Afton stands straight and looks at the crowd, observing their current attitude towards him and Crocker. Most seem to be siding with Crocker, though it must be said that the residents of Prim are well on Afton's side. Their dislike of NCR taxes and the help Afton gave them back in the day made them a staunch ally of his. Still, if he wanted to persuade the crowd to his own agenda, he'd need to sway the NCR sympathizers first. Despite this being an event for a peace agreement, throwing dirt at the other party to gain a position of power wasn't exactly prohibited, especially considering Crocker's speech. Afton coughs into his hand to grab everyone's attention. Once everyone is silent, he begins, "A fine speech by Ambassador Crocker. I can tell he must have been working on it for weeks, if not months. Unfortunately, I didn't write one, so I must speak from the heart, as the saying goes," he says with a humble look. "I agree that the United States of America had been one of the greatest countries to ever exist. But that does not mean it was the best possible. You may all not know, but during my childhood in the Brotherhood of Steel, I had access to many records. My findings there and my experiences in the Wasteland have shaped me into what I am today. Some may call me cruel, a murderer, sadistic, evil. But compared to what the United States of America was doing behind the scenes, I'd be a saint. Let me just list a few of their crimes for you all: murder and torture of their political opponents, murder and torture of protesters attempting to utilize their constitutional rights, biological warfare on their own people, destroying small towns and mutating the inhabitants into unrecognizable abominations, working with Vault-Tec to conduct inhuman experiments on the inhabitants they were supposed to protect. Most of you don't know this, but most vault dwellers were actually just test subjects with which scientists in the vaults conducted the vilest and reprehensible experiments possible. America had a lot to boast about, but treating their people with respect and dignity is not one of them. Even if you disregard the war crimes against their own people, it still does not combat the issue of the flagrant corruption that ran the country. The democracy people like to preach about was nothing but a lie. Votes were tampered with, manipulated, and officials were bribed. Nothing about that is democratic in my eyes. Though, with the way the NCR has recreated it, it must be essential to them," he loudly states, inwardly grinning at Crocker's look of indignant anger and confusion. Afton sends a heavy glare down at the crowd, utilizing all his intimidation and speech perks to assist him. Do not pretend that the NCR has shed itself of America's trademark corruption. Even now, Brahmin barons bribe NCR officials to give them more rights, more land, and tax exemptions, while the people are left destitute with no ability to fight against the tyranny of their own government. Land of the free? More like land of the freely exploited. At least in China you knew your government was evil and corrupt, he exclaims, slamming his fist down on the podium to emphasize his point.